looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. But I'm not ready to fly. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. But I'm not ready to fly. But I'm not ready to fly.
When the lights go out, you are mine and you know it. We can both be loud, we don't care and we show it. Taking me down, taking me down, taking me round, taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to stop, lost in the feeling. When you look at me. In the early hours, we can hold one another.
can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see, I can see. Fly with me, fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are
As they say, third time is the charm. Welcome to the third episode of our happy show. And let's once again welcome our game master, Mika Fabs.
Mika Fabs here on the Wheel of Misfortune! I know you all are hyped for the WCS Championship Finals, so we thought, why don't we interrupt you guys with a game show? Haha! We are in store for a lot of fun and fortune-ish. We kind of say that, but it might not exactly be the case because we have something to surprise our contestants for this episode. And for this set, we have some guests from all over the WCS. So let's introduce them, shall we? First up, we have What the Jess from WCS Thailand. Hey, Jess!
Hi, Mika.
Hey! Long time no see. The last time we saw each other, you were bringing me on the Bariram United hype train over at the Sea Champs. Yeah.
That was a
okay.
while.
I know. What exactly did they tell you about this show? Do you know what you're in for?
Not at all. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know anything.
It's gonna be a surprise, so just sit tight, don't worry. Let's bring on over our second contestant. We have Gian from WCS Indonesia. How are you doing, Gian?
Hi, Mika Fabs and everyone. Hey, Mika Fabs, I'm such a
Hey.
fan. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
So, what is the weirdest thing that our team asked you to prepare for this special WCS content?
I have stockings right here. I know it's women's stuff, but they asked us to prepare, so here I am.
What's going through your head right now?
They might tell us to use it on our head, so we look like a burglar or something as a punishment, but let's see.
That's fair. Good guess. Let's bring on over our third contestant. We have Swan Vu from WCS Vietnam. Hello, Swan Vu. How are you feeling? Are you
Yeah.
a little worried, a little nervous about our show right now?
Yes, I'm very excited and a little bit nervous. So hello everybody, I'm Vu from WCS Vietnam. So my mate is go to the episode 2 and I heard some very terrible.
You can't tell them though. Plus, you don't even know if you're gonna be doing the exact same thing. But as Swan Vu mentioned from WCS Vietnam, he mentioned that he got a sneak peek of what went on in previous episodes. Okay, all right. Well, let's clarify the mechanics and see how this game of fun works. So it's really easy, guys. All you have to do is basically impress our misfortune to avoid some misfortune. There are 3 rounds and there are different challenges in each round. And actually, you know what? All of those rules don't matter anyway because it's really just up to our misfortune, okay? And if she doesn't like you guys, if you don't impress her, well then you are gonna have to face a consequence from our Wheel of Misfortune. And I'm just gonna check out what do we have here. There are some new ones over here. So yeah, Swan Vu, you thought that you were accepted or like you knew what was coming. Nope, because we have some new ones over here. We have paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. Hang a spoon on your nose. I'm noticing a lunch theme with our consequences. But of course, the Wheel of Misfortune wouldn't be complete without the champion herself. We have Foxrots here as our misfortune.
What's up, you guys? My name is Fox, and I will be your misfortune for today. I'm dressed as Misfortune, and I'll be dishing out all the consequences and choosing the winners of this game today. Everything you expect, I want you to forget about them, because you never know what I'm feeling like picking today.
Yeah! So you guys better be prepared. I know you guys have an assortment of random items that you've gathered beside you. So I hope you guys have that at arm's reach because we are gonna get started into our first challenge. So Fox, what do they have to do?
Our first challenge, as told by the trusty iPad, is that you have to name 3 Wild Rift champions and rank them based on how good they would be on a first date.
What the Jess? You are the nearest person to me, so I am going to start with you. You have 30 seconds right now for your own tier list. 3,
Soraka is meh, luck is good, and Katarina is the best.
Katarina, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what you're into.
All right, Gian, you are up next. Let's hear your tier list in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. The best being Ari. Second, the meh one, maybe Kaisa. And the last one, I'll choose Annie as the worst.
You have to check yourself, and you have serious issues if you pick Annie on a first date, right? That's good. That's good.
Yes,
Good that
that's why I put her
your
on the last.
values, exactly.
Okay, okay.
I like that. All right, Swanbu, you are up from WCS Vietnam. Let's have your tier list in 3, 2, 1.
The first is Miss Fortune. Now I see the real Miss Fortune. Why not? Yep. The second is Yumi. I am Catholic. And finally, it's Seraphine. I love the pink hair.
Our misfortune, what is your verdict?
My verdict is the winner of this round is Xianvu, because Yumi was just such an out there question and
Unique taste.
very cultured
Yeah.
little choice
yeah.
that I respect. And second place would definitely be Gian, because Ari is also probably my most dateable hero. Like, hands down.
All right, Jess. You're first here. So you must suffer the consequence of the wheel of misfortune. I just
Wait,
thought about
oh, it's like
Wait,
right
whoa.
in the middle.
Oh.
As misfortune, I think I have it well within my power and right to do this.
All right, Jess. Can you put it in your mouth and just have it hang there? You don't have to eat it, okay? Just have it hang on your mouth and show that you are like holding it
With
I guess,
your
with your teeth. All right, Jess, are you ready? Do you have your soap?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh. All right, ready? Can you
Oh,
like
wow.
leave
Yeah,
it
can
in
you
your-
like,
there?
okay.
Ooh.
Jess,
Good job.
Jess, I'd like you to tell me what flavor was it?
Flower-ish, something along that line.
Nice, okay. All right, let's move on to our next challenge. Our misfortune. What do they have to do this time?
You know, it was a lot of work dressing up in this outfit today. And just because I'm kind of salty about that I'm the only one that had to dress up like a pirate, I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to dress up like a pirate. And the one with the best costume will win.
Your 30 seconds starts right now. And which is about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Here we go. There. I sound like my alarm clock in the morning. 3, 2, and 1.
This is so funny. Okay, let me get a good look. Let me get a good look at our contestants over here so I can decide who the winner is. They're all so good.
I was like, I have. Jess, is that like the strap of your like headset or something?
This one,
Yeah.
actually, it's a blindfold.
And we have a sleeping mask over
I know
here.
we have a
That's really
sleeping
nice.
Okay.
But we see like Swan Boo has a gun. What
a
is
gun.
that? What is
Sword.
that?
This
It's
is not money gun. But it started
Oh my
working. And I have a sword by a ruler.
He has a
All right.
sword.
All right. I've decided. The winner is definitely Swanbu because he's got a gun
props.
and a sword. Come
The
on, there was
props.
effort in the props.
He's
And
pretty complete.
The loser is very obviously what the Jets. But wait!
Okay.
As the misfortune of the Wheel of Misfortune, I would like to give the consequence to Gian.
Okay.
All right.
Fair misfortune.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Oh, she is merciful, Jess.
Them's the
She is
rules.
merciful.
Them's the
Okay.
rules. Sorry.
So we'll see which consequence you have as we spin the wheel.
Are you ready? Let's go. If it lands on Vita Bar,
Wow. What?
Oh,
Spoon? Okay. You know.
Hang a spoon on your nose.
Okay. This is really
let's
hard.
keep it on there for 5 seconds. How's that? 5 seconds.
Okay, let's try.
All right.
This is the best I can do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. All right.
Excellent.
That didn't
One.
make it to the 1.
It didn't make it to the 1.
All right, but good job, Gian. All right, we have one last challenge for you guys. What do they have to do this time, our misfortune?
This is personally my favorite challenge. We have another round of guess what's in the box. So I've got a box, and you guys have to guess what is inside. I will give you a hint though. You love the smell, but you'd hate to smell like it.
So I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds each, and since this one's a little tricky, I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds each, and within that 30 seconds, you can ask whatever questions you want as to what is inside the box. Starting with what the Jess. Your time starts now.
Okay, is it a fruit?
No,
Is it solid or liquid?
solid. Make your
5
guess.
more
Gotta make your
seconds
guess.
What is your guess? What the Jess?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah.
Ah! Very good. Oh my gosh, that impressed me so much. All right, Gian, it is your turn. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Okay. Is it food?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a condiment?
No.
Is it vegetable?
No.
Is it meat?
Yes.
Oh wow.
5.
Okay. Is the animal? Okay. Raw meat. Raw chicken meat.
Time is up. What is your guess, Gian?
Raw salmon.
Ross.
You like the smell of raw salmon. Okay, I'm not gonna
I
judge.
like sushi.
I'm not gonna judge.
Next up we have Swan Boo. Swan Boo. Your
Yeah.
30 seconds starts now.
spicy.
No.
It is a meat.
It is, yes.
Yeah, maybe I have answer. In my hand, I have one kind of meat. It's a lamb.
All right, our misfortune. What is in the box and who came closest?
It is another box. Again. But wait, what
Looks like a burger.
the other box?
Yep.
It's fried chicken.
Oh wow! Oh my god!
Can I smell the chicken? I'm starving. I'm
Smells
starving.
so good.
Guys,
Just to spice things up a little, my favorite answer had to be raw salmon, because who in the world likes the smell of raw salmon? Like, I like sushi,
yeah.
but the smell, no, but it's so unorthodox that it has to win this round. The loser of this would have to be Swan. Because
Ah.
lamb chops, you kidding me? You kidding me? You couldn't get lamb chops this crispy.
Of
Okay.
course not. All right, so let's check out John Boo's consequence on the wheel of misfortune.
Oh,
Okay.
I like this one. It says, host an embarrassing photo on social media.
This picture is just yesterday, and I feel very impressive because I have to do this. I post it on the group of wiring in Vietnam to do the
Wow.
event.
Oh.
Okay,
Wow.
okay.
Okay.
It is I have to wear the pyjama for support the pyjama event.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I will write end of this show. I will post it in the fan page. It's okay?
Okay.
You heard that, guys. You guys have to help us check. You guys have to
Yep.
help us check if he has indeed posted it onto his social media.
We haven't picked a final loser.
Oh, you want to give like an overall
I want to
loser?
give like an overall loser
Okay,
a
okay,
consequence.
I mean, she calls the shots.
I call the shots, and to shake things up, I'd like Mika to decide who the overall loser is today.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Sean Vu, Gian, it was nice meeting you guys. But Jess and I go way back to C-Champ, so I'm gonna pick Jess.
That's what I
I'm
thought.
sorry, Jess. All right, let's spin one more time the wheel of misfortune.
This is
All right.
we did it.
Okay.
You
pluck
did it.
a
Not me.
single nose hair. Pluck a single nose.
Oh my
I'm so
god.
sorry, Jess.
It wasn't me. It was the wheel.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
All right, so I need to plug it right now.
Yes.
yes.
Ah,
Ouch.
oh,
Oh my god. Do I really
Hello,
need to
sir.
show this? Like, for real? Oh. I'm sorry, guys.
Are you crying? Are you okay?
Like,
Wonderful.
can you guys see?
Thank
Oh my
you.
god. Okay, good job.
I think you should now put that in a little envelope and mail it to Mika so that she has a little bit of you wherever she goes.
Yeah, I want to say this came from what the Jess all the way from
Someone give-
Thailand.
I save it to you, Mika.
Yeah,
Next time we
yes,
meet up,
thanks.
I give you my hand.
Thanks for that, Jess. Thanks for that. All right, and thanks so much for being such a good sport to these gentlemen. It was an exciting third episode. It's always unpredictable here on the Wheel of Misfortune. We'll see you guys next episode. Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't.
Kill that trick and flip it just too far, and they're going to get killed. Sabiro nakalapang na triple kill. Ginagawa niya ng quadra. Yes, basta buwa rin poste. Nakabagat lahat sa plani. Không, nhà biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu là việc của người em lại là Harry. Holy shit, the most ball. What a great one for Copper.
Good afternoon and welcome back, WCS fans, and let's continue our journey to the greatness, to the path of greatness, which is going to be today in the day 3 of the WCS Finals playoff. And from this point on, it's going to be a knockout stage where only 4 teams will represent the region to be in the icons later on. And today we have the lower bracket fighting for their survival. Can they make it? Will they put on hold for their dreams to be one of the legends up there? But joining me today, which I will be your host, Achuchu, also joined by our panelists, none other than Contra and Husky. But before that, this is brought to you by Riot Games. And also, thank you so much, Goosey Gamers and One Esports. How are you guys feeling? I'm feeling so hyped.
Well, I'm really hyped up as well, and after so many days of action, we're finally seeing teams getting to the lower bracket. Of course, they didn't ask to be there. Well, they just have to fight their hardest to ensure that they still have a chance at icons.
Yeah, today is the day where dreams get crushed, right? We will have to wave goodbye to 2 teams, unfortunately. But that's the nature of competition. I'm actually looking forward because we have some teams today that we thought would make it further into the upper bracket, but here they are, and it really shows that the competition is heating up.
But this is the knockout stage. There's no more second chances here. And we definitely know it's going to be the best of 5 still. And we have 2 series for the day. You guys who just joined us, don't forget to join in our discussion on Twitter. If you want to, you can just add in our official hashtag, which is going to be hashtag WCS, hashtag Wild Rift Southeast Asia, and Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia. And do join in and tag away all your favorite talents and also the teams and the players as well to give them motivation, because they really need it so much today. And we talked about how they are so in ordeal right now. They can't have any mistakes being done. But let's check out the tournament format first, in case you guys are not familiar with the WCS.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
There you go. We're halfway through the entire tournament. Definitely, for the lower bracket, have 2 more steps to move forward. It's not as easy as the ones on the upper bracket, but we have the 2 series here today. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, we start off today with PSO taking on Cerberus Esports, and these two teams find their way on that lower bracket for many various reasons. But I will take a look at PSO here, where they like to go for their signature skirmish type of composition, and for a team that has been established by a football organization, I feel like they need to play a little bit more tiki-taka.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the way that these two teams made it to the lower bracket is also completely different, right? We're looking at polar opposites. Cerberus leading 2-0 against Flash Wolves in the upper bracket, got reverse swept. Now they are here fighting for their lives. PSO, on the other hand, they got completely walked over by RRQ in that upper bracket. So with that being said, I think Cerberus look absolutely fantastic coming into the series.
Speaking of the team, let's check out for our match schedule for today. Which series are we looking forward to? The first one is going to be the PSO or Persis Esports versus Cerberus CES, Cerberus Esports. While the second one, which is going to be Sem9 versus the Philippines' favorite FLA. Now, these two series, I have to say, there's
Pretty
a lot
spicy.
of... It's not just spicy,
Rough.
it's do or die.
Exactly. I mean, Sem9 and FLA both lost their respective series 3-0 in the upper bracket. And I think FLA right now are feeling the bit of a pressure, right? But they are not strangers to this situation. They had to qualify through play-ins in a gruesome five full matches in that BO5 against one team Esports. And now here they are against Sem9, back to where they were before, but I think they know how to handle the difficulty.
But then again, you can argue that they're also playing one of the best team in this entire WCS, Buram United, another football team as well, technically.
Yeah.
So when we look at the sort of coordination when it comes down to that series itself, Sem9, they kind of lost a little bit of their signature touch. RH wasn't really present in that game.
Now, hold that thought for a minute, and that's going to be the second series, right? But speaking of the first series, jumping into between PSO and also Cerberus, definitely Cerberus seems like, I hate to say, a bit stronger than the side of PSO, but anything can happen. If they need to change, this is the time for Persis Esports.
Indeed, and when we look at Persis Esports, of course, we were hoping to see a whole lot more synergy coming into whichever team that they are actually facing off. And what was lacking from the day where they were fighting off against RRQ, we can see that they were being very passive. I was hoping to see Harry as well as Henry to really do a lot more roams across the map. Shole Aja, he was playing Gragas, and I felt like he was losing a little bit of tempo from that early game, and they didn't get much done. But I really do love for the fact that Tots, he's been showing up on that Baron lane.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, it goes back to the whole concept of, are you playing to win the game? Are you playing to not lose the game? For the side of PSO, I feel like they are just playing to stay afloat, right? But eventually, you're going to run out of gas and you're going to lose out in that marathon. And that's what happened to Persis Esports. For Cerberus' side, you said that they look a bit strong. I disagree. I think they look super strong. I'm going to amp up the ante. I think Cerberus look absolutely great. Coming into this series, my money is on them.
Yep, Cerberus actually had a very long journey coming out from the side of play-ins, and even on during the regional, they have been facing so much 2-1 games. I hate to say, but they look very, very, how do I say it? Their stamina is just incredible, I have to say. Since the day of back in regionals until now, they drag over to 5 games even on the day of playoffs, and now have to face another team and going on the lower bracket. But we talked about PSO earlier when it comes to this team coming out from the football ones. Let's check it out for the team coming out from Persis Esports. This will be the lineup for Persis Esports. Sole Aja, Harry, Dewa, and Henry. Now, speaking of the team with the football banner behind them, I mean, like, do they have what it takes today?
Well, it definitely is a tough challenge for them where we saw Cerberus, they were on a hot form, but has Cerberus tilted enough? You talk about stamina. It didn't seem like they have enough gas left on tank when they could have actually closed off that game tree. I think Persis, they may not be able to get all the way into a 5-game series. I would still doubt their stamina run, but they might be able to take at least one game off of Cerberus if they do things right. We see Dewa as their main carry, but has he been activated enough? I want to see Sole Aja step up. Todd's been looking pretty all right, and when we look at the way that they've been playing some of their matches back in their past game against RRQ, they've been coming up with double mages. Maybe it's time for them to drag the game a little bit, bring out that double marksman, and that's where they could solely wear out the energy of Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, if we talk soccer, right, the first thing you need to have when you play football is stamina. You need to be able to run the entire field. PSO hasn't really shown that because they were not given the chance, right? The game ended 3-0. Imagine your opponent scoring a hat-trick. That's the end of the game. And on top of what Contra has mentioned, I want to quickly touch on what PSO has been facing. Not only is their bot Dragon Lane not coming together, we also saw those 4-minute contests when it comes to objectives not looking great for them, right? Because every time the Dragon on the Rift had respawned and RRQ went for it in the upper bracket, PSO always sent their their Baron laner to split push to take that first turret. And I don't think it's worth it. You need him to be involved in these fights, but if he's off split pushing, you not only lose the objective, but you also bleed out the rest of the game.
I have to say the stamina need to be trained with the rest of football players. But hey, maybe somebody else could, not really, something else can outrun them, which is going to be the three-headed canines. We're jumping over next is going to be Cerberus Esports from the Vietnam region. Contra mentioned to me just now it's not fair, even though they are three-headed canines, but they only have 4 legs. But the thing is, they have 5 men in that lineup for Cerberus Esports. We have Taku, Mass, BMM, Genza, and Fly. We're not looking over Huborn yet for today.
Yeah, I think Cerberus has primarily played with Taku in that Baron lane, and I have no complaints with that because Taku has shown us that he is individually skilled in that Baron lane. He has been winning a lot of his matchups. When Cerberus wants to go for that 1-3-1 split push, you can always rely on Taku to do the deed, which allows Cerberus Esports to unlock their potential, right? Which is why Mess has so much more room to breathe. He doesn't even have to focus too much on Taku. He can help BMM, he can help Genza and Fly down in the Dragon lane. Taku so far has been my key player on this team.
And looking at their bottom laners, Genza and Fly, do they look like they really need help though? They look like the strongest pairing out of Vietnam as well. Of course, same could be argued about Team Flash, where they look phenomenal in their previous matchup. But this team, it's hard to really find their weakness until you really put them into a really dire situation when you contest for big objectives like Baron or even the Elder Drake, and that's where they come and they will fumble and fall at the most important points. But against Persis Esports, I think they've been able to play against teams with very similar tempo where they just outclass them in terms of team fights.
I agree. It seems like Persis Esports still have a lot of stuff going on behind the scene because we saw how the communications, how the team comps come when it comes to the fights, when it comes to the objectives. It's a bit messy, and like they mentioned, they love, some of our panelists do love scrappy fights, but in this case, this is against Cerberus Esports. We do know how organized they are when it comes to team fights. But you mentioned previously, Contra, I'm going to piggyback that one. The fact that Cerberus, when it comes to having the objectives on their side, they have a bit of a problem if they start the objective first.
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, going up against PSO, we look at this specific matchup. I don't think they will struggle too much against more coordinated teams like Flash Rules that we saw in the upper bracket. Sure, we will see some contention, some push and pull, tug of war at this objective. But again, PSO have not shown us that they have control when it comes to those 4-minute fights because they don't even have the full team. So if you're Cerberus, you can just walk in, get the objective, and get out without losing any members. In fact, if you're lucky, you probably can get a couple of kills along the way. So in this sense, I think Cerberus are well more than prepared for this.
I kind of agree in a certain sentiment where Cerberus Esports wouldn't have too much of a hassle when it comes down to getting objectives of their own. It's more of the response coming out of Persis Esports because they tried to play that early game comp. We've seen them draft before, but it didn't seem like they were playing for that early game as well. They were not being all too proactive, and I'm just really hoping to see that we see a shift of gear or, they switch boots and they run a little bit faster onto getting themselves ahead. But it's not really a clear passage where you have a one-size-fits-all because they want to play for two identities, right? They try to take split pushing comps, but they're not really split pushings as well. So I feel like they just got to align and get it all together.
For PSO?
Yeah.
It seems like PSO is sort of having different comps coming out from, even though there's 5 men only in the entire team, not like a whole football team we're talking about, right? But that 5 men seems like having a bit of a problem to decide what to do after they take in certain objectives. Even the turret example, first turret down, they don't know what else to do. And we saw how some of them kind of torn in between comps where, are we going this, are we going that? Especially the first Herald. We do know Cerberus love so much when it comes to getting the first Herald, and they're playing fast game as usual, Husky.
Yeah, that's what is going to be Persis Esports' Achilles heel. I want to just bring back one draft that we saw when they play against RRQ. Game number 1, Garen, Gragas, Jace, Karma, Morgana, a team composition that has no late game scaling, double enchanters bot lane, and then when the objective spawned at 4 minutes, what did we see? Toss on the Garen, split pushing that bottom lane. What happens after that? RRQ gets the objective, they get a couple of kills that end the game after 10 minutes. So that is something that I hope PSO doesn't bring to the table today because there are so many loopholes, right? It feels like you set sail into the ocean, but your ship has a lot of holes that you cannot plug.
Well, how they could possibly fix this is that they could park the bus. For those who get it, yep, you just have like a full defensive lineup. Bring out the beefy boys. Maybe you can get that Darius, Garen combo coming up there, and hopefully you could drag it all the way there. But then again, when you have Cerberus who likes to really go on the corner kicks, or even like they have all these sort of strong attacks from the side lanes, you can imagine how that ball curves in from that corner, and they have triple hit just to hit right in. Yeah, that's how they want to do it.
I mean, a corner kick. Nah, I get corner kick at least, but I'm not a big fan of football. But I still know about right wing, left wing, and so forth. Or maybe a striker in this case. Do you think there's any specific player in the side of Persis Esports starting off? It seems like a better than the rest of them, or even the ace for the team. Example, if we put in football terms, it's gonna be the striker.
Well, of course, there's very little sample of great performance judging from RRQ's bashing on that upper bracket. So it's kind of rough. But if I have pointed out, it's Tots. He looked great on that Jace, and any other picks that he went for, it still looked decent. It didn't really look like he was fully losing his lane, right? It's only certain measures where you see jungler paying a visit, then yes, he does struggle a tad more, but that's down to Shola. He really has to follow that pacing, because how would you basically get the ball rolling if that's the case?
Yeah, and I think what we saw from Shola in their series against RRQ was kind of similar to what we saw when SLG, when Smash Logic Gaming was playing in the play-ins. The jungler wants to do something like DDD at that point of time.
Are you comparing SLG to PSO now?
I'm drawing a very similar parallel, because what we saw from those junglers are they want to make a lot of advancement, right? They want to roll the die, take initiative, help those side lanes, but they have the tendency to push that too far, and they end up not having someone to follow up with the initiative, they end up giving kills away, or they end up not doing anything at all. So that was something that I think Shola has been struggling, but it's not completely on him. His side lanes also need to keep up, and we need to see that today.
And another thing that I really want to add on is that we see some really interesting picks as well, like brands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's no time to bring that extra guy on the bench just to fit into this
Extra guy on the
current field.
bench.
So I just want to see them play through the meta.
Speaking of bench or not, we're right now sitting on the bench. We are at the side lanes talking about, and judging all the players on our lane here. We're going to talk about prediction. I know this is going to be so hard, especially when after Husky just going to, bring
Honestly?
up SLG to compare with PSO. Why not?
Not really.
Prediction, numbers, and team.
Trio Cerberus. It's not hard to make a prediction, honestly.
Yeah.
So hard.
It's easy.
It feels like
I
you have
don't know
a...
if you sense my sarcasm or not, but okay.
Yeah, it's easy. I'm telling you right now, Trio Cerberus.
Okay, the best it could go is 3-1, but I'm still going with a trio. It's too tough for Cerberus to really lose that sort of momentum that they've built from that play-ins all the way up till now. I think they are still a formidable team and potentially top 48 in the Icons.
Trio for Cerberus for them. For
Yes,
me.
trio. Give
This
me.
is so hard.
Give fist bump. Yeah.
Trio for
Still got
all
the fusion
panelists.
going on.
Yeah, we still feel one mind, one body. Well, one mind.
I love the hair, by the way.
Thank you.
Not yours. It's gonna be contrast.
We're one. We're one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
You're
you.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. For my prediction, this is so hard. Oh my God! I'm cracking my brain. It's Trio Cerberus. Come on, guys. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. The moment you mentioned,
I'm sorry, fans from Indonesia. I'm pretty sure that
I know they have potential. It's just
They just gotta prove it.
they just have to work things out when it comes to the team comps. We saw how they can actually work things out together, but the problem is you saw how each one of them stopped tossing off their body willingly. Take me and just kill me, that kind of moments for coming out from PSO. You can't deny that. You can actually saw when it was versus RQ. But hey, let's look a bit of the graphic that you draw, Husky. We have a lot of artsies here coming up from our panelists. Previously it was Riku. Now look at this. Wow!
Yeah, right.
You drew this?
I drew this, right? So Persis Esports, football club. So yeah, soccer ball, Cerberus, three-headed hound. They look pretty cute, but sometimes if you're a dog owner, you want to let your puppy or your canines have fun. You throw them a ball, they just run with it on the field. And in this case, I think that is what is going to happen. Cerberus Esports running away with the ball and scoring a hat-trick 3-0.
Okay, I think that there's also a few theories that I can form up that it won't be as easy as it seems. So long as you have a few other players, playing pass all
so
along, and you
cute.
keep all
So
these
cute, right?
doggies just chasing after this ball nonstop until you know what, I give up. I'm gonna go rest.
You just have tired the hound out,
But
Yeah.
the Cerberus
But for
only
now-
have 4 legs, right?
Yeah.
So will they bang into each other's head while they try to kick the ball there?
That's actually a really good question, right? On all the Cerberus model that I've seen.
You've seen a real life Cerberus, really?
Yeah, I've seen real life Cerberus.
Wow, where did you buy it? Can you tell me where?
The internet.
The internet.
So many things on the internet, guys. Be
Wow.
careful. What you were
Okay.
saying?
I don't think they will bump into each other. Though it's a cool theory, right? Like if you I feel like if you have 3 hits, you consume more energy. You need more mitochondria to channel those carbs into stamina.
Mitochondria is actually a cell component that required to
Is this a science
produce.
class, guys?
It's a
Yeah.
powerhouse
We're
of
here
the
for
cell.
Walrus!
Walrus science.
Walrus
Okay,
science.
I'm liking the confidence.
If you tire Cerberus out, then maybe you have a chance.
But we saw they were grinding all the way, even in the plays, the regional 2-1 all the way. It's just, I don't think they're running out of stamina. But hey, let's look up for our matchup between the first series of our Day 3 playoff in the WCS. Nope,
Not just yet.
not just yet, yep. I got scammed, but as always. Okay, and next one, we did mention about Husky graphics when it comes to this ball and this definitely cute puppies with one body and 4 legs. But for the offside, there's gonna be football fans out there. For the offside, which are gonna be weaknesses of the team. Do you have any specific in mind?
Well, usually offside is like a certain overextension in a certain way, right? Like you go past the last defender, you receive that ball, and you get called off by the referee. So a lot of times when we take a look at PSO's gameplay, sure, they may want to go for those sort of team fights and they still want to do a little bit more split pushing, and then there are times that they're behind, they just don't do either one. So the problem starts with them trying to have two identities, right? So they just gotta keep it all together, and I just want to see more jungle pressure out of Shola and Aja. And other than that, we want to see them really fully commit. If you really want that Drake, just go at it. 5-man, just go for that traditional skirmish that we've always seen from the WCS Indonesia side. And these guys are all veterans, right? We've seen Harry, Henry, Dela, they've been playing back in the Bigatron days. I feel like they do have a certain style of synergy, but when it comes down to champion pool and everything, and it's like they're trying to mix and match too much. So I think that's part of the offsides that they have.
Yeah, I think, my biggest gripe right now is just that they don't contest objectives fully, right? I don't want to see Todd playing Garen, split pushing Taurus when they fight for Reparo. He needs to join the team. They're missing that core component that gives them that edge, that leverage over their opponents in all of these skirmishes.
Especially now that he's going to be fighting against Taku, Taku's going to be pulling up with all these big team fights if he does get things like set. So that's something that he has to be concerned about, matching the same tempo.
Now we mentioned about Taku. Do Cerberus have any offsides on their side?
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, as strong as a team is, they also have their weaknesses that you can take advantage of. I think for Cerberus side, it's a bit more subtle, right? If you're on this team of Persis Esports, you might find it hard to kind of play towards that. But regardless, for Cerberus, they sometimes drag the game out long now, which was what we saw when they...
But I will fight you because...
Wow.
You take a look at that. It was, what? Flash Wolves?
Yeah, exactly.
Dragging it instead of them?
Yeah, but that was what we saw. In a long game, we can see Cerberus running out of steam, right? They lost that game, and then it became slightly easier for Flash Wolves to close out, to finish the reverse sweep. But another thing from Cerberus is that they play a very fast game. So they want to snowball in the first 5 to 8 minutes. But if you can disrupt the tempo, then you have a better opening of kind of taking advantage of Cerberus's loopholes, because if you slow them down, then they will have to fall back to the split push. They want to farm up. They will avoid skirmishes that they usually take. Maybe PSO can look at that angle and tackle it.
Yeah, and on top of that, we do see that they're very proficient when it comes down to fights. Same goes to the macro gameplay. It's pretty solid overall, but there's also that small tendency where they drag on a little bit more of that fight, or they try to set up an ambush, and sometimes it doesn't really go perfectly according to plan. I think these are just small little loopholes that Persis Esports should study well beforehand going into this match.
We're so judgmental here. We just keep on nitpicking everybody's weaknesses on our side.
But I'm pretty sure they have a lot of strengths too.
Right, exactly, right. I think going to this is just, we're looking at it objectively, right? No matter how good a team is, there is going to be some sort of Achilles heel that you can identify and take advantage of. It's more of, can you find that weak spot?
Yeah, let's just get it balling for a different ball game between these two knockout teams. Who will get knocked out? When it comes to their strength here, specifically for the teams, do you think have any in mind, especially with Cerberus, there's a ton of it, but PSO though?
Well, for PSO, I think that they just gotta keep the ball rolling. So we should start off with proactivity in the map, play a better macro game overall. So I want to see more roams coming out of the Princes, where we have Harry as well as Henry, whichever one you want to call it. So, of course, both of them really play a vital role. And I want to see other champions than, things like Brand, where it's not efficient for roaming, right? It's hard. Sure, you're good at team fights with the Pyroclasm. That's kind of about it. So we've seen them playing Akshan over mid lane as well. I want to see some other varieties. Heck, even Corki would be good.
Yeah, we talk about, I've mentioned early on that Shola has some similar traits to DDD from SLG, where they have initiative to start fight, to get the team rolling, and I want to see him keep that up. Just polish on that macro a bit. Don't overextend, but keep that aggressiveness. Someone has to pull the trigger, and I think in this case, it has to be Shola.
Yeah, and when it comes down to all these sort of objectives that they weren't really contesting well for, go for 1-3-1 splits. You don't really have to fully commit to it. You still get the split pushes done, and I think with a certain commitment to the side lanes, I think that will make them look a lot better.
Yeah, get a Fiora, get a Garen, do a 1-3-1. Why not, right? Because we've seen one of the best champions to have a hull break. The hull breaker on Fiora will be really great. We haven't seen that quite a lot in this WCS yet. But for the side of Cerberus, now this will be one of the team with so many good points on their side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for Cerberus, enough it. Fast and furious. They like to go in fast. It feels like when you watch Cerberus play, they are in a drag race, right? They just nitro charge themselves from the get-go and they sprint right towards the finishing line. And there are times where you see them trip over, especially when we disrupt their tempo, but most of the time if Cerberus gets going, they are really hard to stop. When the Hellhound smells blood, he's gonna follow that trail to victory.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have seen how Cerberus have been able to control the tempo of certain matches when they do get that sort of lead. And you can basically set up death brushes and force them to actually come right at you. And Persis Esports, if they're not careful enough, they will run into them. And that's where it will be harder for Persis to do anything. So sometimes best defense, best offense, and same goes to how you want to play that macro. Take Kitaka, just pull them apart, and they can't really do all too much. So when it comes down to that 1-3-1 thing for Persis Esports, we haven't seen too much out of it, so that may not be their core strength, and that's why they're not showing it.
Yeah, and to wrap it up nicely, the strength of Cerberus also stems from strong individual lanes. And in this matchup against Persis, I think Cerberus wins on every lane, just judging from the statistics and the games that they have shown us. I'm not trying to take anything away from Persis Esports, but if we just base it off individual prowess, I think Cerberus are miles ahead.
I have to agree, especially when it comes to head-to-head with the Baron laner. At least they have a shot coming out from PSO, right? I mean, like you mentioned, when it comes to Todd, can we get a head-to-head between the Baron laners? Yeah, because Todd and definitely comes to Taku, the double T's we're talking about. But I do want to know if Huban going to squeeze in here or not. If it comes to productivity, if it comes to proactivity, I have to agree. Taku is more reliable when it comes to Todd in certain way, but Todd at least can hold and survive his lane at a certain time.
Yeah, he is great on that 1v1 skirmish in the early game, and for Taku, he's been shining from the minute one all the way till the very end. If you give him set in this matchup, it could be over. So I would expect Persis Esports to have a few champions banned away from Taku or even Fly, because these two are the usual initiators into many of all these battles that Cerberus Esports always starts things off. And you got BMM all the way to the back, and he's always setting up for him. So when we take a look at Taku, this guy, he's been looking phenomenal.
Yeah, and it also comes down to how you allocate your resources. In the case of PSO, we will probably sound like a broken record talking about how Todd split pushes every time the objective is up. There was one game against RRQ where Todd joins the fight, but Harry split pushes, and that game he was on an Akali. So we see all of these fragmented decisions from PSO that has led to their inevitable defeat. And in this case, in terms of kill participation, team contribution, Taku is leaps and bounds ahead because he knows when he needs to join the team and he knows when to draw attention. And if Toss plays by the same playbook that they did against RRQ, he's going to have a lot of trouble into Taku.
Yeah, I have to agree. When it comes to judgment call and shot calling come out from Cerberus, they know exactly what to do, even though they've been cornered. They know that they need to farm out a bit, develop themselves when it comes to itemization, and the time as time progresses, they just can fight again one more time. And the thing is, since you mentioned about the champions pool, right? We definitely know Taku's set is one of the most memorable throughout this entire series. We saw how his face breaker and showstopper just on point most of the time. But out of what 83 champions, we only see a handful of them in this WCS.
Well, if it works, why not, right?
Yeah,
like if I can play Garen all the way, I will play Garen all the way.
We've seen Taku picking other champions and it still worked well too. So it's more of like the other matchup we saw him going for set is because it's being left out in the open, and if you don't take it, it's kind of like a waste. So yeah, just don't give him that.
Yeah, so definitely you mentioned about certain champions come up from Cerberus. Now I do want to put out, is there any conditions for PSO other than the site that you guys mentioned before when it comes to specific, when it comes to mechanic wise, starting from the draft, we saw maybe there's a bit of updraft when it comes versus to RRQ, right?
Yeah, no double enchanters, please. Do not go Morgana, Karma bot lane. On paper, it sounds great, you know, you poke your enemies for days and days on end. It feels like you're giving them a super hard time, but what can you do with that Dragon Lane if when you transition into that mid game? It doesn't provide as much as you thought it would, and that's kind of RRQ's oversight when they, well, PSO's oversight when they play against RRQ. So don't run the double enchanter, play something that gives you more control over that mid game, right? The Senna +1, that's something that we've seen a lot of time. A Morgana +1, something that we saw from the Philippine region, FLA, they like to play the Morgana Leona. Now PSO can take that example and probably try to replicate that success because it gives you team fight, it gives you skirmish capabilities, and it allows you to help your team going into the later stages of the game. So it starts from the draft. PSO, don't go for double enchanters and pick a proper hyper carry.
Yeah, I think he said it pretty well. Or you want to drag that game, take a Ziggs with you.
But hey, just ban Senna all the way since both team love Senna so much. We don't want to see Senna anymore. Let's see something new. But let's get into our first series of today between PSO versus Cerberus Esports, the matchup of Series 1, day number 3 WCS. Here we go for the draft. This is where the battle starts. If they're being outdraft for PSO, they have to know what to ban now because we do know when it comes to Cerberus, they have oceans of champion they can actually select from.
Yeah, they have a whole field to run about, right? So Cerberus Esports getting that blue side, getting that pick priority, it is going to benefit them a lot. I am slightly worried for Persis in this case because there are so many champions that you need to prioritize. But Persis Esports need to understand that Taku is the one guy that you need to shut down. Give Toss a decent lane and make sure that Toss joins the team when you go for those objectives later on.
That's right. It's interesting to see that they've already banned Rakan and they've given respect to Henry, who's being a little bit more of a troublesome support to deal with. And overall, we see two potential Baron laners taken out. It's going to be Jace as well as Camille. Cerberus, they still leave a lot of things out in the open, and I'm thinking about that Yuumi that's still left available. There's also an option for a set if they really want to pick either one. Taku definitely loves his chances at the set, but instead, they ban it out themselves.
Pretty surprising considering that they have that first pick, right? So it means that Cerberus, they have a slightly different priority. We see, Persis on the other hand, not really sure if that Senna ban was what they wanted to go for, but we have seen them run that Morgana Karma Dragon lane, so it is going down. It does go down in the priority list of what Persis wants to go for. With the Camille banner though, at least it secures a more decent lane for Tots. He has played a Garen before. This means that Cerberus, they will take that Karma away and PSO will not be able to run the Enchanter spot.
Good start for Cerberus Esports. They prioritize that Karma, which you could still flex in either the mid lane as well as the bottom lane as well. Now PSO, they have a chance at Yuumi, and Olaf is also open up. And either or, right? If it's not going to be Olaf, it could be a Jax that they could just play hyper scaling, or they could just run at their enemies. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Persis Esports.
I'm loving the fact that they're thinking about Olaf Yuumi combo, and definitely it's going to be a hustle coming from CES, locking the Xin Chao next. And who will stop this Olaf? That's the thing. Open house Ragnarok, Zumi's in, final chapter, they're done.
Yeah, and normally when you see an Olaf getting picked up, the immediate response is a Kha'Zix, but in this case for Cerberus, we are starting to see the idea between these drafts. Karma, Xin Zhao, Garen, brick wall front line with the Karma shield. They run in, you can't kill them, and they will finish you off in a long fight. So Persis Esports responds with the Darius into Garen, which is a classic matchup that we always see in the Baron lane. It is going to give Toss a lot more leeway to gain priority in that lane against Taku, but it can be still flex mid. Cerberus has a lot of options to play around this Garen and Karma.
Indeed, and that's the reason why you picked this Darius as well. It matches well against this Garen in a certain sense. While on top of that, if it goes over to Cerberus, it's even tougher. When we've seen teams, when they do have such strong executional ultimates where you could just easily deteriorate the chances of this Olaf coming up online. I think they have great ideas on this entirety of the draft, but on the second half, we're already seeing Ashe as well as Ziggs getting abandoned away.
And I think for Persis right now, they have to consider which if they want to take that mid lane or Dragon laner. Unfortunately for them, they have not seen anything from Cerberus Esports, so the safer pick is going to be that Corki. Doesn't reveal where he's going to go. Harry can play him, or you can give it to Dewa after seeing Cerberus' last two picks. But that Yumi is going to give them at least a safety line, right? So
Yeah.
you have a safe dragon lane, and you also can jump on that Olaf when he makes those early moves, and that was what we want to see from Persis. Give Sholei Aja a champion that can take initiatives. Olaf is perfect for that, but for Cerberus, it is all about winning the lane. So Lucian and Nami, very formidable combo.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. At first, I thought it's going to be BMN on that Lucian once again, but you don't really want to have that karma of not having an interactive duo right down bot. So this is where they bring in the Nasus as well. So I'm not too sure if this Nasus is going to be having a good time, whether you put it up over mid lane or if you want to really change things up. It's going to look a little odd though. Like, how long will it take for this Nasus to hit his optimal effect?
I feel like for the Nasus pick, Persis Esports are probably looking at it as if it's a support Nasus. You go for Font of Life, you build ability power, or maybe you go for the Fimbulwinter, because we are not looking for the Nasus to scale. Corki will do the job, and early to mid game is all about the Yumi all-out. Persis Esports with a decent draft, they have scaling, they have late game insurance. This Nasus will eventually transform to become a big one for the team. Mid lane Nasus, right? So you just want to survive the mid lane against the Karma. You will not die to the Karma. It's going to be a passive lane, but you want to be that utility support for your team later on.
I mean, like, this is going to be a bit greedy coming out from a PSO side, but can they drag it? Let's just throw into Casas in the knockout stage. Take it away.
The WSCS Finals lower bracket run starts here for either of these two teams, Cerberus Esports and PSO going about this one. Persis. Hey, Copy,
Well, it
you got
started
me
right
good
from the
there.
get-go. Both of these teams, some kerfuffles going on at level 1.
Oh, absolutely. You love the kerfuffles.
Not really. I want a full-blown fight. I want an action.
Look, they're starting pretty strong here, which is
Yeah,
surprising for
4-on-4.
me for Persis, considering they've gone for the Nasus Yumi.
Yeah, 4-on-4. You have the Nasus Yumi. That's a little bit interesting. I don't really know too much to say about this one. We've seen the Senna Nasus. It's the first time we're seeing a Yumi Nasus. I don't think it's nearly as strong. I think they're gonna have a pretty hard time this lane. But
they're half health right now.
yeah, I mean, somehow they're making it work.
They're making it work. Some value here.
Because it's level 1.
Doing very well for them. Also partly because of the level 1, right?
Yeah.
So they took a good trade for themselves. But the kind of opposite result is you also see DY in the mid lane. He's dropped down to half as well. So we see a bit of trade. Some trading there, the amount of HP that goes around the board. Let's not talking about how this is going to work, right? Because CS and PSO now in this lower bracket want to pick up some momentum moving forward in the lower bracket. This BO5 determines if they get to continue or not.
Yeah, and the big thing here for Cerberus as well is if you win this matchup, it basically guarantees Vietnam at least one slot at Icons.
Which is amazing. Like, that is a huge, huge pull. We saw what happened the last time in the first international competition.
Oh, you're gonna have to hold that talk right, and then they might go for a dive.
Look,
here.
they really want to go
They
to
should.
Icons. They really want to go to Icons. Early dive set up down the bot side, waiting for the start coming in now. They go for the dive, they find the damage, or they just charge, and the first blood given over to CS,
so
and a
good.
double over to them as well.
They played that so well, didn't they? PSO, they were aware of this dive attempt incoming. I think the calls were, okay, Karma's rotating, be careful with
Clear
bot lane.
wave, clear wave.
They tried to stop the wave, but it doesn't matter. And now they tried to dive Taku, but he's just dominating here against Tots.
No, I'm not sure this is gonna work. Okay, D1's gonna walk in either way. We start to see now Phosphorus Bomb used, but even with the exhaust, a few auto attacks flashing away.
No, where is
Taku
Olaf?
gets out.
Where is Olaf? Why are you diving 2-man?
Sholei! He's here, but he's been spotted out. The other toes tossed out.
Oh, just horrendous here from PSO, frankly. They're just so desynced.
Wait, return coming through from Cerberus. They're starting to run them down, chasing them on the turret, and you can see how low Tots is if they step forward wrong
They
too
know about
aggressively.
this, yeah.
They get caught out.
Yeah, so good play there from the side of Cerberus. No way they try to re-dive this, right? I think it's
absolutely
too high
not.
health, yeah. Good plays from CES to force the dive for the bottom lane. Good turret aggro juggling. BMM just taking 2 shots, letting Mass go in, do the damage. And on the flip side, PSO, so desynced. They try to answer the play, but Tots, he's not taking good trades against Taco. He doesn't have the HP to force the wave on the tower. And you look at Sholei as well. He's desynced from his team. He's doing the blue buff while Diwa tries to dive. If only Sholei was there, they would have gotten the kill. PSO, they just look out of sorts.
Oh, absolutely. I do love how well Cerberus are rotating around, though. I love how active they are across the map. You know, you think about what BMM often does. He's that hybrid carry. This time around, he's come in here as the Karma, still doing a lot of work. I love how active Fly is around the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what you would expect from Cerberus, right? Fly, he's not really on the typical roamer champion, not really on like trash of Rakan that we've seen him pop off on, but he's still doing work on the map on this Nami. Look at the deep wards he's gotten, look at the lane control he's gotten. I particularly like this Lucian Nami combo as well. It's something we see a lot in our sister game on the PC. But basically the idea is very simple here. Lucian dashes in, does the double tap, you put the buff on him, he just goes nuts, right? And then when you pop that with the culling, you pop that with the tidal wave, it can be a very scary combo. In a sense, it functions pretty similarly to the Yuumi Lucian combo as well.
Okay, we do see first spawn coming up. D.Wa's going to head back pretty soon as well, pick up his package, just gives him a little bit more power. So even if you see those 2 kills with Cerberus, that gold difference doesn't mean very much. It's not a full item completed, and so if they rush back in, pick up a fight here around the objectives, we see a pretty good chance for PSO to come up a hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. Whoever wins this fight will for sure take a lead in the game state. It's still so even, like you said. But looking at the team comps right now, I think it genuinely could go either way. I would have to give a slight edge over the Cerberus because I think their comp spikes earlier. The Cocky is the Howlbreaker. The Nasus isn't that strong right now. I think CES, if they take a fight now, they would be happy.
I love this. PSO know they have to go for the play while the package is still up. So if they wait too long, it's going to be gone by then. They get some good damage onto Genza. They start the Rift Herald. Cerberus going to start rotating, and you have to watch out for this. No final chapter used, but doesn't find that much value. Culling coming in as well. Stolen away by Messi. They go in to the pit, taking their lives with them as well. Taku didn't get resetted. He just walks away. Still has some HP left in the tank. Cerberus Esports more than happy with the kill and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they get the kill, they get the Rift Herald. That's a small win there for CS. Well, I say small win, but it's honestly pretty big because they're going to pop at mid right now. Cocky has a Howlbreaker. He's going to try to trade something, but it's not going to be close. This mid turret's going to go down, and they're going to try to funnel the goal onto Genza. Well, I say that, but he took the turret aggro, so he won't be able to funnel the goal onto Genza.
He's still got
just
some
like
of the
that.
gold.
He's still got some of it. 3k gold going over to the side of Cerberus. Nice little gold lead. Dragon is still up. Now no package available. CES, if they want to fight this, they should have it easy to go.
An absolute shame they couldn't kill Taku there, because if they killed Taku, there was a chance they could have got the reset off. I think that there was more impact available from Tots. See this dash in from Mez doing so well to steal it away.
Yeah, that steal was perfectly timed there. The sad thing is no reset from Tots, right? But even if he did, I don't think he had enough mana to keep the team fight going.
Sure.
So PSO just not really in the right spot. And this is just going to be a free dragon here for Cerberus.
Yeah, PSO wasn't able to reset in time. Was that a flash away from Harry?
I'm actually not sure. Yeah, he did flash away. I mean, things are just not looking great for PSO, right? Like I said, they just look out of sorts.
But this is a 3 versus 2, and they're still
Can't
flashing
even
away.
kill him.
Wow, final chapter used, Ragnarok used, but they're not able to keep up with Cerberus.
No way. Cholet walked over to pick up the axe, and because of that, the final chapter didn't get the lockdown. And even if he did, I don't think you killed Taku there. It just seems to me like PSO, frankly, just lost.
Absolute shame here. PSO drafted for a composition that gets this strong mid-game power spike. But as they allow Cerberus to hit their spike before them, this is looking problematic, and Todd's in a bad spot himself. Gets the rest of the team to back him up, so no dive happening here.
Yeah, I think they're just a bit cautious because everyone is missing on the map. No need to risk that one, given the game state. You will gradually eke out bigger and
Let's
bigger
go! Luden's Echo for Henry.
Great, yeah, that's pretty much all we're seeing now.
Transcendent Embrace used to pull in taunts.
Love that.
A little bit more damage, couple auto attacks from Mess.
Good usage of the Karma Zin combo. I like to see them working in tandem. I like to see the Zin going to the Karma lane. The point of this duo is to buff him up, so you might as well play together.
Well, what happens
man,
here?
This is brutal.
Just using the Ragnarok to get away from BMM, rotating, well, not rotating, kiting him.
Yeah. Ragnarok to clear the wave. It's not really something you want to see. Now, D.Wa's kind of low as well. Cholet's kind of low. No Ragnarok available. Full control from Cerberus yet again.
Yeah, but good damage from Henry. So that's my happy place. That's my saving grace for this. Valkyrie used by D.Va to get away.
Man, they're just using every single resource to try to clear this wave here. It seems to me like PSO, they have no reprieve in this game. They have no respite, nothing they can really do. This Olaf-Yuumi combo is supposed to be the aggressor. They're supposed to be the one running people down. But you look at the team comp, you're paired with a Nasus, you're paired with a Cocky. These are slow champions, they want to scale. PSO, their draft is out of sync. Their play is out of sync. Frankly, Cerberus just look like they're going to trio this one.
And even as you look over to like Harry, I kind of like the idea that they had set up for themselves, right? You go for Nasus, you try and make it so that Cerberus don't have as powerful of a team composition. You reduce some of the agency away from Genza. And then you allow yourself to kind of really jump, you allow yourself to have better team fighting potential with Cholet. The unfortunate part here really is Cholet's never been in the fight to begin with. He's always there trying to chase after. You know, there's this miscommunication. The timing's out of whack with the team.
Out of whack indeed. Now Rift Herald is available in 20 seconds. PSO, they're going to try to rush this turret. I think they will get it, but what will they need to pay for it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a trade back. Here we go. Exhaust starts up. Redemption used. You can
can't
see they're
even
trying to
kill
fight
Taku.
back, but Sholey loses so much health quickly. Redemption used as well. Grabs onto the honey fruit. Flash run from Taku. But you see Harry as well as Henry staying nearby, so he won't be able to get Tots as well.
Yeah, a little bit odd that Taku opted not to chase there. I think he's tanky enough to just eat the full combo. I think he would be fine, but that's going to be a kill again. It's going to be a Rift Herald again. CES, full control.
Last time they got this Rift Herald, they managed to use it mid lane, break open the turret this time around. We'll have to see BMM trying to keep up with Diwa here. Diwa with that Howlbreaker.
Nice.
He's going to be able to clear out waves a little bit better. Exhaust and package use big one onto BMM, trying to dive after. So close to the kill. Henry should be able to seal the deal here. Flash away from BMM, and even with the Transcendent Embrace, Diwa comes in to pick up the kill.
So very close there. There's going to be more though. Gets us chasing it.
Yeah, I think this should be a trade back, but with this exhaust making things a little difficult to decipher
No,
against
the
fires off the
Wither.
colleague, but the Wither slows him down too much. Over by the side, Taku comes in, picks up the kill. Here we go, Sholey comes in with the undertow, tries to land it onto Genza. Beautiful reposition
my
from Genza, and with the
goodness.
barrier survives through the onslaught from the Olaf, flashing forward, looking for the Aqua Prison, misses out that chance.
Come on!
Chasing after still, that's when becomes lightning. Audacious charge dashes onto Sholey,
No, he's the Wither!
but still slowed and can't
Oh my
chase, can't
goodness.
keep up.
That Widow was the MVP of that entire scenario there. Harry using the Widow on Genza, so his culling did not hit at all. Then using the Widow on Mass, so despite flashing, he wasn't able to chase. CES, they want to win more, they want to win harder. But it's not happening just yet.
But like what's happening here for PSO, right? The macro's still looking decent. They went down to the bot side. Diwa very close to finishing that turret. Was able to get the kill on the BMM first. They get to go back down and pick it up eventually. That being said, though, CS will find themselves yet another objective. They still have the Rift Herald, and they're also picking up the Ocean Drake.
Gonna get the Ocean Drake, gonna get the Rift Herald. The only things that Cerberus have lost this game is one turret, one kill. It's really just a full control situation for them. And these are the kind of games that really do a number on you, you know, because you're just bleeding out.
Okay, Genza's been caught out. This is
What's it?
surely the Lucian gone. I don't see a way out of this one, even as he tries to kite away.
Yeah, I think the man needs a QSS. Genuinely speaking, the winner is the only thing causing him issues right now. With a QSS, he's much less concerned.
QSS salesman Harry.
You gotta pay the tax.
You gotta pay the tax.
Especially knowing the fact that you are basically the only one that will get withered. It's really just between Genza and Maz. You might as well just pick it up. Because
Sure.
there's no other real threat. Like, you don't really need a Zhonya's this game.
And I think even in the case of Vest, like, it doesn't matter as much because
Sure,
you
Vest
just
doesn't
have
mind.
such a huge range anyway, right?
Yeah,
Like, you
Vest
can always
doesn't
just
mind.
dash in.
The main thing is Genza just needs a QSS. And the moment he picks it up, I think he is good to go. He bought something, but I can't really see what it is.
It's
Oh,
still the
Merc Threats,
It's still
right?
the Merc Threats.
Well,
yeah.
but he's upgraded his Essence, he's upgraded his Storm
Yeah.
Razor. And to be fair, in a teamfight situation,
It's more
he's not
damage.
Really, yeah, sure. But he won't really get withered in a teamfight situation as well because he'll be backed up a bit, right?
Okay.
It's just he's been having a bit of fun.
This isn't a team fight, but this is, I
Yeah,
think
this
this
gone.
hurts more than a team fight. I mean,
Oh
PSO,
my god, what is this,
Final
man?
chapter to clear the wave. Something's done here.
Yeah, I mean, they should just get one more bang down on the next turret, right? Surely they just
I think they rotate over instead, trying to finish off Tots. I mean, Tots is isolated from the rest of his
Yeah,
team.
for sure.
Probably just wants to run, get back to safety, moves into the minion wave. D1's down to the bot side.
He's
He
living
gets
his
free
best life.
space to keep split pushing.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't like this call here from CES. I
This
feel
is
like
strange.
they escort the Herald. Well, the Herald did get one more bang, right? But they were a bit too greedy trying to chase down Tots there. Good presence of mind to get out of that situation early. And Diwa, he gets 2 turrets with the Hellbreaker.
I mean, we're still looking at a relatively small goal difference between these two teams,
Yeah.
right? Only 2,000 ahead for Cerberus. PSO were able to trade very well on the bottom side. DY with the Hellbreaker. We talk about builds for Corki. Hellbreaker has been one of the more popular ones.
For good reason. I think it's very effective when you have the space to play side lanes.
Absolutely. And so we see DY find some value for his team, while the rest of them were being chased away. But Baron coming up in 30 seconds starts to give me some hope that Cerberus are going to make a play around it.
Yeah, Cerberus definitely are. They definitely will be there. They will try to contest. They set up some perimeters. They will try to fight. The question then is PSO going to contest?
Package you picked up a little early from DY. I'm a little surprised. Dragon isn't up yet.
Are you really surprised after how PSO have been playing this entire game?
Yeah, I am still a little bit surprised.
Well, let's see how they manage to use it. They have the package. Maybe they use this to try to jostle for mid control. Frankly, they have a comp that can do that. The Nasus, what do you call it? The Nasus E? What's the name of the spell?
Spirit Fire or something like that?
Is it really Spirit Fire?
I think so.
Well, you have the Spirit Fire, you have the Cocky Bombs, you have the Yumi Prowling Missile, Prowling Projectile, whatever it's called. You have a lot of ways to zone control. You have a lot of ways to poke. The problem is PSO, look at the minimap, look at where they are.
I don't think that's the case here, Omo. Even with the upper hand, they pull him in, but Todd's the one pulled into Cerberus Esports as Saku slays his counterpart.
Frankly, this is just... it's just like taking candy from a baby here for Cerberus.
Okay, Gent is going to walk in on them. That's the package used. D1 tries to get some space. Cully expanded as well as he trade back spells, fighting against Henry, fighting against D1. Finish off 2 kills, finish off a 3rd, and take down 4 members of PSO.
Yeah, they're just going to go for Baron here. I was thinking maybe they could try to end, but the wave wasn't in position. So that's going to be Baron, that's going to be a reset, that's going to be a Dragon, and CES. I mean, frankly, they're just not being challenged at all here, are they?
Well, this is an issue for that PSO have to overcome. It is still only that first game, so I don't want to discount them entirely yet.
But the thing is, it's not the fact that you're losing the first game, it's the manner in which you lose. Because they did not punch back a single time. At least when CES were 2-0 up on Flash Wolves are trying to find angles to punch back, angles to fight back. PSO, they're just taking it.
That's some decent macro coming through from
What's
PSO.
What's there, Grandin?
D1 got the bot side turrets.
All he did was AFK side lane with a Howlbreaker.
Well,
a bronze player could do that.
That is still a strategy.
To be fair, I do think that's an issue with Cerberus' macro more than anything, and I think that's what draws the line between Team Flash and all the other Vietnamese teams, right? Because they're all great at fighting. Sure, Flash might have slightly better mechanics than the rest of them, but Flash have really good macro as well.
So we
That's
think
where
about
they differ.
No, Husky drew the image for us, gave us a visual representation. We got 3 hits, you know, all of them getting distracted by different things, and they're running around. They only have 1 body though, so when they move together, right, there's that failure to keep track of the things happening around you.
They've been relatively on the same page this game. It's just that
a couple of things here and there. Yeah, could it be a cleaner game for sure?
Yeah, definitely.
And the question is how PSO punished that.
Couldn't tell you because what they're doing right now is nothing.
Okay, here we go. They walk in on the base.
No
Take down that
QSS,
first
man.
inhibitor. Over from the back. Shola trying to make a play, trying to take down the enemy backlaners, the backliners. But gets taken down instead.
It's
this
just
is
so weird. Why is Yumi still with Nasus 15 minutes in the game? Surely you follow your Olaf.
This is interesting. They just finished off the top side turrets instead of just going mid. Not much of a wave left there to make a play with.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just the end angle right here.
Let's go the top wave now, trying to finish off the game where they can. Slowly taking down the inhibitor here as well. Minion wave escorted down to the mid lane. Here we go. CS set themselves up strong. Sholay still not spawned up for another 20 seconds.
Yeah,
can look for the game-winning play right here.
I mean, they honestly could, but PSO, they're trying to hold on. And CS, they know there's no reason to risk it. They win this game, they're 1 step closer to Icons. Remember when we said before, you only need to win 2 series to get to Icons. If Cerberus win this, they just need 1 more. No reason to risk
I believe
anything.
it's upper bracket first. Upper bracket is 2 series.
Yeah.
With the lower bracket, I think it's 3.
I think it's 2 series, period. Is it not? Well, I'll need to check the cards again. We'll get back to you guys on that one. But at
Where's
least
the script?
2.
You had the script.
I lost it.
Oh my
I probably
goodness.
dropped that somewhere.
My goodness. You lost the script?
I dropped that somewhere.
How do we know what's going to happen then?
Well, we'll just have to play. We'll just have to wing it, won't we?
Oh my goodness. So you're telling me without this script, PSO could win this game now?
Look at the game state and tell me yourself.
They could win this series?
Sure, maybe. If you believe that, then I have a house to sell you.
Pace of the game slows down just for a second.
Control. I mean, it's slowing down, but it's never not full control from Cerberus here. I think maybe we can take a quick nap and come back for the 7-9 FLA series.
PSO are going to be able to go back, pick up the package, have 1 final team fight, hopefully on the same page, aligned together.
Hopefully.
We want to see Sholay along with Henry together on the same page.
Double Enchantress going for it.
The Enchantress walking forward here. Final chapter used, but a flash away from Sholay. If you're flashing away as Olaf, your team can't follow through. Engage comes through from Mess. Let the charge. Taku walks in as well. Taunt is in the base, but with 4 dead Cerberus, Esports will close out this game.
My expert analysis of that game, Grandin, was pain. It was full control. They were never once in danger of losing, and it was just slow. PSO never once tried to punch back. We got to keep in mind, of course, you know, Cerberus, they did get reverse swept by Flash Wolves. It's not unthinkable that something could happen later on in the series. This is, of course, the best of 5. You're fighting for your tournament lives. But the draft, the gameplay, the calls, the mechanics, Persis, frankly, they just look outclassed by the 3-headed dog.
You got to start somewhere. And with Cerberus Esports, they keep things going. They had a close series against Flash Wolves. Now against PSO. PSO have a lot to prove here. right? They've come into it. We think about the kind of international history with the Indonesian region. They've had good matches. They've been able to take down some of the opponents, but in this, with the Vietnamese region specifically, that's been some of their toughest competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fresh start here in Wild Rift, right? But historically, Vietnam has been the strongest region in the
Not even just like even
SEA.
C-Champs, South Super
Sure, yeah,
all these
Vietnam
competitions.
and Philippines, right?
Absolutely.
And Indonesia has always had a harder time. Sure, MBR had a great split last year, but it looks like it would not be repeated this time around by Persis, at least not in Game 1. Like I said earlier, it's a best of 5. You're fighting for your tournament lives. No one's really going to give up. I'm sure you're going to pull out all the stops. But that starts from a better draft. Please do not let me see Nasus Yumi ever again.
It's a start. They went for an idea. There was a strategy. There was a plan.
Oh my god, what happened to my hair? Just like what happened to Persis in that game. Yeah, there was a strat, you would say.
It's a stretch. I think what you said was a stretch, but okay, sure. I'll concede that. I'll give it over to you. You know, but it's just so much for me to see here, right? I'm still looking forward to see if there's something that Persis can pull out. They've had that first round competition, and it was against a very tough competition. Now they need to pull back again, and it's not getting easier.
And you gotta keep in mind, sure, Cerberus, they did lose their last 2 matches against both FLA and Flash Wolves, but you gotta keep in mind that this was a team that was dominant in play it, so you can't really blame Persis as well here.
Absolutely.
They're against one of the stronger opponents in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. Let's toss it back over to the panel so they can break down our first game between Persis and Cerberus.
Thank you so much, our human mate, Carter. Definitely, they are human made. But yikes, that was really tough watching. And I have to say, it's score 1. If not, it's not the footballers, but the footballers being chased by the three-headed dog there. Feels like the analogy of a mailman tries to post something, but the dogs keep chasing you away from your objectives.
It really feels like so. And we saw what really happened, right? There's a lane swap that goes on. Harry decides to go with, his bro, Henry, and Nasus overall in the early game is at its weakest. So that's where Cerberus really strikes back. That dive set perfectly was the way to set up tempo. And after that, you saw the response coming from Persis on the top side. That Olaf was like, what, 10 seconds late? And he still tries to dive. Like, that hurts me.
Yeah, it's pain, right? It's pain without the S. I would say, though, Persis, they were creative. They identified that Cerberus Esports is a three-headed hound, so they brought their own dog, right? They brought the Nasus, they gave him a cat companion. Didn't
cat
work
and
out.
dog?
Yeah, the cat and dog, right? It's actually a childhood game I played, which is basically cat versus dog, so we know that they don't go together. In this case, I just don't really see the synergy. They were trying to replicate the Senna Nasus bot lane, right? There was some idea to that. But I think going into the later stages of the game, we started to see some problems. Why is the Yumi sticking with the Nasus? That was what Omo pointed out. Stick with the Olaf. The Olaf needs your help. He's the one running in. He's the one tanking the full back massager from Genza, and yet he did not have the backup that he needed. So it was a rough loss for PSO, but I think majority of it is primarily on them.
That's got 1-0 coming out from CS, definitely whacking over PSO in a very hot one as well. It's such a hot match coming out from PSO since the start. CES, if you look at the item progression, you look at how the developing coming up from each of the champs, there's nothing stopping them. Even the Nami, the fishy Nami can't be eaten by the Catty Henry.
Yeah, it's too big of a fish. And I want to just quickly point out, you mentioned item progression. This is something that I'm not in favor of, especially with an Olaf jungle. Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra. You are 0-5. Do not go Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra. You are squishy enough as it is. Your Yumi doesn't want to stick on to you. Build some resistance. Deadman's Plate, Randuin's, Bramble, something that allows you to survive in a fight. You want the Righteous Glory, Ragnarok, run in and buy space for your Corki and Darius to start ramping up the damage. But if you run in and instantly die, you lose the front line.
I'm also really surprised when we talk about builds, there's like a force of nature on Tots. Like, who really dishes that much of an AP damage from Cerberus Esports? Like, invest in something else.
BMM. You have to remember BMM's his Q and also
that Karma's not gonna blow up a Darius in a split second. That's what I'm gonna point out.
I mean, the inner flame really works. I mean, like the Qs coming out from BMM really painful if you know how to actually proc out the third.
Sure.
The third passive, right?
But I do
maybe he's afraid of Nami.
Right. We could look at something like a Death Dance or Spirit Visage. I don't think the force of nature. You get the full value out of the fawn. I think that's the point that we are heading towards.
True, the little bit of regeneration that you can get out of all these in and out battles that they've been taking. But then again, when you burn all your resources, when that Yumi is gonna click final chapter every time she sees a wave, then what's the point? You can't get into those team fights. You don't even have to stick with the Olaf if that's the case.
The Yumi probably farm more minions with the final chapter than rooting enemy champions.
But here comes our player of the game, the MVP, which is going to be Genza coming from CES. I feel like everybody deserved the MVP coming from CS. Nobody actually make any flaw. Even if they had a bit of a problem when it comes to, when they tried to move as a 5 to rotate and try to get any pick-off. But it was well done by PSO to split push. But the thing is, they know how to always adapt themselves in that kind of situation. And Genza, he didn't waste any time. It's a almost full item here coming up from himself.
Yeah.
And I think for PSO, at least there were some improvements from their series against RRQ, which is when the 4-minute mark hit, objective spawn, they played together as a team, right? They tried to contest the objective. It was very unfortunate that Mess ended up stealing the Rift Herald and CES won the fight, but at least we see PSO trying to play together. And, they don't put themselves on the back foot just because someone wants to split push and get their first turret.
Might Def?
Might Def.
Was there a moment where they were contesting? I don't feel like there was anywhere
they tried.
About the spike. But then again, yeah, JG did.
JG, I have to agree. The thing that I realized coming from a side of PSO, they don't have the element of surprise. Even though we saw Sole try to gank on top on the Baron Legion, but he picked a bit too much. He kind of discovered that.
Were you not surprised by the Nasus Yumi?
I mean, like, the element of surprise when it comes to ganking. So everybody can see through what they have in mind, and definitely it's just not something that CS feels like, oh, this is something that we didn't predict to happen. And we saw straight from the start, it's just diving. We saw the moment they got themselves 3 Ignite coming up from CS, they definitely would go turret drive all the way.
Yeah, this is a traditional CES sort of rotation, and they've already noticed that, hey, they're coming in, and there's nothing much that they can do but to clear that wave. But that contest from Herald onwards really led towards that downward spiral. Sure, this is the only few attempts where we saw they were utilizing all that sort of spells that they have just to go for a pickoff. It's so Swan Lucian, and by then, CES, they could just gravitate to another pickoff of their own, forcing them into the jungle and put them in this choke point. There's no place that they could possibly go when they've already used Ragnarok or even the final chapter. You saw, even at times it's a whiff.
I don't know, it feels like they don't have the trust for the Yumi to hold on. Like, example, we saw the Ragnarok being used by Sole, he's using the Olaf, right? He knows that Yumi is inside of him, but he's just not convincing enough that Zumis will actually take him to survive for the fight.
That's what happens when you go Black Cleaver Sunderer.
Yeah.
You just lose resistance, right? You don't have resistance, you use Ragnarok, you lose even more resistance, and you run into a firing gallery. Like, what would you expect out of that? On the other hand, is also how the draft for both teams is about running at their opponents, right? The Karma, Sinjao, Garen, run at your opponents. They have the Lucian Nami to back that up. The same can be said for PSO's draft. So it comes down to who gets the lead, who gets to kind of take off first. And in game 1, it was very obvious, CERBERUS who got that advantage. And once they got rolling, it doesn't matter what PSO wanted to do. Itemization and macro aside, they just could not keep up.
Despite all these adversities, right? Sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
Like, we did see that at least they've been able to hold on to a stabler early game as compared to what we've seen beforehand against RRQ on the upper brackets. So it definitely was a little bit of a fresh air when they came in with that 1-3-1 split push, which has worked effectively for that core team. So I give them a +1 for that.
It checked out box today when it comes to 1-3-1. They almost got it for a bit when it comes to stabilizing the game. But the thing is, I think they are investing way too much to clear the creep wave, like you mentioned before. It's just the moment they just utilize every skills they have. The side of CS is like, hey, they use all their ults. What we're scared for? It's just rush in.
Yeah, and that's something you pointed out, right? And that's something all of us saw. CS shows up to the bot lane with 1 minion wave, and Henry decided, I'm gonna final chapter the whole wave, and they don't even clear the wave, right? So that, I feel like that's kind of like the red panic button that PSO just pushes whenever they see CERBERUS shows up. It kind of falls back to they are just trying their best to hold on.
The thing is for the Ragnarok, he pressed the R's just to run away.
Yeah, like, okay, let me tell you this. I like to play football games as well, and like sometimes when you have all these strikers running at you, you just press that tackle button, and then like
Exactly, right.
you hope that you'll get the ball. Instead, you get him on the back of the foot, and you get a red card. That's what it is. That's what it is.
They just score a foul every single time Cerberus shows up. Cerberus shows up, Sholesh comes into lane, tries to defend, final chapter gets used, doesn't clear the wave, Sholesh just pops Ragnarok, throws an undertow, clears, and still doesn't clear the wave. So panic button, PSO needs to understand that sometimes when you are clearly outnumbered, it is okay to give up that little bit of ground, because if we see them use their ultimate so sparingly, it becomes a domino effect. It basically spills over to the rest of the game. Without your turret, without your ultimate, you can't take fights. Cerberus just keeps pushing the tempo, and they will eventually win out.
They had a lot of red cards and a lot of penalty actually being scored by the side of CES, reprimanded entirely for the entire game. Hopefully, for this one, PSO, they got the draft idea there. But the cat dog thing just doesn't work.
Well, it calls for a brand new formation. Well, first score by CES, and I still think that there's still chances for PSO. They start off on red side once again, and do you think that there's much changes here to be brought forward by Cerberus, because they look pretty clean?
Honestly, I think for Cerberus, you don't have to worry about game number 1 that much, because
not at all.
Persis didn't really bring anything to the table that is a huge threat. Again, the idea is there, but they were not able to execute it. So Cerberus, they can just stick to their guns. The Senna ban now comes out from Cerberus Esports because it forces PSO to think, right? Do you want to ban a Yuumi? Do you want to ban the set? Which champion is more important, which is more integral to PSO's success in this game too? And to them, the Karma was a big issue. They take out the Olaf as well, so it opens out Sinjao for Shole Aja, but it also means that CES can get that set.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not if they'll be interested in that first pick. We still have a couple of options to weigh in as well. Sure, Jace has been banned away. I think that set definitely looks really good here. We've seen Cerberus, if they really want to go for that Gragas, it's also optional, but they like to play a little bit more aggressive, and set it is.
Taku with a set, now that's a scary prospect coming up from PSO. I have to say, they have to
Fly
think.
though on set? Have we ever seen that?
We've seen a lot of Fly on set as well, but we definitely, when it comes to the play-ins and also when it comes to the playoff, we saw a lot of Taku set as well, but responded with another Yuumi, but this time with Garen alongside with it.
This is still okay. It still works, right? Yuumi,
I
Garen.
think it's better though.
It looks a bit better. You break wall, but the thing is, Garen will never be in the Dragon lane, and this is what I've been waiting for. The Fly Thresh. It actually was led through in game 1, but Cerberus didn't pick it up. And there was a reason why you banned Thresh against Cerberus, because locally back in the Vietnam region, Fly is the best Thresh player, and now you give them the Sinjao once more. Cerberus basically got the steal of their lives.
Well, I don't know what would PSO respond to this. They've already had a solid front line in terms of having that Garen being secured. Now they just want to find ways to either get a steal over the wall or get some huge Dragon Rage off of all these CES members who need to go up close and personal. So I still want to see what's really the damage source for PSO, because running this comp, I don't think they're ever going to go for something that will take too long to really farm up. And of course, with the NASA still being open up, I don't want to see it anymore.
Like, who is going to start the fight and who is going to stop Cerberus from initiating, right? Cerberus running the same idea as game number 1, all about hard engage. You run straight at PSO, you throw your skills at him, press your buttons, and PSO have no way to deal with you. Sure, you have the kick, you have the final chapter, and the Garen brick wall, but what is the retaliation? Persis Esports, they do not have that yet, and despite having the first pick, they still ban out the Ziggs. They put the priority on that Ashe Yuumi bot. Decent early game, but I don't think it solves the problem. CES can still run at you.
I was hoping for them to actually take or pick up the Ziggs coming up from PSO, and I'm
banned
surprised they banned it, because we do know with sort of projectile definitely will be reflected by Sinjao, but this is just brutal.
Bring it on.
That's it. Bottom lane is done. Bottom lane is officially done. And we get the Twisted Fate. That's something that we have been discussing on broadcast, that Cerberus Esports, if they run their Twisted Fate, it is basically a game where they run circles around Persis Esports, and this Twisted Fate basically gives them not just map presence, but it also amplifies that draft. Now they can reliably run at PSO, it forces this Galio pick because Persis needs some way to have that semi-global presence in case Cerberus shows up, but the Galio again doesn't solve the problem for them.
It's just It's just PSO reacting by having another global presence of their own. But essentially, what Cerberus wants to do, they're gonna be looking for a deity in the form of Dewa over the bottom lane. What could the Ashe do? You surely have a Yuumi that will follow you, but only ever so slightly. When you have everyone throwing their ults at you, any member of CES, they're just here to dive and get the money rolling for this Draven pickup. I'm excited for CES.
I mean, BMM is ready to just throw red cards at PSO and send them off the field.
For the football team. There
Yeah,
you
right.
go.
They are the referee. Yeah, they just beep, beep, you're off. You know, red card out. It's looking really tough because PSO, they don't have a way to kind of like disengage. They have a brick wall, but that's pretty much it, right?
Is the gold card the ticket to Icons?
It could be.
It
First
could be.
step, the first step to Icons, yeah, I agree. I mean, Cerberus, hard engage comp, global presence, strong lanes. PSO on the other side, very passive, very reactive draft. They're playing to not lose, but what is their win condition? There actually isn't much out there.
I mean, like, this is brutal coming out Cerberus. They definitely would die straight head on before even the 1 minute mark, possibly, because right now we're heading back to our human made casters. Take it away.
The ball is rolling in our series between Cerberus and PSO, with Cerberus taking the 1-game lead. And what are we looking at here, Omo?
It's a bit of a
kerfuffle?
standoff, isn't it? It's
No,
not a
no
kerfuffle.
kerfuffle.
It's a potential one. Look at Genza, look at Fly, they're aware of this.
Very interesting. I mean, we see what happens here. Cerberus decides to go for the Draven, and the Thresher is an aggressive lane if I've ever seen one.
It definitely is, and when you're playing against something like an Ashe, Yuumi, you want this, you need this. Look at where Henry and Diwa are positioning here. They're just gonna throw a set of spells and back off. Yeah, there we go. Where's the volley? There we go. And then just back away.
You're such a backseat gamer, Omo.
I mean, it's you gotta do it, right? I'm just surprised it took them so long. They should have just used one combo and walked away, but what do I know, right? I'm
Yeah,
just
they had it.
min-maxing
They had time. Oh, you're min-maxing it.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. So you get a shorter cooldown to volley again, so you can use it again, right?
Exactly.
Oh, more
Thank you,
damage.
Brandon.
Oh my goodness. It's so easy to play Wild Rift. All you have to do is say what they should have done. Actually, just win. You know?
Just win.
Let's talk a little bit about this bot side matchup.
That's what I want to
This
talk
is
about.
interesting to me. The fact that Genza has gone for the Draven here, and the fact that we have Harry again in the bot side.
We've talked about this, right? We said that Genza is one of the best Dragon laners in all of Vietnam. He's experienced, he's been around the block for a while, he's got good mechanics. You know what Draven Trash is going to do. They're going to get Rainfire, and we're going to get some Deja Vu.
Really going to make this happen again. That's the Death Sentence starting this off. Fly misses the chance to use the Flay. But a bot side though. Flash away from Cholet. Means he gets the lift for now, but BMM has the gold card ready. Flash comes in. A very nice double taunt. They had to pick up the lantern, but first blood over to PSO to open up this game. Now response comes through. Cholet comes in. Beautiful smite to keep them alive. And watches D1 gets to walk away. It looks so good from PSO. 4 kills to start
It's
this one
deja
out.
vu, isn't it? This is exactly what happened in the BRU 7-9 series. You get aggressive, you make a mistake, and these early fights could go either way. They get punished by PSO. Now 4-0 up. Draven has died once already. It's not a good start here for CES, and this is exactly what PSO need. Exactly like what I said in the 7-9 BRU series. If there was ever a chance to win, this is it.
Oh,
the opportunity has been
goodness.
gifted to you. Yeah, split target calling right there from CES. They were all hitting a different person, and Yuumi just does Yuumi things, keeps them alive. Draven can't cash in, can't get the kill completion.
I mean, Sully also managed to get the smite on the Scuttle Crab
Yeah,
to heal
that
him
helped.
back up. Like, that was quite fortunate. The Scuttle Crab was that nearby. If it had pathed a different direction.
It was all
maybe-
calculated, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
They knew the timing. You know, when
Just
you
like
have
you
to-
min-max volley, they were min-maxing the Scuttle Crab.
When you apply for a pro team, they ask you at 2 minutes and 37 seconds in the game, which side of the river will Scarlet Crab be on? And then you have to answer that. This is why you're not on a pro team, Brett.
Bot side.
All right, let's move on to the next
Wait,
topic.
no, hang on. That's a trick question. Because at 2 minute 30, if the Scuttle Crab isn't cleared by your jugglers, then you're doing something wrong.
Good answer. Okay, what about at 1 minute 27? Come on, Grandin. It's very obvious. You don't know the answer to this?
It's not spawned?
All right, pretty even trading across the board. This game is going to look a little bit more exciting. We'll see if it actually plays out that way, because once first spawns comes in, that's when things really get to change up. That's when things really get to shape up. Sam 9 in their series against Bururam, that's exactly where they solidified their lead, where they kept it going before the unfortunate eventual Baron throw. This time around, let's see if the same situation happens here for PSO, because I feel like CS, oh, that hook, brushed the tip of his tongue there.
but they go for the engage either
Well,
way.
doesn't
Harry
matter, huh?
takes a lot of damage to start this one off, and with the Whirling Death finishes off the kill. Genza gets traded back though.
That's so sad. Genza doesn't get to cash in, dies again. Adoration stack's just gonna be dropping down lower and lower.
Well, either way, he still is going to get some value out of this. It won't scale him up as quickly, but he still does a decent amount of damage. Now I'll talk a little bit about Taku's set here, right? Taku has done an amazing job with the set before. When they've had to switch it around, allow Flying to play for the set, I felt like the impact wasn't as great.
It was Genza playing the set, remember?
Oh,
'Cause Fly would
Genza
play
was
the
playing,
center,
and then
yeah.
Fly would play the center. I love it when they've allowed Taku back on this
Yes.
champion. He's going to get to do so much work. His engages
boy.
were so good, but that doesn't mean anything if his team gets caught out before the fight starts.
Look at the damage of the Yumi-empowered Youmuu's Ghostblade Lee Sin. Really just chunking Fly down to a sliver of health before the fight even starts. They're keeping the Dragon leash. Do they want to do it or not? Seems like no. They want to camp for Genza.
They're going to walk down to the bottom side here.
But they need
Genza is
to
gonna
do
be
something. I feel
nearby.
like with the lead that they have, they shouldn't be this safe.
Yeah, this is a little interesting. The fact that they've chosen not to go for anything. And this time around, we actually see Henry jump onto Sholei very early on.
Which is good. It's what he should do.
A different call from what happened last game where Sholei did not receive the support from the Yumi. It was on Dewa for the... well, not Dewa, but on Harry for the most part.
What's interesting in this game, Grandin, is despite the fact that PSO has a 5-1 kill score lead, they only have an 800 gold lead here. CES, they're keeping things really close.
And it's their ability
Nice
to
try
keep
from
that
Fly.
goal close here that's going to give them that chance to make a play again. I think PSO kind of sensed that as well, which is why they're not trying to make a play happen. Not yet, at least.
Not yet, at least. Well, they're going to start off the Rift Herald. The Ward spots it out. They know this one's going to be happening. But PSO, you have to start it. I feel like your comp is strong. Don't be afraid to take these fights, right?
Wait, PSO, they're going to rotate over. They want to fight for this. They don't want to give them the dragon.
They feel strong because the kill score is 5-1. Oh, that hook so close.
Look at the response, though. That's the Destiny use. Gives them vision of where they're going to be at. BMM rotates back into the mid lane. Manages to catch out where Taunts is going to be. Sholei's over by the back. You're going to see Henry come in as well.
Boy, this is a little iffy. They're all caught out right now. CES's positioning is really, really iffy. If there's a team fight that PSO could win, this is it. But they're stalling the game out for so long. And every time you stall, CES just even up the gold lead that bit more. Look at the gold lead right now. It's basically non-existent. It was like, what, 800? Now it's like 400. It's going to get less and less and less. PSO, please do something.
They're back onto the Rift Herald now. This seems to be the objective that they want, that they've locked their eyes on. But the response, once again, from Cerberus, trade dragons.
Sure, I think that's fine for Cerberus here. They know the game state's not exactly favorable for them right now. If you can trade dragons, you can even the gold up. Maybe even get a gold lead through out farming your opponents because of the way they're moving around the map. It's a little bit iffy. CES, they're going to be happy with this. But PSO, what are they going to try to do? They're going to Rift Herald top here. The gold's going to go to Lee Sin and Garen. I don't know about that one.
Forcing an engage.
Nice.
Flash away from Harry will keep him alive. But that's the response. Rift Herald used up the
Flash
top
of
side.
Diwa
And
as well, by
no
the way.
one gets to do anything. Well, Diva's down the bot side. They're trying to make a play here, trying to trade on opposite ends. Crescent Strike won't manage to block the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Means a trade kill miss for Dewa.
Yeah, that's a big arrow there. That was the thing that killed Mass, basically, because he was tanky enough not to die without the arrow. Fly gets caught in mid lane.
Okay, Taku trying to 1v1 Tots here. Rift
Fly got
Herald
caught.
looking like he might be able to make a second charge either way. And in the mid lane, Fly dies.
Yeah, this mid turret might honestly drop as well. It's one last creep, gonna be the MVP here. Let's PSO take that one down. They're keeping this game very interesting. They're doing good trades on the map this time around, pulling back up again to a 2,000 gold lead. It's gonna be PSO making a statement in this game.
Looking great from PSO, being able to fully put their weight forward.
Yeah, best foot forward here.
Yeah, press it against Cerberus. And Cerberus here trying to trade back. They want to take the leash. Well, they're trying to mitigate damage to themselves.
Well, the problem right now is this Draven is a little bit behind in gold, right? He hasn't had the chance to cash in yet. He's died twice. The Draven pick has not been too effective for Genza. But I want to point out BMM's item timings here. He's on the double item power spike for Twisted Fate. Ludens plus Rapid Fire Cannon. We've seen this before. We've seen how effective it can be. Constantly getting picks. And every time you do, you look at the team comp on the side of CES. Every time you go card someone, there's going to be a Trash follow-up. There's going to be a Xin follow-up. It's going to be extremely difficult for PSO now.
Well, Taku's going to have to
Nice
dodge
play.
away. Very nice moves. Response coming through. Destiny used as well. You see
For
4
info,
members
yeah.
moving down to the bottom, and the response coming through from Cerberus is to go top side instead. Taku's dove on the turret, and Jet the Crystal Arrow manages to land, but it's on BMM. Taku managed to trade back for one either way. They was over by the side, has Henry attached on them. Now let's look towards the top side. Redemption was
So
used by
tanky.
Tons to try and survive here. Mess is going to face off
There
against
we
him.
go.
A beautiful crit to finally cash out Genza.
The moment he cashes in, the GOAT lead swings over to the side of CES. 8 minutes in the making. This adoration stacks finally cashed in for Genza. Now he's sitting at 8k GOAT. BMM, bit of danger.
Dolphin bot side. That's a projectile chasing after the Lucian.
Prowling
Not
projectile,
the Lucian.
Grandin.
The Twisted Fate.
It's a prowling projectile, not any projectile.
Okay.
You got it?
Sure, it is a prowling projectile.
Nice. That's all. That's the point I wanted to make.
That's it.
That's the point I had.
All right, I love it. You gotta keep the semantics up, right?
You gotta learn the names of spells. That's something I've been struggling with. I've been trying my best here.
All right.
Do you know what's the name of Yumi's W, the one where she attaches to someone?
Yumi?
Yumi. Is it really you and me? Doesn't she have something called like something bop or something like that?
Yeah, isn't that like a E or something? Is that a third
Is it
spell?
really?
I'm not sure. Actually.
Oh, we're getting a kick here. Red
Nice.
card for BMM. GG.
Nice initial pick off, but follow up not there.
Yeah. If he go carded, maybe.
Probably. And we actually
Good
start to
chance.
see the second spawn start quite late this game, especially since they delayed the first pickup to like, what,
Right.
6 minutes?
Yeah, it was really, really slow. And now the GOAT lead, it's basically gone. It's even.
Whoa.
That's a nice try here from PSO, right? They wanted to read the timing of the face check, but they were a little bit off CS. They realized, you know what, there's actually nothing for us to face check here. We can just back away, and the arrow doesn't really do too much.
What does happen here is that PSO managed to clear out a lot of the jungle camps from Cerberus' side of the map. And so a little bit of tempo and economy lost on the side of Cerberus. Look at what happens here. VMM's getting soloed out. Manages to auto away in time, but D-What, this close to the solo kill.
Very, very close to the solo bolo there, but BMM, he doesn't care because he doesn't need to be strong as an individual. He goes to play together with his team, play as a team, get the gold cards down, get a couple of axes in. Now Storm Razor and Bloodthirster. Genza's going to be doing more and more damage, though. I think CS, they might be concerned with the way this game is progressing, not having enough leads. Keep in mind, last game, it's close to a perfect game from them. This time around, very different.
Dragon coming up pretty soon. Infernal is going to be quite tantalizing. Both teams want this. They're going to move into position first. Sholei's right there as well. D-Boy gets to join in with his ultimate. The question is, do they want to engage with this? Taku misses the chance with the Facebreaker.
Gonna be a very close showdown. BMM looking for a go card, just gets a bit of chip damage.
D-Boy, you can see, trying to move closer towards his team so he can get his ultimate off quicker. Tots is nearby as well. Trying to stand at the front, but he can't find an entry angle.
Yeah, we're getting some ARAM action right now. Both of these teams realize the game is teetering on a knife's edge.
Oh, mid, you coward. Come on, let's go. In the river, fight me.
Well, it looks like
5v5.
PSO, they want to start this one off, but oh no, Harry gets caught.
Committed to the fight. Henry has to flash away. The response comes through from D-Wall, but the final chapter used early doesn't find much value. Sholei drops the hourglass, goes into stay safe, crashes strike, comes
Oh, here we
across.
go.
Taku leads the charge into the enemy team, but he's silenced. He doesn't get to use a spell, but manages to get his shield back up in time. Now diving on the turret. Harry's so low on health. BMM, even with the ultimate, cannot dive though.
That was so very close there. My favorite part of that
He's
entire
teleporting. He's boarding with the
No
gold
way.
card. Moving on to Sholei the jump, but this is very aggressive. Onto 3 people. BMM
Lance's
flashes
coming, Lance's
into
coming.
the pit. Damage coming across. Burn coming across. He lives either way.
I wouldn't even say that was aggressive. I would say that he had a bit of a death wish going on
No,
there.
absolutely.
Well, Harrow's dropping very low, very fast.
They're trying to run in here. Fly manages to get the death sentence through. Flay isn't going to be enough to stop them though.
He nearly flayed Sholei out of the Warthog there, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day. That's got to be Inferno going with
That's
CS.
called safeguard.
Sorry, the safeguard there from Sholei. They're
There's
still
no
going to
war
get
to hop on. Managed to get the
You're right,
pull
Brandon.
back in. Another kill and another cash out for Genza.
That's
But the question is, can PSO trade back? Redemption used in the mid lane. Taku keeps the Draven safe. Now they start to continue the chase onto D1. Final chapter used on the opposing side. BMM
Man.
has that gold card locked and loaded, ready to use on PSO.
Henry's usage of the outs have been so out of sync.
Re-engage back onto the enemy. Taku dives
No.
in, but he gets silenced and executed by the Garen.
And Grandin, this is exactly what we saw in the Cerberus Flash Rules matchup as well, wasn't it? The set doesn't get to use his shield. He doesn't get to punch you.
I'm gonna be
because
honest.
He's constantly silenced.
Does it really matter
It does.
here
It
in
makes a
this
big
match?
difference.
They're still able to get a good value. It maybe doesn't turn out to be a massive win for Cerberus, but they've been able to get some pretty consistent wins, consistent trades, good value for his team.
The problem is when a set jumps into your entire team, he wants to pull you together,
Oh,
stun you.
okay, they got it.
He wants to stun you and then use the shield because he's been taking damage from your entire team. But Garen is so great against that because he silences you, his team chunks you, and if you get low enough, boom, the Master Injustice, he just chops you in half. That's why this Garen matchup is good into set, though it's a bit rough in the laning phase. When you get to team fights, you can have the potential to just shut down a set, which is something that we've seen time and time again.
But I mean, just the kind of the lead that Taku's had, the fact that he's been able to keep pretty...
No lead this game.
Yeah, the leads that he's been able to find before. In this situation now, Taunt is able to have that impact because he has the lead. But once that changes, things change as well. Now, a playmate happened in the bot side. Fly gets caught out. Good trade back. The damage onto D1 should finish off the gallery here. Surely Ajah tries to find at least one kill for his efforts, but BMM teleports down with the gold card. And with the flame, will trade back. It's a kill over the PSO, but 3 over the Cerberus.
And Fly is so scary on this trash. Every time he tries to predict his play, to flay Sholay out of the safeguard, out of the, what do you call it, the resonating strike. He's just on point. He knows his timings. And the problem as well is PSO, like I keep saying, they are so out of sorts. Tots wasn't there. Harry wasn't there. They don't know what they want to be doing, I think. It's just clear that this team is not on the same page right now.
The worst part is, you know, the spells are like 2-part, right? So you have like
yeah,
Sonic
that's
Wave
exactly why.
And Resonating Strike, and then you have like Safeguard and Iron Will, and you have like Crippling Strike, Tempest and Crippling Strike, and then Dragon's Rage.
There's too many spell names to keep a track of. I'm just gonna remember Dragon's Rage because that's all that matters to me.
Sure. But you've actually kind of remembered most of the spells anyway.
I'm trying my best here, Grandin.
That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. You're doing good, Obo.
Considering I have a brain the size of a pea, we're doing our best.
That doesn't do a good case for your analysis then.
No, it's just because League of Legends is such a simple game. Just be good. Just don't be
good.
bad.
Just don't do this. Don't walk
do
into
this.
the go-kart. Well, Soleil's going to buy a little bit of time with the Hourglass. Gets a dodge away
out of
here.
Dodge.
BMM wasn't able to use the go-kart in time. But you can see now, as PSO watch Cerberus get control around the Baron, they don't have ways to walk in.
And this is just going to be CES's play from now on. They're going to repeat this like clockwork. We're going to dance the Baron. You walk in, we're going to go-kart you, we're going to hook you, we're going to flay you. One by one, they will whittle away at your defenses. This is going to happen, and it's game.
Beautiful start. Catch onto Taunts. The Redemption is going to give him a little bit more health as he survives longer than he needed to. But either way, goes down, drops to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, Tots is having a hard time here. No way he should be allowed to touch that wave.
What was that rip?
I think it's timing out.
It was timing out, right?
And that's the thing. Sometimes if you're behind or if you're in a losing situation, you get the Rift Herald, it doesn't do anything. And now, Harry gets caught.
Again, go-kart.
Oh,
why would you
buy
come in
one,
here?
get one free.
Why would you come in here? It truly is a great deal for Cerberus. They weren't even able to take down Mess. He's going to go onto the Honey Fruits, pick that up for themselves.
Yeah, they won the Baron right now. You're going to see CS go start that one off. Mass is going to recall. He's going to make his way back over. Sholay is alive, so they do have to wait for Mass. There we go. TP gets picked up, so they are ready to just come in here.
Look, I respect that, though.
Look
the
at
fact that
Sholay,
he went
look
in
at
there
Sholay.
to back up his teammate. Sholay's going to try and make a play here, dodging away
Man.
onto the Rasta camp. But he has the Guardian Angel. This is surprising.
What the
Really trying to force a
hell?
play here. Genza just gets to run them down. Yuumi jumps off, flash away from the Garen, flash away from the Draven. Fly's been left alone to die, and Genza walks back into the pit, says, oh, well, things didn't go as planned, guys, but we're still going to grab the Baron, right?
Ooh, so close.
Taku tries to jump in, now gets a face breaker, pulls back onto 2, but the Dragon's Rage knocks away the set. Flash in, Taku's aggressive. He wants to fight. Fight me, he says. But he gets pushed away in the end.
And that fits the set law, doesn't it? He just wants to fight. He wants to brawl with you. And it was quite a disjointed series of events there. But basically, TPs come in, CES, they take the fight while doing the Baron. They're doing two things at once, but it doesn't matter because they're so far ahead, because they play so much better. And PSO, it's looking like it's about lights out. 3 Dragons, Baron buff here for CES.
Difference is this game, though, they weren't able to get as much tempo. The early game couldn't push out the waves as much, so PSO do have some space to still try and play from, but we can see now
Oh my
damage
God.
out from BMM. This close to a solo kill onto Diwa. The only reason he backs away is because there's 5 people moving towards him.
Good use of the Destiny's Gate, right? That's something you don't really see from a lot of Twisted Fates. BMM has consistently made it a point to use the Destiny during team fights to give himself vision, to give his teammates vision. You are playing effectively with map hacks on, and it's so effective.
Never getting flanked. And Cerberus will run down the mid lane. That's the engage coming across.
nice
A
try.
beautiful start to the fight as Mez gets taken down, but you have to take care of Genza. Surely loses health quickly to the Draven. Good damage coming back, but the exhaust makes the Draven invalid. Not useful to the fight. Pulling back in. A beautiful flash from Henry, but BMM responds with a flash of his own gold card as they pull him back. The 1-2 punch onto the Yumi. That doesn't sound too great though when I say it again.
1-2 punch on the Yumi. It's exactly what happened. They got the kill there. Death Cap, Void Staff. You got a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter when you just get punched out by a set here. Now we're going for more. Look at the damage.
So much damage from BMM. This is the tank. This is Tons. He's coming here.
He's full build. He has a Death Cap.
I mean, it's just so good from BMM right now. This single gold card puts you at 70% health. You're starting the fight. Oh. Well,
I don't know
engage
what's
coming
happening.
across. I mean, they're just under tower trying to make a play, force something out from Cerberus. But PSO, you can see there's no good response here. They just go back in the base, try to clear waves.
There's something interesting I want to touch on a bit, right? This is something that especially concerns Twisted Fate, because you look at other standard mages, they buy 1 or 2 items, then they buy Death Cap Void Staff. It's a dual combo. You get Death Cap Void Staff, you maximize your damage. Look at the Galio, they have Death Cap Void Staff. Look at the Yumi, they have Death Cap Void Staff. But Twisted Fate, because of his item build, because he's forced to go Rapid Fire Cannon, because he has to go for Lich Bane, he has to choose between Death Cap or Void Staff. And that's something where the math is actually really interesting. It comes down to the team comps you're playing against. You have to do a lot of min-maxing to determine how many rotations of spells will I get off. Then that's how you determine, do I buy Death Cap or do I buy Void Staff? But given the game state right now, given how far ahead they are, I think you always go Death Cap. And BMM, he's doing a million damage.
And you call me a nerd. Well, find Sarah out by Cerberus again. They're going to try and make a play here. You see Crescent Guard giving them so much space to play from. BMM
Look at the
gets
damage.
the gold card to run into the
Oh,
back.
the
But you have to watch out for the Twisted Fate. Hourglass comes across. They want to take down BMM. Henry still alive at this point, but Genza flashing away, gets the final arm, takes the final triple kill. The chance to make a play, but Sholey trains back for triple of his own.
That was a bit of a misplay there from CES, wasn't it? They took a 4v5, they dived into the base, they went a bit too greedy. And that's exactly the problem. Sure, Taku, he's gonna get this bot side tier 2 turret, but at what cost? Why are you giving up kills like this? The fight starts off looking good here, but you have to back off. This is the time to back off. The combo from BMM was exhausted. That was really nice timing from Henry. Good exhaust to really just minimize TF damage, because if you got one more rotation off, they might have won this fight. But because the first rotation was ineffective, that really just changed the tide of things. I love that he used an early exhaust. Too often we see people hold exhaust, the combo's already down, you're already 1 HP. What's the point of that, right? Good exhaust there from Harry. Really changed the fight, I think.
This close to seeing another auto attack from Genza.
Yeah.
But Sholey was able to finish him off before that. Now he also has his Guardian Angel. That's going to give them a little bit more breathing space, I'd say. They could try and go for a steal. They could try and make a play. They can get Dewa into the fight early with his ultimate. That's something they've been having a difficulty with. Dewas with his ultimate hasn't been able to match the same kind of tempo, the same kind of impact that BMM has.
But I think he might need a Void Staff. I honestly think at this point you drop the Morellos and you go for the Void Staff. Then the question is who's gonna buy the...
Wait,
yeah, the
that's
Yumi
not
outs, The Yumi outs have been
That's not
very
it.
off for this
BMM has his ultimate as well, so they're trying to make a play here. Gets the gold card ready to get onto the Ashe first. Engage comes across, teleport out from PSO, but it's too late. Facebreaker over by the back, finishes off Henry. Henry's dead as well. Dewa tries to jump back in. Again, it's too late. There's no impact made here. A second triple kill for Genza.
I love that they're from Cerberus. The moment the gold card lands, they all know what they need to do. Set flies in, Draven's Whirling Death flies in. PSO, you get a lead in the early game. You beat us at a dragon fight, but it doesn't matter.
Knocked around, left, right, center. Cerberus Esports will pick up game 2 against Persis.
And not as dominant this time around. I'm glad to see Persis. At least they tried to punch back. At least they won some fights. At least they made it competitive. But at the end of the day, CES, they just look too good. They draft a feast of fan and min team comp. They fall behind, but they don't go into famine. They're still feasting. They're good to go. The Draven cashes in. He turns the game around. And the unsung MVP of that game for me was BMM. He was the one silently getting the picks off, getting the kills off, pressuring the map, farming up a storm.
I don't know how unsung he can be when
you didn't say anything
we
about
were
him.
saying his name like a lot. Like, I was literally watching BMM run around with his gold card and go, no, you don't get to move, you don't get to move, and then throw out his wild cards, like half the HP is gone.
It's not the most stellar Twisted Fate performance we've seen, but it's something I want to keep in mind. Keep in mind that TF is only played in very niche scenarios, right? I'm pretty sure he still has a 100% win rate.
This is the same region that plays Aurelion Soul.
Sure. But the Aurelion Soul has a 0% win rate. The TF, I think, has a 100% win rate in like 4 or 5 games. We'll need to double check that stat here. But if that's the case, then, well, you know, this TF might just be still sleeper OP in the right scenarios.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that it's able to have that map presence, like you mentioned, it gives you map hacks effectively if you know how to use it well, right? Having information on where your opponents
Pick
are.
potential, the damage, the gold from your stack deck passive. We even got everything going for you.
Here's the thing, we saw something that we saw from BMM that we don't see from Twisted Fates generally,
What
is that his ability to use it to also disengage once he starts to see people rotating towards it. Even if
he did that once, Brandon.
Even if it means he doesn't get to have a kill, he'll still use it.
He did that once, and it's because they were stomping the game. He wouldn't do that in the real game.
I genuinely remember
ask
more
him
than
during
one.
the interview later. Why
All
don't
right,
you?
fine.
This guy, man, this is planned for a reason. Seriously. Okay, jokes aside, what are we gonna do now, Brendan?
I'm gonna toss it over the panel because I'm going to do something to let her after we go cut the camera
Help
away
me.
from us. So let's send it back on to Choo Choo and the rest to break down game number 2.
Do something. Do something. They said, what are they doing? But hey, that is another SmackDown coming out from Cerberus Esports versus PSO, who's PSO right now at the brink of being dropped out here, being relegated and gone in the entire tournament. You guys, but PSO did really have a good fight, so.
Indeed, and I really do like that sort of adaptation that they brought in for a front-to-back composition.
Oh, I got your emotes.
And we absolutely love that game.
I love this game.
They're being a lot more proactive, and that early skirmish got them so much lead. I kind of wish they converted to something special.
What's with the clap? Now explain to us, what's with the clap?
Okay, so they fixed a few issues from the bot lane.
Put on the clapping!
Okay,
You
okay,
keep on
here we go.
wavering around.
So they fixed a few issues, right? Like, we want to see more proactivity coming in from Cholet. He's done that throughout the course of the game. Sure, the only issue right now is that synergy or the sync in team fights is not really showing, right? Like, you see the Galio coming in a little late to the fights where the guy's already picked off and he walks into another 4 guys. So other than that, the Ashe building in a Proto Belt when you're facing against a Twisted Fate that is looking to hunt you out, it's best to have that QSS than the Proto Belt.
Yeah, and you know the one thing that could go wrong for Cerberus early on went wrong. That's how Persis Esports got a lot more leeway to work with. They were able to play around the map a bit more. I was, looking at Chole's item build. I'm like, why do you need to go for the Divine Sundra? Full damage Lee Sin, but thankfully this time he has the support of Henry, so he can afford to go for those moves. And he has the backup of Dewa and Toss as well. At least there is some follow-up from PSO, which was exactly what we wanted to see. You have Cholet making those moves. He just needs his team to be with him. And in this game, it really showed. They put CS on the back foot early on, but CS played a very good macro game. They were able to slow it down, and eventually, when Gensa starts cashing out, they cash out the game.
44,000 damage output coming from just Genza alone, enough to add up between Sole and also possibly Dewa in this state. So we saw, you mentioned about that Divine Judgment. That Divine Judgment is not suitable for Lethal. He should have gone.
You
saw how he
still don't
almost
think-
got a penta just now.
Wow, that one's Draven, right? Draven doesn't build Sundra for sure, but I still don't think Divine Sundra is an item you want to necessarily build on Lee Sin. Like we see Yomus, we see Black Cleaver, but you can go for those two and go into tank items, right? Again, your Sterox, your Death Dance, your GA, your Randuins, they do a lot more than going for the Divine Sundra. Realistically, how many times are you going to auto-attack your enemies, right? As the game progresses, you are going to transform into an engaged bot. You jump in, you get a kickoff, you Zhonya's, buy time, that's it. You're not going to stick onto anyone and just keep hitting them with your bare fist.
I felt like it was just a little bit of band-aid to the situation where they drafted a composition that lacks that burstiness and what you could possibly do with Lee Sin and just convert it into someone that could possibly blow a member off of Cerberus Esports. But BMM, though, as the casters highlighted, he's been able to use his destiny in great moments to not only split push, but to also evade all the sort of danger that could have actually gotten himself caught out. So there are times that he could also go for a pickoff if he greeted a little bit more, and he didn't. So great discipline. We see BMM contributing a whole lot more of those picks, and he definitely saved it for Cerberus Esports because you saw what happened down bot. That Draven didn't really have the best time.
You get a yellow card, you get a golden card, everybody got a yellow card everywhere coming up from BMM. It seems like he never runs out from that yellow card at all. And definitely we saw the Destiny also being used when he's trying to escape It's just so hard when the Gale tried to fight him one-on-one, almost won that fight. But hey, BMN calculated everything precisely perfect.
You know what this actually means from the side of Cerberus? They're not only one game away from knocking out Persis Esports from this competition, but it was actually a sign with the Twisted Fate pick, because if we go back to League of Legends PC, there's actually a red card Twisted Fate skin. Twisted Fate is effectively a referee. He just pulls out the cards, is throwing it at Persis. Is like Harry off the court. Harry, watch out! You have one foul, and everyone else.
Bring up the VAR. You don't get a goal.
You don't get a goal. just get out. And I agree. With the casters, Brandon and Omo, they put it perfectly. This was a closer game for Persis Esports, but end of the day, they just could not cross the finishing line.
Yeah, I want to get into that. The fact they got themselves quite a good momentum. They set the tone quite good when it comes to early game of the phase itself, but it's just they didn't know what to do with it. They just don't know what's next.
Yeah, I guess that they were managing a few things right in terms of having to punish members of Cerberus for their overaggression in that early game. They've been able to do that as we go into the highlights. They were all clumped up, and I think that they were in that pole position because when you have an Ashe, you permanently slow them all together, and they were all stuck on that corner. Nothing much that Cerberus could have actually got done right there.
Yeah, and it was a slow start for Genza, right? He died 2 times, didn't get to cash out until very much later on. But we do see something from Persis that perhaps needs a bit of fine-tuning. That was what Omo pointed out, I think like 7 to 8 minutes into the game, where they have a decent lead. They were getting those early kills, but they were not actively converting it into a bigger advantage. We see them do this push and pull around the Rift Herald and the Dragon Pit. They start the Rift Herald, they see Cerberus show up at the Ocean Drake, and they were like, yeah, we want to fight the Ocean Drake, but no fight happened. They walk back to the Rift Herald, and that was just time bought for Cerberus.
I feel like right now for the side of PSO, they can only have one thing at a time. They can. The first game we saw, they want to go for map control. We tried to take objective and turret, but second game is all about fight, fight, fight. They can't balance those things out.
Yeah, I guess that there was a lot going on. For me, it's all about knowing when and where you take that fight than to just randomly pop an ult and just hope for the best, because that's happening throughout the course of the past 2 games that we've seen. Now this time from Harry himself, those heroes entrants, yeah, a few did land. The rest was just not only an absolute whiff, it got him into a hot soup, and on top of that.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about PSO being on the back foot in the series, but the silver lining is that I want to give them credits. We saw lesser panic button pushes, right? There were lesser.
There were still some.
There were some. I'm not going to deny that. It's a habit that is hard to kick, but at least we saw lesser final chapters to clear wave. There were some reactive heroes
Just
entrance.
hold it back a little bit more.
Yeah, but
Yumi is not the hardest support champion in the game.
Oh, wow.
Well, you're not the toughest, well, not the tankiest, not the most durable. But hey, I mean, to be fair, if I have a Death Cap, Luna's Echo, and Voice Staff on my Yumi, I would push that button.
Yeah, to be
I
fair,
would burst you.
he did so much better. He got all the items that he needed. He dished out a lot of damage, and
But the thing is, every
frankly,
time he pushed that button, he hits nobody. That's the problem.
Yeah, you just really have to have the rest of Cerberus to be fighting in a position which is a choke point. That's where you could be able to actually get majority of the members. But most often than not, see what Cerberus does. Pull them over the side lane, pull them into an open area of play, and you just got to run around with it. And Ashe, she is able to hold her own, but can she really chase though as compared to all the other marksmen? And I think that is another issue of its own.
And this is where we come full circle, right? Like what the casters also pointed out towards the end, BMM is the star of the show. We saw his stats just now. What, 17 KD, 16,000 damage per minute. Well, 1,600 damage per minute, but his side lane presence was what allowed Cerberus to drag out the game. It's constantly pushing waves, it's constantly getting those pickoffs with the rapid fire cannon and gold card. So it really caused some problems for PSO because they don't have a way to run straight into Cerberus. They're relying a lot on Sholei using their Lee Sin to get in, get a kickoff before they start the fight. And to be fair, most fights were started by Cerberus.
I have to agree. And most fights, like we mentioned in the previous games, are like the three-headed dog chasing over the footballers. And it happened again in second match. Now, the thing is, do they shut BMM? Because we do know Fly is very proactive as well when it comes to going for ganks and trying to chase down the opponents and try to do the pick-off. So it's either they shut down BMM or Fly here.
I mean, Persis, they now get first pick, right? They get first priority, so it should change up a bit on who they prioritize. In both games, Senna was banned out because that was what PSO would default back to as their failsafe if all their plans go south. So in this case, I'm looking at Cerberus themselves, whether they think that Senna is going to be a big problem, and if it's not, Persis will have two choices, the Karma or the Senna opening. But from what we have seen, it feels like Persis probably will go towards the Senna a bit more.
It could also be the Yuumi, and Cerberus would gladly give it to them if this is going to be the case of the past 2 games where he hasn't been able to really show the best performance on top of it. But now with all the bans, the only change that we're seeing here is that they give a little bit more priority onto the set. That also leaves a few more options open.
Yeah, in this case, we see both the Yuumi and the Senna open, and of course, Persis, you will want to take the Senna away, which means that Cerberus can easily take that Yuumi Sinjao, which could be a very decent combo, right? The Olaf is no longer in the spotlight because Cerberus has not been prioritizing that. But at the same time, you can also go for the Gragas, which gives Cerberus a lot more breathing room to decide where they want to place this Gragas. The Corki is a pick that I actually didn't expect from Cerberus this early on, but again, it is a safe pick that allows Cerberus to play around with that draft a bit more.
We've seen BMM doing pretty well on his Corki game, so we would expect this Corki to go up mid. If they really want to flex it, it's still very possible. Now, with the Gragas, who could possibly go into the support role, now that you have Senna, who's not really a champion that has the best of mobilities, sure, you can hide in the shroud for a little bit. So if you pick another marksman that's going to be slow, Cerberus, they could find ways to really pick them off really hard.
Yeah, it's a deny pick, right? You take the Gragas away, so no Senna Gragas, which means that Persis Esports have to consider either the Galio or the Nasus. But in this case, you know, they have the Galio picked up. It gives them some leeway to consider, but this is where the Sinjao comes out once more from Cerberus. 3 games in a row. For Mess, he has been doing a fantastic job in the jungle, starting engages, just making sure that he always leads the charge into the fight. So far, I think Persis haven't really found a solution for the Sinjao in a fully. The Lee Sin is kind of a band-aid, but with this draft, I don't think you want to default back to that. So Cerberus just starts banning out those hyper carry junglers.
Yeah, and it will take a while before Persis Esports get into that late game stage where this Senna is going to be able to get all the stacks up. So they still need somebody who could do primary damage, where we saw Gallo's not really the best option when you have now 2 really solid frontliners from Cerberus Esports that could easily burst him up if ever the case he goes for the full AP build. But we see from the bans, more junglers removed, and this time without the Darius as well. It's going to be interesting as we are still seeing the Nami, so this could be the Gragas going into mid lane instead.
I was hoping a Varus would be in here somewhere, definitely banned out by the side of PSO. Now it's down to PSO to actually who will be the AD carry. And definitely Lucian is still in the pool if they want to. It's one of the best right now.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Lucian, right? You can say the same for Cerberus if they want to be ambitious and put Taku on Gragas. But no, for Persis, they take the Kazakhs, probably one of the few remaining junglers that is still high up in the priority list. The problem is right now, who do you want to pick for this last one? I personally think they should pick a more active mid laner, Twisted Fate, Diana, Zed, someone that could have an impact that allows them to not only run around the map, but also gives them sufficient damage to take the fight onto CES. Because if they put this Galio mid and they pick a Nasus right now, I'm going to be very upset. But thankfully, they take the Twisted Fate, they steal the referee for themselves. Hopefully, this will change their fate a bit more.
All right, it starts to make a little bit more sense with all the global pressure. So PSO, they can play around the map a little bit more. We expected this solution to come in as the last pick being left available. So we can still see the same team for both PSO as well as Cerberus. So long as they start to fight, they get those quick picks and get out of there, they should be able to stack those numbers up. But Persis Esports, I want to see how Sholei performs on this Kazakhs, because it's not going to be easy for him to get those in and out sort of fights, but thankfully with the Galio's help, they could still play this front to back and still have a little bit more side lane pressure with
I don't know about this draft coming out from PSO. It's not well-rounded as CES when it comes to early, mid to late game scaling. So late game, if Dead Dragon is out PSO, wouldn't they have a bit of a problem?
I think that
not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? There is some scaling for Persis, but overall, I feel like Cerberus just out-damaged them when the game goes late. But in this case, I want to reinforce what Contra just mentioned. Cholet has a lot of weight on his shoulder, but thankfully he does have Galio and Twisted Fate with that global presence to support him. Now it's all about getting Cholet ahead early on.
We'll see if we go to a game 4 if that's the case. And Cerberus Esports, I think this is a very stable comp. Nothing should go wrong.
Very aggressive comp.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the last chance coming out from the side of PSO, of Persis Esports, if they want to get into the icons. Can they drag it out? We do have, definitely Cerberus, have almost at the end of a tunnel, the light that they've been waiting for. Almost getting into the light right now, but not the other side of the light, they're still in the living. But hey, Cerberus, then it feels like they will actually have it. Last take, guys, who do you think going to win this one?
I kind of want to see game 4 how it goes, if it's going to get better and better for Persis Esports. What say you?
I'm not going back, I had my drawing, I planned everything out, Cerberus still will win this 3-0. They're at a stage where they've tested out game 1, run at Persis, worked out. Game 2, run at Persis, worked out. Game 3, just run at Persis a bit more. We actually saw Taku on that Xin Zhao, so if this is a Xin Zhao Baron lane, I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we haven't seen a lot of Xin Zhao Baron lane, by the way.
We haven't seen any Xin Zhao Baron lane.
That's true. This might be it.
If that's the case, right? Unless they roll
It's
swap.
one of the most annoying Baron laners you can actually deal with, because this guy just charges at you, dishes all the damage in the world, presses second knight if he has one. He can burn you out, but I'm not really the biggest fan, though.
Yeah, well, on paper, he's not the best, but think in Cerberus' shoes, right? They feel so good. We're winning
Just
games.
split steady with the Gragas on to Baron lane. It won't go wrong against the Garen unless you just want.
It's a skill check. We talked about it during the pre-show where one of the advantages that Cerberus has is that they have strong individual lanes, and this is the best chance for them to show that, right? They ran the Corki, Lucian, Nami. Now they have a Xin Zhao Gragas. They have a lot of disengage, but they also have a lot of way to just run at your face and take you out, and that's something that kind of loops all the way back to needing to get Cholet ahead, because he's the bulk of the damage. Senna is going to take a while. Galio's going to take a while as well.
Let's get into either it's going to be the last one or not. Casters, take it away.
Game 3 between Persis and Cerberus starts here and now. And Cerberus, they get that chance in the lower brackets to keep things going. Persis, this is that final chance. This is the last moment for them to start pulling things back.
Just a bit of a bug in it. They just didn't trade positions, I guess. That's all it was. We were expecting something a bit fancy. Tis. Get a fine for that one. But yeah, we were expecting something a little bit fancier, but unfortunately not going to happen. CES just so aggressive in the bot lane, knowing their strengths, identifying their strengths, and playing to it, granted.
Come on, you gotta give Genza the Lucian Nami matchup? That's not looking good for you guys.
That hurts, man. I love this because 2 reasons, right? 1, obviously you're poking them out. 2, you're not even letting them get near the wave. They're not getting EXP. They're not allowed to touch the wave. This is just really good stuff from CES.
They're genuinely not. Henry
this is amazing. I love this.
Henry did not get EXP there. He did not get EXP off the first 2 creeps. Harry narrowly did, but you see this difference starting to accumulate.
Brilliant. You're doing exactly what you need to do. I think you can min-max it a little bit more on the side of Fly. If you're a bit more experienced with Nami, you can walk closer, start the W on yourself, let it bounce to them, so you get both procs of the heal and the damage. He's been a bit lackluster in that front. He's been not getting both procs of it off.
Sure, but genuinely, you would not expect to be able to get that. You can see now Cholet appear
Surely
in the
they
bottom
know
side.
that this is water.
They
like,
have
it's so obvious.
They have the vision of this.
It's so obvious that this is water.
It's so telegraphed.
Well,
he's going to be here either way. He's actually still going to stick.
Genza's doing a good job at baiting.
Just dumps right in, gets taunted. I don't think that was a bait. Genza genuinely thought he was able to survive that. Engage comes through again from CES. When it becomes lightning, Audacious Charge sets them up to begin with. Very nice sidestep from BMM, but the phosphorus bomb necessary to finish off the kill. Auto attacks will not cut it. And so BMM comes down only to equalize 1-for-1.
I think it was a bait from Genza, but Henry played that so well. That was frame perfect there from Henry. The W flash angle. Really good stuff from him to set up the entire play.
So at least something back for PSO. The
Yeah.
start to this game, a highly aggressive one. Look at what happens here. Genza's gone to the mid lane, matched by Harry.
It doesn't matter, right? Double marksman, you have the flexibility. I think they're just going to shove out the waves and they're going to come back, trade the lanes back. BMM, he's going to be fine. I think it's no mana to Valkyrie, but he's going to be A-okay.
The question is whether Mass is looking for a play in the bot side again. There's one creep. I don't think that's enough to set up a dive.
Definitely. We're going to see the lanes get swapped back. I want to see Genza back together with Fly. I want to see them be dominant. I want to see them bully out Harry and Henry here.
Doesn't seem to be the case. Genza's gone back
With
to the
double
mid lane
H.
again.
Harry and Henry.
No, he walks back. He walks back
No, no, no.
eventually.
Genza's coming, yeah.
All things go back to the beginning.
Everything in its right place.
Everything's
Genza
back in its rightful
is-
place.
Genza's going to be pretty dominant in this lane. I mean, what else is there to really say? We're going to have to wait and see as the game plays out, but I want to see Genza and Fly keep pressuring this lane out.
I mean, we've seen it 3 different games. Surely played 3 different types of junglers.
Yep.
But the common recurring trend with all of them is that he's trying to be proactive here, right? He's gone away from the grays.
Well, his Olaf game was not very proactive.
Sure, but the intention is to be proactive, right? And this is a big
Good
departure
spacing. Wow, Genza.
away from what we've seen from them before with the grays pickup. I mean, bot side is
My
just
goodness!
devastating. Ignite onto Henry will finish its
Brilliant.
final
So
tick
good.
for the kill.
So good. They're just playing so well. Genza and Fly, it's nothing flashy, it's nothing spectacular, but they're playing good, solid Wild Rift here. They know exactly their strengths, they know their timings, they know their trading patterns, and this is just so clean from them. I love it.
Surely here the match, but the question is, are they able to respond with
Yeah,
this?
what are you
That's
gonna
going to be
do
the
here?
engage coming in. They managed to get the first taunt off. That's going to do quite well for
I
them
guess
as they
that.
are looking to finish off Mez. No good response available for Cerberus, even with BMM rotating bot.
Yeah, Mess had to use his out a bit earlier. The fact that he gets taunted up and he hits his opponent means that he gets turret aggro, and that really just changes everything there. But still, CES are winning, right? CES are hit on the play. PSO, they're forced to respond here.
Objectives coming up, the first spawn. Reset out from Cerberus. They're going to be slightly delayed with Genza having to recall a little bit later. But I don't think PSO has set themselves up in position to grab either objective. Look at the line of vision available for CES.
Yeah, CES, they've got full control. No real concern here. With the package in their pockets, with the Howlbreaker on the Corki, I think they will just control the entire top side here. Leave Taku to go off and be weak side. You can decide which side of the map you want to play. You have a lot of forms of objective contest here. CES, if they take a fight in the river, the explosive cost, the tidal wave, we're seeing some action.
They're actually trying to make a play. Surely's going to get caught out. Mez ends up using his dash,
They
but
used the
used it onto
scuttle,
the dragon instead.
Yeah, losing the scuttle is going to be a bit unfortunate. It's not the end of the world. CES can still contest, but I think you just swap it around here. Either
Yeah, man,
you
with the
wait
Howlbreaker.
Corki, yeah, or you start the Herald. I think starting the Herald is probably the better play here.
Should be able to finish this one quite
Yeah, no
quickly.
issue.
Genza's going to come in as well.
And you look at the map right now, right? You look at what Taku's doing. He knows that if we start the Herald, you guys will start the Dragon. You guys will try to trade the Dragon. Taku's waiting there, looking for an opportunity to try to stall that one, stop that one. And they're not going to be able to get it, I think.
They're going to rotate over. Dragon
Yeah, this
drops
is just
down
so good. Full
to
control.
half, but still very slow on the side. Persis now ripped out using the mid lane. They're trying to get some tempo here.
Yeah, full control from CES yet again. And Todd is playing the Garen, but once again, he's not rotating. He's split pushing. He's farming. He's having the time of his life.
My goodness.
At this point, just buy Hellbreaker, surely.
Sure. I mean, grab the Howlbreaker.
I mean, he does this every game.
Should give them some decent value. The question is, I think BMM should be able to respond quite well. I think there is a point where Todd is just going to be able to run down the Corki.
Nah, he can't. Unless they break the turret, right? You need to break the turret.
If they manage to break down the turret, there comes a point in the long lane, extended lane, right?
Yeah.
But that's a long way to go.
Exactly, yeah. It's a long times off. Gold lead is actually pretty even despite the fact that Herald was picked up for CES, so they weren't able to get anything too impactful out of that one. Mid lane is pretty low, so they will be able to just look for opportunities there as the game progresses. I think we see some trading in the mid lane, but nothing too significant. We're waiting for the dragon fight yet again. It's very delayed. It's very stalled. PSO, they've been so afraid to commit, and CES, they know they are in no rush, but they're going to start this one off.
I mean, pretty good teamfight potential from PSO, so Cerberus making the right call to be a little bit cautious about this, but PSO have walked in onto Cerberus. They expected to be able to fight against this. They thought with Dewa, they were going to be able to trade back. And they do lose Harry here, but they get position around the dragon.
So the trade right now as it stands, you're going to get a kill, you're going to get mid turret, you're going to get top turret, but you lose the Inferno Dragon. PSO, I don't know if they're happy with this one because they lose a lot on the map, but still, an Inferno's an Inferno, right? You get some scaling options here. You have the Kha'Zix, Galio, TF. well, maybe not the TF, but you have the Kha'Zix, Galio, Senna scaling up. You have some options as the game progresses. It's not the end of the world just yet. But if I was Cerberus, I'll be very happy with what we picked up there.
I mean, the argument, I guess, can be made to say that less so about grabbing the Inferno Drake, it's about not giving it over to Cerberus, even if they end up losing the turrets. You know, that's something they can trade back eventually with Grid Macro. And with the power of the Kha'Zix around these neutral objectives, you know, there is a case to be made about trading for those instead. But Cerberus now, with very good macro as well, are going to find themselves a third turret going into just 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Entire outer layer has been cracked here by Cerberus. That's all.
That's it.
That's it. What else is there to say, right? Package is up, but they're not going to pick that one up until the next objective spawn. Would you call that the second spawns?
Sure.
Okay, the second spawns then. Once the Rift Herald is up, is likely when he's going to go for the package. That's the timing window now for CES.
And I think looking at how CS are going about it right now, you know, they have some issues trying to finish off the turrets despite having the double marksman. Partly because BMM is often a side lane, right? So BMM is going to be dealing with his own thing. So we see Genza being the one to have to focus down the turrets, but he doesn't really have that kind of range. He's more focused on doing damage with spells.
Oh, look at this on the wall timing there from BMM.
He was running after with the gold card. Surely wants to try and equalize this fight. We can start to see now here BMM, he has a turret right there, so he just has to go for the Valkyrie. Even slowed by the Vorpal Spikes, doesn't stop him from getting away. That's a blue card out. Phosphorus Bomb.
My goodness, 2v1 and he's out trading them.
He's kiting them for free.
Playing them here, yeah, it's just full control from CES yet again. It's the same as game 1.
Here we go, Engage comes across. Harry tries to trade back. Very nice taunt. Justice Punch locked up. Managed to get the knockback onto Mess. Here we go, Engage out from Sholey. Exhaust used as well.
God.
Beautiful damage onto BMM, but he cannot finish off this kill. Redemption going to be used, keeps the Corki topped up. Re-engage looking like Genza's going to lead it.
The early exhaust on Genza. They pumped that one real early, and BMM, he's been playing with, well, what's the phrase here? He's been dancing with danger, I guess. He's
playing
been
with fire.
So close, playing with fire, so very close to just getting Go-Karted taken down every single time, but he's playing on the knife's edge because he knows he can.
And Taku wasn't really in that fight, right?
Yeah, package is coming, by the way. Yeah,
So
Taku hasn't been.
Yeah, so now we get to finally see Taku along with the rest of his team. Package has been picked up. This gives them the chance to stop the Rift Herald.
2 items on Lucian as well. He's extremely strong.
PSO need to try and make a play here, force something, and there we go. The first ultimate going to be used. The Destiny gives them information of where Cerberus are going to be at. They start playing towards that eye brush.
Yeah,
Really trying to stay close to lane.
Wait this one out. It's out. Destiny's is down. Look at this.
Wow, look at this aggressive move. They managed to get the Alpha Prison as well. The kill onto Henry starts the fight off Cerberus. Find 2 early pickups.
So good there from Genza, right? What else can I say? The Storm Razor, Power Spike. He knows he can dash it. He knows he can be aggressive. Gets the kill, and the best part is you kill D1
That's crazy.
Henry. I mean, this is exactly what Genza does, right? He's one of the best Dragon Laners here for a reason. I love his aggression. I love the way his teammates back him up, the trust he has in them, and the trust they have in him.
That was a taunt waiting to happen. That was a Justice Punch waiting to happen.
He's been spacing them the whole game.
And he's just at the edge. You know,
he has flash. He knows he has flash.
He knows he can outplay that, out-combo that. Doesn't even have to.
Ignite to stop the base. It's just kind of brutal, isn't it?
He's mad. Burning.
I mean,
burning with passion.
Good play there from Tots. I think if the game state is as it is right now, I would have done the same. Honestly, just send a bit of a message. You're not going to get away with it this time, you meddling kids.
Let's take a look at how that one goes again. You can just see spaced at the edge there. That's also partly because of the support from Fly.
Exactly, right? Like I said, he trusts his teammates trust him. Nami speed buffs you. You slow them with Storm Razor and the Nami E-proc. Have a great time, really. Genza and Fly. I love that they're really one of the only bot lane duos, the Dragon lane duos, that are willing to play things like Lucian Nami. And they really make it work. They really make it look good, too.
Yeah, so do manage to find a couple of targets for themselves off in the side lanes. Diwa is going to go for the more AP-centric build. We've seen a couple of variations on what you want to build with Twisted Fate. And he was saying about a 100% win rate of Twisted Fate, right?
I think so, yeah.
So
well, okay, I guess not anymore. Good point there. Hey, this game's not over just yet.
Absolutely not over.
It might as well
could
be,
continue that statistic.
Sure, I hope so, for the sake of Twisted Fate. But the way that things are looking right now, the way things have been looking this entire series, yeah, look at the way they use this Lucian Nami combo.
Beautiful calling used, even as Taunt tries to flash away, the Relentless Pursuit gets him just narrowly out of range.
So could you tell me what the point of the Destiny there was?
Yeah, it's to give them vision.
Off
the enemy.
Good point. That's fair.
Yes, absolutely. That is what that spell does. And that is exactly what Diwa wanted to do.
Well, Dragon is taken down by CES. They do have the Mountain Shield, and look at the team come up PSO. They already have the issues doing damage. They're low on damage. With the extra Mountain Shield, they might have trouble finishing off kills, as if they didn't already, right? Rutero gets popped here. CES, I wish they had the culling for this, because that would have been a great combo, but it doesn't really matter. I think they're ahead
Sure.
enough.
I mean, they're just going to look for the charge here, really just put the pressure on the PSO, and I love this from CES as well, right? Wait, they're still going for an engage here. At
What
least
is
force
that?
out a couple of spells away from PSO.
Taku's
Persis not in the
gonna
best
die.
spot. Taku gets executed. The question is, can they respond here?
Uh-oh.
Beautiful flash in from Henry, gets taunt onto the members in the backline of Cerberus Esports.
Uh-oh.
As dashes in a little too aggressively. Cerberus Esports now in a bad spot. The taunt comes in, Cullen comes back off cooldown. But here, Persis have a beautiful angle to jump in with the gold gun. They're looking to finish
man.
off the kill on the illusion. But as he picks up the honey fruit, he gets help again. Kiting and
Genza.
spacing away from them so well. Genza's still alive, but Persis with 4 pickups.
Genza, the last man standing. He's trying his darndest there, but wasn't enough at the end of the day. CS, they got a bit greedy. They made some mistakes. The power of the Twist of Fate, the power of the catch comp, Galio, Twist of Fate, they got so much pick, they got so much crowd control. That's exactly what you need. Keep it simple, keep it easy to execute on. Twist of Fate is win rate. It might not be done with just yet. Look at that engage from Galio. Great, huge taunt. Dewa holding the stun card, waiting for his timing, gets it onto BMM. And you see right now, Genza, he was so close to a pop-off moment there. Fly, I think his flash nearly got Genza in trouble, but luckily his movement is just too good.
Look, it is a bit of a shame for PSO, though. The fact was
Definitely is.
that Genza lived and they got those kills a little too early. If that was 10 seconds later, they could have gone for the Baron, but there was too much of a risk of them just all teleporting in and making a play and making a reversal happen at the Baron.
Yeah, I think PSO, you have to recognize the game state right now. Sure, you've got some kills, but you're still in a very iffy situation.
That's
Nice
an
tidal
interesting
wave.
gold card. I mean, used onto Genza there, but I mean, he has the tidal wave. He has quite a number of spells still up for himself. PSO once again looking for a fight in the mid lane. It worked for them before, but now not looking so good. Now with the concentrated efforts out from Cerberus Esports, Mess finds revenge for last fight, gets a double kill for himself. BMM joins in now. A little late to the party, but better late than never, they say.
Yeah, they didn't even need BMM there. Genza and Fly, these two guys have just been one of the best Dragon Lane duos this entire tournament. I love to see them play lane dominant picks. I love to see them on picks where they can show off their mechanics, show off their aggression. Genza and Fly, they do it yet again.
Teleport picked up here by Todd's, but
That's
10 seconds left on the team. Yeah, 10 seconds left on the death timers make it a little bit too late for him to get back in on this fight. Surely's going to start trying to walk in. The Baron down very low here.
Nice
Mess
try.
manages to secure it. Surely will not be able to steal that one away here without the flash. He has the ultimate though. Baits out the Valkyrie, but that's about it. Baron over to Cerberus.
Baits out the Valkyrie. Great call from you there, Credit. It's about all he could do in that situation, really.
That's a spell. That's like a 10-second cooldown.
All right, you trade a 10-second cooldown for a 40-second death timer. Honestly, the steal attempt, it was kind of close. You got to give them props for
works
that
out.
one. Yeah, I mean, 900 HP when you jump in. CS, once again, they're in full control, right? But the gold lead, it's only 1,000, it's only 2,000. It comes down to really, at this point, Genza and Fly, they've just been outplaying their opponents all game long.
There's a need to close out this game still, though, so Cerberus cannot afford to make too many mistakes. What is looking really good for them, though, is the fact that they have these side lanes open, that you have the Hullbreaker. BMM gets such good free space to keep things going and push and shove in the lanes.
Well, we do see Todd able to shove in the top wave, but it doesn't really matter because BMM here, he has 3 cannon minions, 4 cannon minions, Hullbreaker on them, Baron buff on them. He doesn't even need to hit the turret. Just let the cards do it for you. They're gonna do way more damage.
That's
just
massive.
no one go near BMM.
There we go, forcing to engage. They have a chance to make a play here, pulling them in. They managed to find the first pickup on the Harry though. No good response available for PSO, even though they dove in to try and pick up this first fight. Henry's back in base, has to top up his HP again. Engage comes through from Taunt. He managed to get the execute onto Taku. He's been doing consistently well with those.
Oh my god,
but
BMM!
still, Dewa drops there. This is disastrous for them. They need to keep them alive. BMM is just hitting the Nexus. You have to stop it. The Gatling gun, the damage coming across. Cerberus Esports close it out 3-0.
A show of style there from Cerberus. Redemption, I would say, in a sense, for them, considering that, you know, they started the play-ins off strong. They won every single game 2-0 against
Look at how
Abby.
excited they are.
It's just another day on the job here, right? Like, I don't think they were challenged at all in that series. Sure, the kills look close at points. Sure, the gold look close at points. But I really don't think CS were challenged. And you keep in mind how this entire tournament has been playing out for them. 2-0 EVOS, 2-0 one team, 2-0 against, who's the last team there? SLG as well. But of course, they were taken down by FLA, and then it's been a tough run for them. They got reverse swept by Flash Wolves. Now, some redemption. They know they're better than this. They know they can do better. And I love the form that we've seen from them today. Sure, you can say it's against a weaker opponent in Persis, but it doesn't really matter because you look at how good their mechanics are. It's not perfect. There's things they could brush up on. But if they keep this running, they just need one more best of 5 to make it to Icons, Grandin.
You know, there's like a very fine line between being objective and being like an armchair analyst. And
I'm
you are
an
like,
armchair analyst,
and you are
100%.
like, oh, 100%.
The only thing I'm missing is the armchair. There's
Fair
no
enough.
arms right here, right? Like, I would have loved like a
And you
couch
like
or
sit
something.
back,
For
relax.
games like this, I would love a couch right now.
Just say like, oh, just play better, right? Just have mechanical issues from them, obviously.
Many
right?
issues.
So look at that, such easy
If it
analysis.
was me,
If
if
it
I
was-
was playing that Lucian.
Exactly. I mean, and you can't forget about BMM because that's what
Yeah,
kind of
amazing.
that's what's kind of happened to Persis at the end there, right? They kind of forgot about BMM, but he was right there hitting the Nexus.
Forget about BMM doesn't have the same ring to it, but sure.
Sure, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I mean, that was just an incredible set from Cerberus, and that's going to keep them going in the lower brackets. They have another strong opponent coming up against them soon, but we have yet another series coming up. We're going to toss it back over to the panel to break down this series.
Wow, what a clean sweep coming out from the side of Cerberus. But if it were Casus playing that, I think it's going to be the record history with the fastest game. Having Omo playing that Lucian. Maybe it'll be within 5 minutes, we're done. Thank you so much, Omo and Grandin. But just now, what a nice clean sweep coming up from those guys, I have to say. Persis don't have a chance.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy for Cerberus. Cerberus look like this right now. Just alpha
Flexing.
energy. My kind, right? Like I call myself Husky. My kind, the Hell House. They won 3-0. What did I say early on? What did I draw early on? Cerberus 3-0. Simple as that. Just pure energy.
Kicking the ball.
Just so strong. I love it.
I need like Grandin's biceps to be on screen. So
Yes,
that
sir.
We need to
that's
hit
how
the
strong
No,
it
hold on.
is.
Just come, do it with me. Just lift like just
Nah.
pure
That
power.
way.
Hit the gym first. We need to hit the gym first.
Yeah. We have time for that
We have time
later.
for that, yeah.
Okay. I hope we have time, actually. Now, going
Yeah.
back to the point, at least Persis Esports, we see signs of improvement for them. Maybe it's a little too late where we saw the adaptations, they come into fruition. And you know what? Twisted Fate's 100% win rate might have dented, but we saw a glimmer of hope when they came in for that retake up mid, where you see the rest of Cerberus, they were rushing in, they think that, okay, there's no way this could go wrong. And when Persis Esports, they are well coordinated, they look great. Cholet on this Kazakhs, he did a lot of work, but I kind of want to see more from Harry once again. This Galio pickup for 2 games in a row hasn't been paying dividendly.
Yeah, I mean, at least Persis, they got the referee on their side, but they still lost the game. At least we know Twisted Fate is a fair man, right? He's a fair man. It doesn't matter which side he's on. It really comes down to how you execute. And no, we talk about how Persis need to focus on Cholet, right? Because he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. He has both Dewa and Harry to enable him. They got off to a decent start. This Kazakhs ended the game 4-1-0, but evidently it was not enough because even with that decent lead that he got from the beginning, he was not able to transfer that to the rest of his team. Cerberus just out-macroed them, out-fought them, and when we hit into the late game, that's where the late game prowess from both BMM and Genza showed up.
Now this is where I want to direct my question back into what we mentioned before. It seems like PSO or Persis Esports, when it comes to engaging a team fight early on, they know what they are doing, but when it comes to map control, the marker is just all over the place after they've done that.
I believe that there's a little sense of hesitancy that's being displayed by the team because you know Cerberus, they're always active on the punish as well. They rotate as quickly as PSO wants to get those objectives done. You saw what happened on that attempt on the Drake, sure, where they kind of had a little bit of skirmish and they decided, hey, we can just secure the mid lane turret as well as the Baron lane turret at the same time. What you gonna do? We're gonna do it much quicker, and it's still gonna be a winning trade for Cerberus.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it was Persis Esports who were put on the back foot. So when your tournament lives are literally on the line, I think Persis basically defaulted to a safer playstyle. But to their credit, they actually had decent moments, right? Game 2 and Game 3, they got out to a good start. That's an improvement. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to beat Cerberus, but at least Persis Esports showed us a side that we wanted to see from the get-go that we didn't get to witness against RRQ. Proactiveness, a bit more of a stable draft, they showed us that.
Yeah, and despite having to suffer this loss, I think that Persis Esports, they can walk back with their heads held high, that they went up against one of the best teams out here in the WCS,
the best regions.
Southeast Asia, and my God, they look phenomenal in some of these team fights. If they tidy up their team fights a little bit more coming to the next season, we hope to see a stronger side from WCS Indonesia.
I agree, and this is going to be the player of the game. We're not surprised anymore with double digit of KDA coming up from Ganza as well this time. It feels like every single player coming up from CS just popping up from the MVP today with 92% of kill participation now. Ganza with that Lucian is just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, well, across the entire series, we only saw 2 different variations of Dragon Lanes from Cerberus. Thresh Draven and Lucian Nami, right? Game 1, Game 3, Lucian plus Nami. Game 2 was the Thresh Draven Thresh, but at the end of the day, what Omo pointed out early on rings true. Genza, probably the best Dragon Laner that we have, coming from the strongest region right now, Vietnam, and he's showing that. Of course, a lot of credit to Fly for being that best support for him, but individually we saw how Genza always delivers even when he's put on the back foot, and that's something that Cerberus can always rely on.
Yeah, and it goes back to that team fight that they almost got Ace. Genza as well as Fly were the only 2 left, and we saw that sort of synergy that they had, though one of them got shackled on. that could have been 2 members getting caught, and you saw that quick micro mechanic that he has, still offering a lot of damage on his way out while they try to hold on for the dear life. I think it speaks a lot. Genza, he's so level-headed throughout the course of the battle, and he's there to make a lot of moves where he initiates routes without even needing the help of Taku, Mes, or even BMM.
And I'm loving the fact we are looking at a rocking Nami. We barely see Nami, and this is the first time we're looking at Nami being so reliable in the game. Starting out with an Aqua Prison and just bubble it up, or even follow up, starting with the initiation coming up from the explosive cast. They have so many options coming up from CS, they always play around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say the same for Persis in Game 3, right? We saw these back and forth fights where Persis Esports, credits to Harry, who really assisted Sholay to start a fight. And normally we looked at the jungler of PSO and we were like, yeah, Sholay has to do something. But Harry took matters into his own hand. Dewa also was able to contribute. Of course, they still ended up losing the game, but it's a plus point that PSO can be proud of. End of the day, they went up against the strongest team. What can I say?
The real MVP just now was the cannon.
What was
the
the
siege
There's like, what,
minions.
4 or 5 of it?
Barrett
it's more than that.
Barrett empowered Hullbreaker buff siege minions.
Too much. Way too much for them to handle.
They were retreating from the creeps, from the minions just now, not really from the champions, by the way, we saw in the last few minutes. But sad to say, like how the Aqua Prison bubble up, that's going to be bubbling down from side of Persis Esports streams to have to meet the end of the tournament. But still, thank you coming from Persis Esports. I'm loving how they progresses toward the entire of the series, coming up from all the playoff until now. We saw how they've been growing. At least there's progress coming up from them.
Yeah, though despite the score lines, we saw this is actually a massive improvement compared to the game that they faced against RRQ. Yeah, game 1, you can put that aside. Game 2, game 3, it's evident that when they take leads, they could actually show up. I just wish that they have a little bit better coordination, like I've said a couple of times ago. Yeah. So Persis Esports, I really hope to see them once again in the next WCS, because they definitely have more to offer, because this is just the start of things when we've just adapted to the tempo of play against all the other region. And that's what I love about WCS the most. When it comes down to the finals, it's a melting pot of cultures, meta, all combined, all together. And we see all these ideas blooming. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, they got here through blood, sweat, and tears, right? They had to play a full best of 7 in their own domestic league to even make it here in the first place. And I agree with what Contra mentioned, right? When they played RRQ, it was not even close. They did not have any chance to give us some signs of hope, but against Cerberus, at least we saw a glimpse of that light. And that's something that I think Persis Esports has actively tried to improve on the go. And despite their shortcomings, despite us saying going against them in our predictions, there is always something that we can learn from Persis, which is the persistency. It's a bad pun, but PSO fans should be proud that they are even here in the first place.
I didn't even see that one coming, honestly. But anyways, well, we saw how they've been able to put things together in such a tense situation. It's always rough when you have to find ways to come back from a 2-0 deficit. But hey, they made the best out of it at least.
But you know what's more interesting right now? We have something to show you what they have been doing behind the scenes, especially coming up from, I think, Omo and Grandin. You guys might want to close your eyes for a bit because this might be something too, you know? Check it out.
What? Wait, I thought it's Grandin that's supposed to...
I mean, you know his biceps is like huge for Grandin, so he's just gonna. This is so sweet. I think you guys should cut one more, which I was like, "What are you guys doing?" He was like patting the chest. I think it was almost patting the chest of Grandin. And I'm like, "What are you guys doing there?" I'm like, "Should I close my eyes down?" But I'm on screen. I'm like, "What am I supposed to do?"
It's fixing wires, guys.
Yeah, fixing wires. There you go.
I mean, that was on set, right? Who knows what happens behind this closed door? We'll find out.
They're about to wrestle.
They're about to wrestle.
It's a pay-per-view, so you guys don't get to see any of that.
I'm sorry. I feel like Grandin gonna win that one.
Oh, you think?
You never know. There might just be reverse sweeps coming on the way.
You know what? So there's this voice line from Canon. The bigger they are, the harder they fall or something.
Okay.
Maybe Omo is going to use that. We'll find out.
But hey, let's congratulate our winner just now. Cerberus Esports managed to advance one step forward again. It's only a few more steps before they're heading into the top 4. Congratulations, Cerberus! This is going to be BMM. Hi, BMM. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh, he can't speak Chinese yet. Can you hear us? Yes, I think so. Okay, BMM, congratulations again for the rest of Cerberus winning that one. But I do want to ask, you guys are chilling from the start. Even when you win, you guys still chilling. Why are you not celebrating?
Thì đầu tiên câu hỏi là sao team của mình cảm giác đánh mọi người rất là thoải mái á, không xong rồi kiểu chill chill á, mà lúc mà thắng xong rồi cũng không thấy ăn mừng gì cuồng nhiệt.
Thì rồi em biết là còn một trận nữa thì tem mới chính thức được vào top 4 và có một vé đi đánh giải tiếp theo lên trận sắp tới mới là trận quan trọng của CERBERUS.
So they say their objective for this tournament is to go to the World Championship. So like they just focusing on the next match, like they already thinking about their next match while they're playing this.
They're not resting at all, definitely.
Yeah, the journey is far from over. I like the spirit, and yeah, I believe you have some questions.
Right, so BMM, I wanted to ask you this. So when you guys played in the upper bracket, you guys went up against Flash Wolves. You guys led 2-0, but evidently in the end got reverse swept by Flash Wolves 3-2. What was the thought process? What did you guys corrected during those few days leading up to this lower bracket series against Persis?
Thì họ hỏi là ở trận chung kết ở trên nhánh trên của mình á, thì mình dẫn 2-0, sau đó mình thua ngược 3-2 á, thì trong những ngày qua thì team mình đã thảo luận như thế nào, chỉnh sửa những gì để mà ngày hôm nay mình thi đấu rất là thành công và thắng 3-0.
Thì là Tem và Út là một đối thủ nói chung là rất mạnh ở thời điểm hiện tại, nên là dẫn trước 2-0 là có mặt sự tâm lý rất ổn định cho Tem, mà để họ có lại lợi thế làm cho tâm lý nó đi xuống lên, bị kiểu là bị gỡ lại ấy. Xong rồi Tem cũng thảo luận nhiều các thứ chiến thuật để cho một trận đấu ngày hôm nay nó cách trơn tru nhất ấy.
Like so, like when they went 2-0, but then they lose 3-2, they sit down together and they all agree that strategy. There's nothing like wrong in the strategy. It's just that their mental, like their mindset is a little bit tilted after like getting reverse lose in their in the third game. So like they talk with each other and help improve their mental and finding more better strategy so they can like big win today.
Yeah, it's glad to see that you guys have managed to bounce back harder now with trio sweep against Persis Esports. You guys should have good enough of confidence to go to the next stage of it. Now, speaking of the next stage, you guys have a chance to either meet up against Brab United or even Team Flash, whoever drops from the upper bracket. So you guys have mentioned that you might want to meet Brab United. Is there a reason why to it?
Thì mình có ở vòng tiếp theo á, thì mình sẽ gặp một trong hai đội là Buriram hoặc là Team Flash á. Thì giống như mình có chia sẻ trước đó là mình sẽ muốn gặp Team Flash hơn á. Thì có thể nói rõ hơn lý do tại sao muốn gặp Buriram hơn á, thì mình muốn chia sẻ lý do tại sao không?
Là lý do thứ nhất là hai đội cùng là Việt Nam, là thì mình cũng muốn cho hai đội đều được tiếp tục đánh giải sắp tới. Và theo những định kiến này em thấy là Team Flash hiện tại phong độ họ rất mạnh, nên đánh với bờ du có cửa thắng sẽ cao hơn ạ.
Okay, so there are 2 points for this. So first, obviously it would be much better for the region if 2 Vietnam team can be participate in the World Championship. But second is the whole team is very think Team Flash is a very tough opponent. They're one of the best team right now. So they want to save up for later, and facing Buriram will they think they will have a much more higher chance to win and qualify for the World Tournament.
That's an interesting take coming out from BMM himself of CERBERUS Esports. Thank you so much, BMM, for joining us. We wish you all the best for your next series. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, BMM.
So that's it. I have to say, CERBERUS, they really had it going since the start. They're grinding all the way. But up next, we have our opposing teams, which is going to be the series of Sam9 versus FENNEL Adversity. And that's going to be a really tough one, hopefully. But hey, thank you from us for now. But we have to head the break for a bit because we can't wait for the next series. Hope to see you guys after this and see you guys in just a few minutes.
I
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
หน้าค้นหาครับ
หน้าท้าทายครับ โหดมากๆครับ
ชื่อเมธิตวงศ์ชูศรีครับ ส่วนชื่อเล่นชื่อน้อยครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่ออัดชื่อเล่นชื่อแบงค์ครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อนิกครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อโอมครับ
ก็ชื่อในเกมปัจจุบันใช้ชื่อโนเอลนะครับ เพราะว่าจริงๆเป็นชื่อที่แม่ตั้งใจจะตั้งให้ตอนเกิดครับ แต่ว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยฝรั่งเท่าไหร่ก็เลยเป็นน้อยแทน ก็เลยมาใช้ในเกม
ชื่ออาเชนนี่ครับ เพราะว่าอยากได้ชื่อที่เป็นตัวเองนำหน้าครับ
ชื่อในเกมชื่อ What a Jazz ครับ เลือกชื่อนี้เพราะว่ามันแปลกดี
1-1 จิน ตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผม เพราะว่าส่วนตัวเป็นคนชอบเล่นเมชครับ เล่นแครี่ครับ เพราะว่าชอบเป็นตัวเทปืนครับ
แกนซาตาประกบต่อไปหรือเปล่าโดดตามเข้ามาด้วยลิงแล้วปิดเกม BRU
เล่นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับ มาเล่นตำแหน่งนี้เพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นนะครับ ก็เลยมาเล่นเอง
อาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าชอบเล่นมุกแบ็กบ่อย
คนที่ตลกที่สุดน่าจะเป็นผมนะครับ ส่วนเหตุผลก็เพราะว่าผมตลกครับ
อาเชนี่ครับ
อาเชนี่ครับ
ส่วนเรื่องทำงานหนักน่าจะเป็นตัวอาชินีครับทำงานหนักมาก
ตัวผมเองครับ
What a jet ครับ
What the J
ฉลาดที่สุดในทีมทั้ง 4 คนยกเว้นแบงค์
ตอนเด็กๆผมฝันอยากมีร้านกาแฟเป็นของตัวเองครับ
ก็จริงๆ ตอนเด็กอยากเป็นหมอฟันครับ แต่ว่ารู้สึกว่าไม่เวิร์กเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมาเกมที่
ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วสไลด์หนีเข้ามาครับโดดช้ำมาแล้วยังไงไล่ฟันโนเอลกำลังจะตายแล้วตั้งริมโพสต์สุดท้ายโดนลุ่มแล้ว
นั่งดูรีเพย์วิเคราะห์ตัวเองครับ
ก็นอนดูรีเพย์แล้วก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับผม
ผมอยู่ห้องกับโนเอลแบงค์แล้วก็อาชนีไม่เปลี่ยนนะครับ ผมชอบนอนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว เพราะว่าเหตุผลที่โคเดนฟีดแยกไปนอนเพราะว่าเขากลแล้วผมเป็นคนเซนซิทีฟกับเสียง
แชมเปี้ยนที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่อันเดอร์เรทที่สุดในตำแหน่งของผมตอนนี้น่าจะเป็นเคนเนนครับ เพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่ได้รับการบัฟมาหลายแพทช์แล้วครับ แต่ว่ายังไม่ค่อยนิยมกันมาใช้กันเท่าไหร่
เกรฟส์ครับ ตอนนี้คนชอบลืมว่าเกรฟส์เขาเป็นตัวที่ฟาร์มไวครับ แล้วก็โหดเลดเกมครับ แต่ตอนนี้มันสู้ไม่เก่งครับ คนก็เลยไม่ค่อยหยิบมาเล่นกัน
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
ไปแล้ว
โหดมากๆครับ
หน้าค้นหาครับ
หน้าท้าทายครับ
รู้สึกดีครับ แล้วก็ประมาทเล็กๆ กลัวที่จะทำให้หลายๆคนผิดหวังแต่ก็มั่นใจครับว่าทำได้
น่าจะเวียดนามครับ เพราะว่าเป็นประเทศที่เล่นแบบดุดันครับ
เป็นทีมแฟลชจากเวียดนามครับผม เพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วมิดเลนเขาเกือบทำพวกผมตกรอบครับ
ก็อยากให้แฟนๆไวลิฟในประเทศไทยเชียร์ทีมไทยทั้ง2ทีมเลยครับ แล้วผมสัญญาว่าจะไปเหยียบเวสเตนให้ได้
ก็ผมก็จะพูดเหมือนในทุกๆครั้งที่ผมพูดนะครับ ก็ขอขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดนะครับ แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเรามาตลอด เราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับ
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS Final sắp tới.
In game của em là Jisoo. Lúc còn bé, lúc em đang ngủ á, thì có một vị thần tới đặt tên cho em là Jisoo.
Trong in game của em là MT vì phát âm nó khá là giống cái tên của em là hai chữ em muốn là chữ M và chữ T, MT.
Một ngày em lướt Facebook, em thấy một cái post có bạn nói Yoshi để cho em lấy tên thầy của em lấy luôn.
Hồi bé thì em có là fan cứng của Elsa nên em lái cái tên qua một xíu, em đổi thành tên như thế.
Em chơi ở đường Baron, tại vì ở Liên minh thì em đi hầu hết các lane rồi, còn mỗi lane này em chưa đi rồi.
Em đang đi vị trí đường giữa cho team Flash và thực ra thì em rất thích đi đường giữa từ đó đến giờ.
Khi đang rồng 1.800 máu từ rồng bị chặn ở phía ngoài là các thành viên bên phía của CERBERUS bắt đầu đánh ngược trở ra.
Em chơi vị trí hỗ trợ thì bởi vì em muốn hỗ trợ cho team.
Tại vì hồi xưa em đam mê Liên minh PC, mà sau này em muốn chơi mấy game mobile hơn, nó dễ tiếp cận hơn, nên là tốc chiến ra mắt thì em chơi game này.
Lúc thời gian dịch em không ra ngoài quán net chơi được cho nên em chơi tốc chiến.
Hồi nhỏ ước mơ của em là phi công.
Ước mơ hồi nhỏ của em không nhớ rồi nữa. Hồi nhỏ cũng rất nhiều ước mơ. Em nghĩ là ước mơ của em là không phải là trở thành ai, mà là nó sẽ là trở thành cái gì, như thế nào cho chính mình thôi. Thành viên nhỏ nhất trong đội là Sai, 2K3, mới 18.
Em thì suốt ngày bị ăn hiếp rồi.
Em cũng nghĩ là em luôn.
Lớn nhất trong đội là Joyce.
Thành viên lớn nhất trong đội là Joyke, sinh năm 98. Chắc chắn là em rồi. Tại vì em tự tin em nói mà, nên em được quyền chọn em.
Oh yeah.
Ăn sụn gà chiên nước mắm.
Chắc là mì gói.
Chắc là ăn năn hối lỗi, tại vì em nhiều lỗi quá.
Quê hương của em là Hạ Long, thì là vùng vịnh biển các thứ, nói chung là nó cũng là nơi du lịch nổi tiếng ở Việt Nam.
Quê em ở Quảng Trị. Quảng Trị một tỉnh thuộc miền Trung. Đặc sản của Quảng Trị thì là em.
Nói chung trong một game in house thì em thấy là đó là một điều đương nhiên phải làm với một team esports chuyên nghiệp, và em cảm thấy mọi vấn đề đều mình có thể giải quyết ngay trong lúc đó luôn.
Em chọn Yasuo, tại vì Yasuo là quốc tướng của Việt Nam rồi.
Khắc nghiệt, tấu hài, vui vẻ, rất là khó.
Hơi bị dễ.
Em cảm thấy khá là vui và hồi hộp, bởi vì đây là giải quốc tế lần đầu em tham dự.
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui, và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS Final sắp tới.
Cảm thấy rất là vui được sát cánh cùng các đồng đội để chinh phục những cái giải thưởng cao quý nhất.
Một cảm giác khá là vui và tự hào.
Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
We are back, ladies and gents, and welcome to the Day 3 playoff of WCS Finals. And also, thank you, none other than Coca-Cola, Goosey Gamers, and One Esport. And this is brought to you by Riot Games. I'm Chucha, I'll be your host for the entire day. I know you guys got sick of me, but hey, I'm still here anyway, so you can't say no to that. Which we're gonna have Odalus and also Grandin.
One thing though,
I'm scared here right now, actually.
I'm not sick of you. I'm not sick of you.
No, we're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. My question for you though, Grandin, is how do you want this to go? Because I know that Omo has been, you know, really up in your ear.
Oh.
Now the thing about this is that I need less taken care of. So, you go with that?
Let's get it, man. I feel like that weight on my ankle is like finally let go. I've dropped that, you know. Forget about it. You can see how excited I am here. It's our first time on the panel together. I'm so excited for how this one's gonna go because
I really like the points you guys are bringing up, and I've wanted to fight for my ideas as well, and so it's great that we finally get this chance.
You know what? Just a little throwback. The last time that we worked together, that was during the Summer Super Cup Grand Finals. It's a long time coming, brother.
It's been a long time.
They're just waiting for almost suddenly just appeared out of this corner or
Grabs
somewhere.
my leg.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that to happen. But definitely, today earlier we have CES versus none other than Persis Esports before with a 3-0 clean sweep. Now, will it be the same case? No. Will it be the same case when it comes to Sem9 versus FLA? Come on, guys.
Look. I looked at them, I followed their journey from the beginning. You know, I watched the entire, I was there with the WCS MYSG, right? I followed through within the storylines. I've seen what they're capable of, and I have to say, FL is going to win 3-0.
Ooh, that's straight out of his pockets.
It's going out.
So it's going to be 2v1 here because I'm the only person fighting for Sem9 on this panel.
I'm okay.
Hey, we're in the same boat,
no,
okay?
No, it's more of I wanted to fight for you guys. There's really this thing that we call friendship, but at least in this.
You're not my friend today.
Come on.
You're
We're
not
still
my friend
friends after
today.
today, right?
No, you already experienced the beauty of Malaysia yesterday.
Kinda.
So Sagi is your BFF,
BFF,
right now.
yeah.
So you're still gonna say no to Sem9 today?
I have to.
You don't want to
I don't want to swim home, right?
You don't want to be the person next to you betraying his own countrymen?
No, okay. Don't get me wrong. For me, this is more of like a friendly game because Philippines and Malaysia, we're now buddies. Let's go. But we really have to state the real cold facts. FLA is a better team. Philippines is a better region. I'm sorry.
You know what? Let's not waste any more time. I'm gonna jump over. I'm loving Sem9, so let's take a sneak peek on towards the team. It's going to be the knockout stage. Coming up from Sem9 lineup, we have RH, Zoraveki, Chili, Sagi, and Wito. We're still not looking over if they're desperate enough to change over to the Shang on the Berlin or even Vita. So what do you guys have to say about this?
I don't think there's a point doing that. RH has been consistently strong in the Baron lane. He's done well for themselves. Sem9 has been able to match lanes. I think it's the mid game where they start to fall apart. That being said, though, there's also no point changing to the Shang because they're not going to win either way.
Wow.
Look, I'm going to be real with you guys. Sem9, they pulled together a super team. They've dominated their own region. But the problem is they're going up against a team that just kind of has that X factor, you know?
Yep.
They've come into this. FLA, if there's any team that can make that lower bracket run work, it's FLA.
I agree. I have to agree, right?
You have to agree right now.
Obsim.
Whoa! Obsim! Okay, all right, guys. I noticed I've been teaching a lot of good words to our friends here.
I don't know if that's even good word right now. I don't think that you actually being honest enough with me.
Yeah.
Is that the real, what you thought?
Omsim? Omsim means indeed.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I can't trust him the entire day today. You're not trustable.
You have to trust him because he's telling you the truth that FL is going to beat Sem9.
That's true.
But hey, maybe not a 3-0, right? But definitely. What do you have to say to me now?
Not Omsim.
Not indeed. There you go. Omsim.
Omsim, yeah.
Omsim Sem9 will actually take a good chance to have a go because I'm the type of person that believe in unicorns, glimmer of hope, fairy tales, which usually never happen. But hey, it's still a bit of glimmer of hope there.
Okay, if we were gonna go down that rabbit hole, we're gonna start talking about all the things, the what ifs and the fairy tales and the stories that could be. Sem9 could very well beat FLA today, go up against RRQ in the next lower bracket run, beat them as well, and take out the entire Filipino region. and see MYSG for the first time in Wild Rift competitive esports make their way into the international esports competition.
Yeah, sounds like a fairy tale. That's been fun.
Fairy tale, not definitely one of the strongest in the lower bracket and worth watching. It's going to be coming up, FLA. Coming up from the Philippine region, we have Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and Brave is playing today.
I don't mind. Put in any player, it should be the same result. Hashtag balagbagan is the word for FENNEL adversity, which basically translates into dirty fighting. Just all-out brawl, and I think that's going to be their plan here for FENNEL adversity. Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and as you said, Brave is the original starting five for this team, and I believe this is a mix-up that they have luxury in doing, right? Again, for FENNEL adversity.
The luxury?
Yeah, it's a luxury.
The audacity to say the luxury?
Come on, Shu. We know how this is going down. But basically, for FENNEL University, they are the team that has the most number of games already for the entirety of this tournament, right? Having that, I would say, extra training ground during the play-ins did really help them overcome and really introduce themselves to the world, not just in Southeast Asia, because now FENNEL University used to be just, you know, that other team from the Philippines region. Now, not so much. They're making a name for themselves. They have a very good look. They have a very good set of good-looking players over there. And yes, balagbagan it is.
Help me out here, Grandin. Come on, you have to have something. Like Sam9 used to be a nobody as well, and now there's somebody, maybe. No? Hello?
I mean, to be fair, Sagi also looks good.
They are pretty good. They are pretty good looking. Both sides are pretty good looking. Both sides are pretty good looking. Here's the thing.
Guapo.
Sam9, they've come into this. If the game was about shot calling and about understanding the game, sure, I think there's a very good chance that Sam9 probably gets top 4 in the competition. But the problem is, you actually have to play the game. You have to go beyond that and actually use your fingers on the screen and make things happen.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Crazy, right? Crazy concept. You would never have thought. Sam9 has a team and a roster filled with so many experienced players. You look at the background, you look at the coaching staff that they have as well. They have a roster filled with incredibly talented players, incredibly talented minds. But when it comes down to playing together on the Rift, they face off against some of the toughest competition, and they just cannot stack up.
That's basically how you sum it, right? Again, for FENNEL Adversity, what I think was missing from them, at least from the previous series, was an Exocen caliber of shot caller, right? Was an Ozora Veki, as I would love to borrow players from the other team, right?
Wow.
But yeah, that's true. The 0-3 that did happen the last time out, man, that was the closest 0-3, and that's not even biased to say.
They got tilted the first match, and it was strategy losing coming in. And also, let's just drop our predictions here, which are going to be brutal. But hey, your prediction... No, I'm going to go first. Hey, 3-2, 7-9. Hopefully. Yes, maybe.
The starry dreams. All right. FENNEL Adversity 3-1. One goes out to Saggy Hearts. To you, my brother. BFF forever.
Just because FENNEL Adversity always have to drop that first game, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to go with FENNEL Adversity 3-0.
Which region are you coming out from again, Grandin? Just saying.
I'm coming from the WCS
The door
region.
is that way.
WCS region all the way.
Southeast Asia region.
I can't say that. But if you're saying South Asia region, definitely we all are happy to be here. But the thing is, best man wins, best team wins. Maybe 7-9 just going to show a different color today. You don't know that. You don't get to judge that. But well, you don't have anything else to say now, huh? But But you know what? Let him think for a bit. He's speechless right now. Let's meet up for our teams for the matchup for this series. Speaking of the draft, this is where the battle begins. Even though it's still not clicking or touching your screen yet, Brandon, this is where the battle starts, the draft.
Just love the buildings, by the way. Nice one. Nice one.
Look, I'll tell you
understand?
what. I'll tell you what though. If this is the only part of the game that matters, Senai could probably win here. I don't doubt the ability to draft. But it's about going into game and finishing and executing. That's the issue.
Yeah, you could be right on that one. I just didn't like the set on the jungle, though. I mean, not in this meta. You really need to have some jungle pressure. And Ozora Veki knows how to really do just that. We'll see, though, in this particular draft we're in, we are already seeing target bans on the junglers.
Here's the thing, Otto. There was a point where the Filipino region displayed the Olaf, the Yumi top first, and then Sem9 played it immediately after. And they both came to the same conclusion. This thing worked before either of these teams had any communication with each other. Like, I see these two regions as regions that see the game so similarly, and they both come up with very similar ideas.
That's where the friendship comes in, right?
Oh,
I
wow.
tell you,
We're friends now.
Philippines and MYSG really are good friends. But for now, you know, good rivalry brewing up, and we have Yumi being banned away against FENNEL University. No Yumi top lane this time around, I am afraid.
Sure. And that's a good choice as well. And in FLA, I like the fact they got rid of the Karma and the Camille. You don't want to give them that easy initiation. But we've been seeing a lot of Senna first pick, giving them that scaling option and a lot of utility as well.
Yeah, Senna first pick is a staple for Sagi, not just for Sagi, but also for Danny. So we will see if they would prioritize a Senna first pick or maybe Set, because Sem9 really loves their Set.
That's true. Jace, if that's available as well, has been something they have been willing to play. We saw in the previous series, I think the Vietnamese region has been quite aggressive with some of the options with the double marksman. I don't think that's something that Sem9 really have up their wheelhouse. There we go. It is that Senna.
That's the Senna, and could be very well answered by staple champions still by Danny. Again, for Danny, the last time that we saw him, he went over aggressive on that Kaisa. But I believe that this will be a dial-back game for them. That's a very good pick for FENNEL University. Jace has been, you know, a menace really to deal with come laning phase. Both Calm and both Arise can play this champion.
I agree. Coming out from FLA, they're really loving that Jace is so easy for them to control the entire game. But how will Sem9 respond to this, though?
I think FLA first need to decide what their second pick is going to be. If that's going to be their jungler or if they want to try and take something away from the Sem9 composition, right? You think about what the Senna wants to do here, doesn't have the Gallon anymore. So you generally want to take away stuff like the Set, like the Gragas, stuff that can do well in that dual matchup. Gragas, if you give him all the farm, he gets so much additional damage. It's just a free additional player in the game, realistically.
Okay, now that we are on the second rotation for the blue side, they have to really look for the perfect tandem for this Senna. Could be a Nasus, though. Against the Jace, I'm actually having double thoughts on that, especially that Nasus kit overall is good against a double marksman composition.
Right. Would be good against Danny. If Danny is going to go for the hyper carry, could do well against it, but it's really early to show your hand.
Yeah, Senna Nasus.
There's a lot of Nasus played recently, so definitely that's going to be paired up with the Senna we mentioned before. But coming up from FLA, I think the Jace is still not being handled by Sem9 composition right now.
Yeah, I think Sem9 really hasn't directly addressed the Jace. The Darius is just a safe matchup, right? You look at what RH is going to be able to do. He's going to go into lane, he's going to farm, he's going to be stable. The problem with this one is, now with this Garen potentially coming in, you get a lot of counterplay against the Darius, trying to get the combo off. If you want to play Set now, it's also going to be difficult. You get some additional damage, but this is where that second ban phase really starts to matter. A lot of marksmen have to be gotten rid of by Sem9. That kind of opens up the rest of FLA's comp.
And one thing to note as well on that Garen pick, it basically nullifies Nasus extra HP. Remember that execute from that ultimate. Also the silence is very, very deadly. Jax being banned away here is possibly a response or a respect ban against Ozora Veki, you think?
I think Zoroveki has been that big hyper carry for this team. So we've seen some of this Olaf play before. I think the Kazakhs would be quite nice to see from him as well. It's something that can help them get in, initiate, and really find an angle for his team. The issue here, I think, is Sem9 have problems winning the lane, right? They've been able to hold their own, but winning lane has been another separate issue. And if they're not able to get pressure for Zoroveki, I think what ends up happening is that he's just playing damage control, he's running around fighting fires, and Sem9 just don't get an angle to play the game.
Believe it or not, Shu, I'm
No, I
trying
don't
to
believe
think
you. What?
right now how Sem9 would win against FLA, because that's what I love, right? The challenge of trying to overcome adversaries. But adversity right now is FLA, and so far, their picks right now are all signature picks for their for their players. We have Arise that can go for the Jays and the Garen. That flexibility will come a long while. And now we are back to a Danny special, a Corki, sorry, a Ziggs, and that will be paired. That will be paired.
His eyes is very similar, but yeah.
I'm confused with the Yordles. I'm sorry. All right, that's the Ziggs that will be paired up with Gragas in the bot lane. Too much explosions.
What are your thoughts regarding this Zig? How would they respond coming up from Sem9? Jace is already a problem. Now, additional to it, into the equation is going to be another problem, which is going to be Ziggs.
I think they need hard engage.
Yeah,
I really like this for Zoroveki. You get the Sinjao, you have that hard engage, the initiation to help you get the fight started. The upper hand does something similar as well, right? Rocket Belt, upper hand, pull them in, get that fight going. The problem is, I think FLA have a really easy answer with this last pick. You either play for a hyper carry and you let your team really play around you, or you go and play for a really strong peeling champion, and you still and Sem9 just never get to touch you.
And I actually did forget that this Jace could also go to the jungle. That's a very good answer, though. We needed engage, said Sem9, and Twisted Fate could do actually just that, right? I don't think Chili will be playing the AD Twisted Fate that we have seen from Arise. That's that's something that they could work on to really target down the primary damage dealers for FLA. And I think it will still be Danny. Oh my god. Arise's Akshan, this is so busted.
I mean, talk about one of those two options. You either get the hyper carry, you get some more disengage. They just go for the Akshan. Gives them that ability to counterplay, and it does so well into the Twisted Fate matchup, right? If you go into this, you get heavy priority in lane. And we talk about Sem9's issues, having a Zoroveki needing to fight fires, play around his teammates. It just doesn't look like a good spot. Arise just gets to punish the Twisted Fate so well.
At least in that part, I can say that Twisted Fate still can farm from a mile away, right? But when it comes to the Scuttle skirmishes, around 1 minute and 25, that's when you will see the disparity on the laning prowess of both these mid lane champions. One thing to note though, Toming is back to the Jace jungle, which for me, I really love. For the kids out there, if you actually want to play this champion, one way to maximize the Jace in the jungle is for you to stay melee while clearing the camps.
Yeah, one of the jungler have spoken, which is going to be Odaluse. You play a lot of jungle as well, right, Odaluse?
Yeah, I do.
So speaking of which, we do have Sem9. I hate to say this, but I do love FLA draft this time. It looked way more balanced. And it comes to Sem9, I still want to have that glimmer of hope here.
No,
but
it's
just
totally
help me
playable.
out.
True. It's absolutely playable. Composition from Sem9, definitely playable. You still have a lot of good front-to-back kind of play style, but it's really about the execution.
But hey, Castles, are you ready for FLA versus Sem9? Take us to the Rift.
Thank you very much, Choo Choo. We're over here at the second series of the day. Sem9 versus FLA playing for their tournament lives over here at this BO5. It's Riku together with me is Omo. Why are you laughing?
First time casting together. I'm just excited.
Me too.
They've been keeping us apart for too long. Grandin has been keeping us apart for too long.
He's always in the middle ground here, separating us.
He takes up too much space, right? But what I love about this matchup as well is, like we saw earlier today, Cerberus won their matchup, and that means that Vietnam would definitely have at least one team represent them at Icons. Same thing here for FLA. If they win this, either FLA or RRQ, at least one rep will be there at Icons in Madrid representing Philippines.
Yeah, it sounds good for both sides here from Vietnam region and the Philippine region. So actually I want to look at the draft. Which do you prefer, actually?
You know, the crazy thing is, right, I don't think we have to talk too much about the draft because impressively enough, I can't believe I'm saying this, Grandin did a decent job breaking it down. I can't believe it. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, he did a really good breakdown.
I wouldn't say really good, but
okay,
yeah.
fine. Okay, a good breakdown.
Good enough, yeah.
Good enough of the Akshan versus the Twisted
Yeah.
Fate matchup.
And I think that's a big part of how this game's going to play out as well, right? Twisted Fate, he has one goal. He wants to shove his waves, get to level 5, TP somewhere, get some priority on the map, get some ganks down. But Arise on this Akshan, he can control the lane, and that makes Twisted Fate's life so much harder. He's going to have to sack waves, sack tempo, just to get the pot off.
Yeah, that's the thing. Gonna have a difficult time trying to impact the side lanes once Destiny arrives. So we'll have to see how Azora Veki will relieve that pressure. Especially we're seeing a lot of roamings happening right now.
Yeah, both of these teams are just going to be trading sides right now. I love how Sagi moved all the way from the bot lane up to the mid lane, just leaving Winter by his lonesome, knowing he's going to be fine. Both teams trading sides because Prio is different on both sides. Arhedge getting the lead on this Darius. I love that he got his hands on it, and I think BRU, to their credit, they did a very good job at identifying it's one of his best champions. Now let's see what he can do that he has it. Now that he has it.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think the panel touched upon this a little bit about how do they transition after the laning phase, or before the laning phase ends. And it feels like this seems to be, overall, very safe picks. We talked about Senna and Nasus, unkillable. We got as well as top side here. It's just a very mellow lane, I guess.
It's very mellow for now,
For
but once
now.
we get to the team fights, once we get to the skirmishes, we can expect to see, I think, a lot more action from these two guys. The pop-off potential from the Darius, definitely there.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Protobelt early, pick it up. Then Protobelt into the apprehend, and as well as the gold card.
Yeah, a lot of catch potential from the side of Sam9. You have the Shroud to really just escort them in as well. I think this is something we've seen from the Vietnamese teams a bunch. The Shroud plus a pick champion can be so effective because you don't know what's walking at you.
That's true. You don't know if it's a Darius hidden, if you don't know if it's a gold card hidden, right? A Twisted Fate. So it works really, really well. Now that we're looking into the level 5 mark, will Chili be able to use Destiny somewhere?
I think they want to look towards the top side. That's probably the goal right now. You want to snowball Arhedge. That's your strong lane. Your bot side, they're just chilling. It's going to be very hard to find the gank onto a Ziggs, Gragas lane. But the timing seems a bit off here. He probably needs to save his Destiny Gate until the objective spawn.
Honestly, it's so difficult, right? Almost because I'm looking at top side, it's a Garen. We know Garen to be a not dying champion, right?
Undying, yeah.
Undying.
He presses the W before you gold card him, and he just doesn't get stunned.
Exactly, exactly. So what are the options now for Chili on this Twisted Fate, especially though they're looking to impact the side lane? Why are you laughing,
It's
Alma?
difficult, right? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
it
break
is.
it down, and you really just have one play. You just wait for the objective to spawn, use your Destiny Gate, try to catch someone wandering around in the river, and that comes down to FLA. They need to mess up for that to happen.
Yeah, that's true, right? There are 3 squishy champions on the board for the side of FLA. So those are the 3 most vulnerable champions. We're looking at Domeng, Arise, and Danny as well. But Danny's pretty hard to dive or catch off guard because you know he's just going to be bouncing bombs here and there.
And Rafi is going to, Rave is going to be guarding him as well.
Oh,
He's going to
yeah.
be next to him the whole time, trying to zone people away with his own bombs. Now, it looks like FLA, under the watchful eye of the Scuttle, they're going to start off the Dragon.
We'll have to see what the response here is from Sem9.
ready
Arhedge
to go.
already rotating towards the bottom portion of the map. Half HP already towards this dragon. Look at Winter popping his ult at the moment. Wither! And that's going to be a secure bicom on this dragon. Look at Azara Becky. He is trapped in the middle of the pit. But look at FLA. They're trying to run through the hills. They're trying to retreat. Unfortunately, look at that. There are so many low health targets. Look at the emotes. The thumbs up. No one's still dead on the side of FLA. Azara Becky falls down. And that's going to be Doming falling on the side of FLA. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. They're still going to continue for this, Omo. Looks like that's going to be no reach.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they
over.
got. They didn't get the dragon, but they got a kill traded back. They get the bot lane turret. It's not the end of the world. Sam9, a bit of a gold lead here. It's only just unfortunate because Arhedge didn't get the reset. If he got it, he might have tried to go for more, as the barrier might have gone for a pop-off montage moment right
That's
there. But of
true.
course, Rift Herald, it's still up here, Riku. Let's take a look at the replay, right? It looks to me like Sam9, they were just disjointed. They weren't here in time. You look at FLA, 5 members playing together. Chili was late. Arhedge was late. They could only pick up the cleanup kills. Consolation prizes, you get the turret. But now let's look out for how the Rift Herald is going to play out.
Yeah, well, at least if Sem9 managed to get this, that means they're going to get 2 towers down already. They've got it out of the way. The first blood tower. That's really great.
That should really just help them accelerate the tempo of the game, which is something they need to do. I think you want to really break the map open as soon as possible. We always talk about playing against control mages. Well, Ziggs is the best example of that. He's going to stay mid, keep throwing out bombs, clearing out waves. The Herald is going to help you a lot, and Sam9, they're starting that one off. Chili, he can't be there. He has no Destiny's Gate. It's going to be a 4v5 if they commit to this.
Look like Chili. Let's see how Sem9 tries to slow this down, because he's going to have Destiny in a few seconds. FLA scaring them off a little bit, but it seems to me when it comes to the pinks, they just want to clear waves here and there.
Yeah, I like what Arise is doing as well, right? This is what we touched on. This is what Grendon touched on. He's going to clear the waves. He's going to move first. He's going to try his best to keep the TF under pressure. And he's been doing a great job of that, to his credit.
Yeah, he's even moving towards the top portion of the map first. So this is really nice coming from the side of FLA. Seems that Sem9 really wants to start this Rift Herald, but I'm seeing a bunch of ports.
Yeah, they're uncertain about this, right? But I got to point out as well, Arise, he keeps pushing the wave and he keeps fogging, right? That does two things. One, it creates pressure on Sem9 because you don't know where Arise is. If we start this off, he can come here first. But it also creates pressure on Chili. You see, every time Chili shoves the wave and wants to rotate, he has to walk all the way back around the Crux because he doesn't know. He doesn't know if there's Akshan waiting for him somewhere. He has to play it safe. Finally, I think they're starting it off, though, Ricky.
There it is. A little bit of HP already left with the side of the Rift Herald. Ozara quite
so
low. But look at them. There's the ult coming from the Akshan, coming from Arise. Our hedge already getting focused on here. Rift Herald may restart, actually, after all of this. Calm trying to catch up, but look at that Winter R hedge pretty low.
Yeah, and Sem9, they're just getting picked off. They're just getting poked out. Their comp needs to find picks. The fact that they're unable to do that, the fact that they're not there first, they don't have priority, means that FLA, they're having the time of their lives right now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Look at where Gragas is.
Yeah, zoning. There's the fear. I mean,
you just can't recall.
Yeah, Wraith has no ult, and yet there's so much respect coming from Sem9 here. They have a decent amount of wave clear at least, with Rift Herald now being popped in the middle. My God, the damage, Omo, it's so much. But at least they're able to save this tower unless FLA stays behind.
Well, one more wave, you know, a little bit more damage, plus the Zig Satchel, and that one's going to drop. You get the top lane turret extremely low as well. FLA now, they're running the map. They have control of what happens next. The gold is still even, but keep in mind the standing goal from the turrets being so low. Now at FLA, they could easily swing that around.
Exactly, with Dragon already coming up, Infernal, that's going to be a very juicy target for both of these teams. And I actually want to touch upon the double redemption. We've seen it a couple of times before.
Well, I'm not honestly a big fan of the double redemption because I think you get a stacking bonus debuff. You can't use both of them at the same time. I think what's good about the double redemption in this game, though, is you're playing against a poke comp. So if they poke you out before the fight starts, you can use one redemption to top you off, use the other one in the fight. But you've got to be on point about that, right? Use your comms, you know, I'll use mine first, you use yours next. Don't stack it.
Communication is going to be very key when it comes to that. And the fact that, you know, Sagi is on a champion that supplements a lot of shields and heals as well for the team. So it's definitely going to help them in these dragon dances. We'll see now Zoraveki having control over this dragon pit. But the pokes, Winter forced to ult at the moment with the ult as well coming from the side of Arise.
Block it, man! Block it!
No! They didn't get to block. I mean, they wanted to use the mist at least, but unfortunately, a little bit too late, I suppose. Dragon
it does less damage the higher HP you are. Someone just block it for him.
It's so sad, Omo. It's so sad. And we were looking at this dragon at the moment. FLA still continuing to poke here and there. Look at Danny's positioning over towards the side, preventing any push at the mid lane. Half HP already. Where's the access from Sem9? We'll have to see how they're going to get into the pit, but it's going to be secure coming from FLA, but they're still going in here. As we get to see Flash, triple root, no follow-up though. Apprehend, going to catch, unfortunately, Wraith, but it's still mission accomplished. I see a Destiny gold card over there, but it's going to be Danny still safe.
Yeah, you can't kill Danny, and he did such a great job there as well. He knew what his job was. He understood the assignment. I have to clear mid wave. I don't need to be at the dragon. And now because he did that, because he's still alive, because he still has 2 sums, Sem9 cannot do anything with the pick.
Oh yeah, that's true. Danny still kept Flash and Barrier.
He didn't need to use anything. He knew his job. He did it well.
Yeah, that's how safe he is. And now we're switching over to, you know, Chili here. Going to the 80 TF? Or not really.
I think he's just going for a rapid fire. So he's going for the RFC. That's a must-have. It's so broken on TF. The problem right now is, I don't really know what Sem9 can do at this point in the game. I feel like they needed to find more picks early on. I don't think they scale all that well as well. They could maybe find a miracle team fight, right? You have the Darius pop-off potential. You have a Sana who's going to be scaling up. And of course, the picks from the TF. But if you look at the game state, you look at the team comps, I think FLA, they're just in full control. Arise can split push forever. I don't think he's in any real threat. The TF can try to gank him, but I don't know who's going to really follow up on that one, right? You don't have anyone else who can get on top and stick on him. And while he's doing that, Danny, he's just going to clear Wind Wave forever.
Forever and ever, going to be scaling forever and ever as well, right? It's going to be incredibly difficult for the side of Sem9. Even the heals and the shields may not help them, but you talked about pick. They're trying to look for it. And so far, you know, Rafe just body slams forward. He's going to be fine.
Sem9 just seem a bit disjointed, which is odd for them because we talk about how they play well as a team, how their shot calling is good. Now, Becky wants to dive.
We'll have to see
Oh,
here.
boy.
There it is. Going to get rooted with the apprehend, with a double man body slam. Really nicely done, but Azari Vecchi's going to fall right now. Winter is still surviving. Golden for Doming at the moment. Or rather, Calm. Oh my god, Doming and Rafe will fall. And it's 4 members still alive for the side of S9. Gold card gonna kick in for Calm. He still survives
My
the pokes though.
goodness.
The response coming from FLA, they're gonna retaliate. They're gonna try to move forward. But I think it's over, Omo. I think it's over.
It should be over for now, right? Danny was the savior of the situation.
Yeah.
There. Domain kind of messed it up, right? He flashed forward, wanted to knock someone back. I think he messed up the timing, or it was on cooldown. He wasn't sure. Had to go golden, and then that put FLA in a tricky situation because we talk about what Sem9's comp does. If anyone goes out of position, you stun them, you kill them. Very simple stuff.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happened in that team fight. Now, Sem9, they need to repeat that around the next objective, which is going to be the Rift Herald. I think they're on kind of a timer. I don't think they outscale here. I'm pretty sure FLA are comfortable with this game going a little bit later. They have the Ziggs as well to keep things neutral. Sem9, this is your timing to go aggressive. You have the RFC.
Yeah.
That's a big power spike here. Time to start grouping. Time to start making picks.
Yeah, time to begin what they did earlier, you know, using the miss to be able to catch a pick. Do you think there's an option for Sem9 to go for the unkillable bottom lane by picking up Divine Sunderers and all that magic?
Honestly, it's not a bad idea. I feel like Sagi here should go for a Divine Sunder. I think that's going to help a lot because in the later stages of the game, he's going to be the only real source of DPS here. So he needs to really transition into a carry, but Rift Herald, it's timed out, unfortunately, so no one's going to get that one.
Yeah, oh, Proto Belt.
Yeah, I think it's a bit odd from Sem9, right? They're not really using the right spells as the pick tools. It needs to be Chili leading the charge in the Shroud, and our head should just be the supplemental engage. He should be the follow-up, secondary engage.
That's true.
They seem a bit disjointed, and this is odd from Sem9. It's not a good look for them.
Yeah, I think the pressure is really on them because you
Oh, yeah.
mentioned they're on a timer. Eventually, as the game progresses, they're going to get outscaled, and that's why you can see, you know, I wouldn't call them frustrations, but when they see an opportunity, even if it's not a gold card, they're going to try and take it in case they can get a pick.
And you got to keep in mind as well, the tournament lives are on the line. They're the pride and joy of Malaysia. They're the last hope, the only hope really of the MYSG region. There's a lot of expectations for them here. This is supposed to be the super team. They're going to start the Dragon off. Let's see if this is it for them.
Yeah, Ocean Drake, they have full control over this area at the moment. We'll have to see. There's a lot of pokes coming from the side of FLA. Silence already towards Winter into the explosive cast, and they get a pick immediately. Half HP already towards this Ocean Drake. So we get to see more flashes. Doming coming in, and even with a heroic swing, not reckless swing, they eliminate Lazara Vecchi. No jungler already for the side of Sem9, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to chunk a huge amount of damage for the side of Sem9. Double kill already for Danny, and that's going to be an ace.
Oh my god, brutal team fight there for Sem9. Honestly, they messed it up. They played it pretty poorly. I hate to say it, but that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And FLA, they capitalize. You are out of position. You misstep the displacement from the Gragas cost. Let's take a look at this one, right? Chili failed to get the pick early on. I think he went in a bit too early. Becky once more, Ahedge once more, but they're not tanky enough. The Akshan does so much damage. He gets the reset. He goes back in, and the bombs as well combo with the Akshan. They just clean house. It's really just the Danny and Rice show here.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. I wanted to ask you, what was your prediction?
3-0 FLA.
3-0 FLA.
Yeah, 3-0 FLA, 100%.
Okay, we're the same then. We're the same.
You see, I've been a lot of things, right? I've been a Singaporean, I've been a Thai, I've been a Vietnamese. Today, I'm a Filipino.
I love it. I love it. You're everything. You're
I'm
everything
everything.
now.
Yeah. I'm just a what's the term for it? I'm just a hype beast, I guess.
Hype beast?
Hype beast is not the right term, but I can't think of the right word. I don't know. Grandin's
Grandin
shouting
said
something at me.
Yeah, I don't understand
I don't
either.
care. Just ignore him.
Let's move on. Let's look
I'll
at the
get
game.
a dictionary later.
Yeah, we still got a couple of games in the series.
I'm
it's
a hype
BO5.
rider. I don't know what you call it. Whatever it is.
Yeah, you are.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, I'm done.
I'm on the spot here. I forgot the words.
Oh, they're trying to get a pick here. Whoa, that's the combo we're looking for. That's the Zonia's Hourglass activated already. We'll see if it's going to buy some time. And they get a pick. Danny is now no longer in this world. But there's going to be a fight. Oh, my word. Chili is so low. There's a stasis to buy that time. That's going to be 1 for 1. 1 for 2, actually, on the board so far. But look at the chase potential coming from FLA. There's the heroic swim. There's Calm coming in. Where's the body slam? Not yet. There's a couple of slows. There's the miss trying to escape. And Sem9 is still fine for now.
And Danny drops there, but FLA, they don't care. 3 on 4, we're going to keep the pressure on here. And you look at what it took. What did it cost you, Sem9? 2 flashes? 3 flashes? Yeah, 3 flashes. Ahedge, Vaki, and Chili all had to flash to kill Danny and Domain there. And what do you get out of it? all this for a drop of blood.
Yeah, they wanted to reduce the number of people that has Baron buff, but at the same time, it's really difficult considering the game state that they had to. It's a very telling tale.
It is. It's
They had
difficult.
to consume so much just to kill one person, and they didn't. They could at the team fight. FLA, I believe, even though they lost 2 members, I feel like it's still them.
Yeah, I think FLA, they're more than happy with that situation because Danny died
Yeah.
without using his flash. So next team fight, try that again, see what happens. He's just gonna flash away, he's more than happy. Well, Khan might be dead though.
On V2, it's a Garen. We talked about how he's undying
Never
using
mind.
a flash.
Yeah, he's not dead. He's good.
He gets thrown away. Megan Furta bomb being unleashed, not gonna hit anybody though. But the pokes coming from Doming hurts a lot.
Yeah, Doming's damage is really spiking right now. You look at his items, Luden's, Death Cap, Void Stuff. This is the combo that we talked about just now. The trinity of mage items. Once you pick it up, you do 1,000,000 damage. You're never gonna be tanky enough to really withstand that. That poke is always gonna hurt.
Yeah, and that is the struggle, right? That's the pressure that Sem9 has to get a pick before the next dragon will spawn, or else they're going to get poked out a lot. And the next dragon is going to be an Elder Dragon. That's going to be very critical for Sem9.
Yeah, this is it, right? This is do or die. I mean, I've
Yeah.
been saying it's been do or die
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Sem9
yeah.
for like the last 5-10 minutes, right? But this is it. This is truly your last chance here. You lose that one, the game's basically over. FLA making good use of the poke comp, poking out the turrets and the champions.
Oh my god, the damage though with the Damascene Justice. Not going to finish the job, but that's the jungler gone.
Yeah.
50 seconds on the clock and 14 seconds for the next Elder Drake.
I'm not sure what's going on with Sem9, right? Because we criticize some things about their gameplay. Mechanics might not be the best, laning might not be the best, but they are never this disjointed.
We'll see though. Oh my
my
god!
goodness, Danny.
That's so pain though! And now Sem9 forced to back away. Elder Drake has spawned. 30 seconds for Zara Veki still. We'll see how S9 will actually get to slow this down.
Becky's not here.
Yeah, Veki's not here, no jungler. That dragon is gonna get melted by the rest of FLA. Body slam, Wraith. Gonna just distract. Winter already activates ult. He's already half HP. 2-man, well, that's not gonna be the apprehend locked in, but they
this could
managed
be
to
it.
eliminate it. Arise, look at the dragon. It's already very, very low. We'll see who's gonna secure it. Is it FLA? It is
Oh
gonna be
my
FLA.
goodness.
Doming secures that, and that, as you mentioned, GG.
Oh my
God, the bombs in the world coming from FLA, and that's it. They secure the dragon.
Our hedge gets the first slam dunk, but the
I
one that
know.
wins the game, the one that wins the match, comes from Danny. Danny, Arise, Domain. Honestly, everyone here did their
He
job.
still has flash.
He still has flash. He doesn't need it. He's playing it so well. Becky last man standing. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, that is going to be FLA getting the Elder Drake, winning the fight, winning the entire game #1 over here in their first series today.
Full control from FLA in that game. It looked a little iffy at times
Yeah.
around some of the objectives, but honestly, FLA, they have such good killer instinct.
True.
When it looks good, they just go for it. And what was that word you were teaching me just now?
What, was I teaching you
fighting,
anything?
The one that Otto was saying. Fighting, dirty fighting, something
Dirty
like that.
Balak Bagan.
That's the one. Balak.
You can do it.
Okay, never mind. Balak Bagan?
Yes, you did.
There we go.
Good
Yeah.
job.
The Balak Bagan from FLA worked out. They played it so well. Every
Yeah.
team fight, they looked clean.
Absolutely. I mean, SM9 couldn't do anything, even though they wanted to start fights here and there. The way that FENNEL responded was just 3 times more painful.
Yeah, and I gotta be real as well. Sem9, they did not look themselves that game. They were so disjointed. The engage attempts were all over the place. What do you want to engage with? Darius, TF? I don't really know. Like, they seemed confused. Becky was just dashing in alone. Hopefully they saw things out. I know there's a lot of pressure on the line for this team, but they gotta do better than that. They can do better
They
than that.
can,
That's the
they
hard
can.
part, right? Yeah.
I mean,
We've
it's
seen them do better.
We've seen them do better, and it's a BO5, so there's a lot of adaptation going on. We still can see possibly Game 5, even though we predicted 3-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still in the trio cam. FLA looks so good.
Me too. They look really, really solid, especially their recent matches. And
Yeah.
I don't know what do you think? What are you looking forward to when it comes to the draft? Like, what can they change?
Honestly, I don't think the draft was the problem, but I think you slow it down a bit. Don't play something where you're so reliant on tempo. Don't play something where you're so reliant on winning the game at a certain timing window.
All right, that's the strategy and what they can look forward to in the game #2. But of course, we've got the panel still going to break this down, and we're going to send it over to them. Go to the panel.
Balak Bagan, and that's FLA yarn.
FLA yarn.
Yeah, there you go. It's okay. It's still the first game, but hey, what really happened there?
Okay, I have a note. That's it.
There's only
it's
one.
too far though. Oh
There's-
my god.
It's not even
I
a
have close-up.
note.
Yeah, I know.
They need to zoom it in. Zoom it in. Is it
What
even
are we looking at? What are we
The
looking at
notes
here?
that I have for game #1, actually for the entire series.
I
There you
feel
go.
like-
It's just
FLA
2
win.
words.
It's fine. Exactly.
It's just too
That's the
It's
only
not,
thing I have to.
it's not even a note.
Uh,
I
let
have
me
a lot
check.
of notes.
Yeah, you have a lot of notes, right? But the only important part here is that FLA is winning, to be honest.
So that I can just toss his notes.
Okay, anyway.
Just toss it out.
I love that, I love that we have brought out, FLA really wanted the Balagbagan term to be their identity because one of their most favorite champions is the Akshan. And trivia to everyone, what's the passive called? It's Dirty Fighting. So yeah, it's just so fitting that they have the Dirty Fighting identity with them. Game number 1 to us, but yeah, sorry, Chu. I really think it's going to be a 3-0.
She still has a chance. Like she said 3-2. Like there's still plenty of a chance for something to happen here. Okay, let's break this one down from the beginning, right? So we start this one off with draft. First thing that we saw, they tried to go for some pickoffs. They were looking for tempo. They needed to close the game quickly. Because you let Ziggs go into the late game, you're gonna lose, right? That's just the nature of the game. So they try to go for some pick comps. They go into game and then they play for an early team fight. Goes decently, right? Play around the dragon. You get Darius pulling. Arhedge did a great job mechanically. They look really clean at that first fight. And then they go into mid game and they forget they have a Twisted Fate. Why build the rapid fire cannon if you're not going to use it? If all you're going to do is let Darius step up, Arhedge step up to pull you in the upper hand, why even build a rapid fire cannon? Might as well go for a Hullbreaker, might as well go for a Rabadon's Death Cap, right? And you just get more value out of that.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well for FENNEL Adversity, they dropped the split push type of thing, at least for this game, right? Arise on that Akshan could be a threat on the side lanes, and normally you would see Akshan to go for the Hullbreaker if that's the case, but they respected the identity of the team composition of S9 here. They know if they split the map, Chili could, potentially catch one person or another. We saw his very, very beautiful catch on Danny. By the way, shout out to Danny, 37k damage total on that Ziggs. I wanted him to pick that champion last time, right? And now we have it, and now we are reminded that Danny is a beast on this champion.
As Rico said, it's so pain.
It's a pain.
It's so pain. We saw how he just dropped the Mega Inferno Bomb. Definitely, it's just gonna drain out the HP come up from Sam9. They couldn't go in. The moment they want to actually reach to a side of Danny, the HP is like what? Maybe 100 HP left.
So what counters a very heavy poke composition? It's a very good engage, right? And S9, to me, they weren't as decisive as they should be. Grandin did say that they have this experience thing going on for them. But in that particular game, I feel that there's something missing. There's no decisive moment. Let's go in, right? There's no snap of a finger that, you know what, FLA is vulnerable here. Oh, actually, there was one point, right, when Danny was caught. But outside of that, all throughout that game, I believe FENNEL Adversity just, did the triangle choke on them. Just out of air.
Triangle choke.
They locked them in. You're right. Got the
We're
armor
gonna go
cross.
wrestling now.
It's jiu-jitsu.
It's jiu-jitsu.
It's jiu-jitsu.
Either way, I mean, it works out, right? You look at
2K DPM.
you look at what happens here. Like you give Danny that space, and what was really nice was like Wraith coming into play. Playing the Gragas had that impact there. We have to kind of, when you look back at what Sam9 kind of have to do, they tried to go for the initiation, they wanted to make the Twisted Fate work. You have pretty good range on the Xin Zhao, and so Ozorveki can also be the one to initiate for the team. But look down the bottom side. Senna takes a while to scale up. Nasus never really gets closer to your opponents, right? Like Winter has a tough time. He's getting severely outranged. Chuchu, you were mentioning how when in the fight, they couldn't go for it because Winter had to go back to base, come back. That's a symptom. That's a result of a problem that comes from drafting the Nasus being so short range. You get to wither the Jace, you get to kind of affect doming there, but beyond that, like you just get poked out by Danny. I'm pretty sure a quarter of that damage per minute is on Winter alone.
Yeah. And again, finally, they have decided to pick up a Ziggs against a Nasus. We did say that Nasus is actually a champion that really counters ADs or marksmen just because of that wither. Do you really affect Ziggs on that wither? I don't think so. He will throw bombs from a mile away. Can't reach him. Youngblood. That's it.
I have to say, it's very hard for the side of Sam9 just now to reach at the back line coming up from the side of FFLA. And do we have any first aid or med kits here? Because I'm being bombarded with so many, they just tossing it over to me. And say, this is wrong, Chu. This is, you know what? they're slapping my face with facts right now that I can't answer because Sam9, what were you thinking? You mentioned, Brandon, that Twisted Fate is not at its full potential. It's like being a bit conservative when it comes to Chile.
Here's my thing. I'm looking at Sam9, right? And I think it's time to toss this composition out the window. On paper, in theory, it looks good. It should work out. For a lot of teams, I think they can make it work out. But for Sam9 now, what do they have in store for them? They have a lot of experience in the top half of the map, right? Top half of the map, RH, Zoroveki, Chile. So much experience, veteran players that understand the game through and through. What do they have on the bottom side of the map? They have these incredible star players, these up-and-comers now, Sagi and Winter. Make that work. Make that work for that paycheck, right? They're coming in here. This is that time to shine against another incredibly strong bot lane duo. Danny and Rafe are an incredible testing ground and a hotbed for competition and experience and growth for these bot laners.
Exactly. So Sagi and Winter needs to work. That's my takeaway there, at least in this particular highlight.
And the auto win condition, make it work. You're not going to put it in?
I know.
Auto win condition for Sam9, you're not going to say it?
Yep.
It's not going to do it. But we also mentioned the fact that it's a bit late when it comes to fighting for the dragons, right? They forced the fight after the dragon is down.
Yeah, that's right. FLA was one step ahead of Sem9 almost every time. Oh, okay. So this was actually a positive point already for Sem9. They were able to catch Danny at one point. However, yeah, this dragon fight, I thought RH will be more aggressive here when we saw the mark already. The hemorrhage marks already being there means that he can just go on a rampage. He decided to pull back and fell on adversity again. For their composition, it's just about doing a box and protecting Danny because Danny is basically their carry.
What's the auto win condition? First time no. Other than Sagi and Winter has to work, who should we shut down? Come on, Auto Lose, you can do this. This is your segment. Go ahead. Auto win conditions for us at least.
I'll think about it.
We're friends. We're
Maybe
friends.
on game number 3 because at least then I want them to win at least one game, right? I'll think about it.
It's not giving it a word, but Brandon, do you think they have a shot here for a second game? Please don't say 3-0 now.
No, I'm still going to stick to my original score, but thinking about what could be done, right? Sem9 have come in here with this incredibly powerful bot lane duo. I think this should be a point they should leverage on. This should be something that they look towards. And it might not be in their wheelhouse to play for the double marksman, but if they have the opportunity to, if this is something they have been able to practice a little bit of, I think this is their last chance to pull it out, right? This is the final stage. This is the knockouts. This is, if they don't manage to win this series, they're done. That's a competitive run over. So they really have to just pull out all the stops. A little bit desperate. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to see the MYSG region succeed, but realistically, pragmatically, this is all we have.
And also, Riku mentioned the fact that Sagi used the marksman OADC just now was a bit more utility-wise instead of carrying out the game. But we haven't seen, honestly, in the MYSG region before that Sagi playing a lot when it comes to marksman that carrying out or scaling throughout the late game.
He's played Kai'Sa, he's played, I think he's tried against Raven's matchup with Draven. He played like Varus and stuff. Sure, he's definitely played a lot of that. He's also had to flex the utility role, but I do look forward to seeing him play the marksman, the hyper carry. I think he even played Vayne, right? So like off the top of my head, yeah, I know that the guy can carry and can have that impact. They need that trust in him to make it happen.
I think this is that game, Brandon. I believe that this is the point in where Sem9 would decide to just go all in on their bot lane star duo because fellow University, again, very well documented there. If they get first pick, they will most likely prioritize the favorite champion of Danny, at least in this meta, and that's going to be the Senna.
And FLA make it so hard to play for a bot lane carry composition because you get rid of the Galio, so no easy taunt option, no easy peel for your marksman. You get rid of the Karma, you don't get an easy enchanter, you don't get easy team fighting. It makes things so difficult. Sem9, even as they go into this one, you have to wonder what kind of priority picks can they really go for. They have to snatch away strong junglers, for example, and then it just kind of like pushes down the priority for a strong dragon laner.
Right. They have all the elements earlier just to help their bot lane. We all know Twisted Fate can help at least one lane, right? And Shelly, I don't think Destiny was used at all to help the Dragon lane or to help even the top lane, right? There was really no impactful Destiny play.
Oh, I don't blame them. You saw how they actually just been staying
right?
They just box all together for FLA. So it's kind of hard to use Destiny on the right time just now. So maybe they will actually... Jace is open.
Jace will most likely be first pick here by FENNEL University
That
because
is
they
it.
have the luxury to put it on 3 different players. Again, we have Doming, the only player I believe, at least in this tournament, that really is very comfortable in using Jace in the jungle.
Like, it gives them that aggressive option, and even if you look at other pickups to potentially counter the Jace, stuff like the Lucian, perhaps stuff like the Corki, and you can have good matchups, but it's still very stable and has a lot of power at FLA of the first pick Olaf.
This is already scary enough with Olaf already on their first draw
Yep.
from FLA. Honestly speaking, Sam9 really have to crack their heads with this.
Yeah, this means that if they go for the Senna composition, they easily get countered, right? Regardless of what you pick here on the bot lane, it will be very scary. They're actually reading this as if that S9 will still... Oh, that's actually a good pick, at least for Sagi. If they go for the Ziggs, though.
Although they have to go for Rakan here, right? If they give Rakan to FLA, I think that's not going to look too good.
Indeed.
I think this has to be a Rakan pickup. The Ziggs Rakan, you can still flex the Ziggs into the mid lane and still give a lot of power over to Sagi. So I think that's their best option now. Thresh could also be decent here.
Oh,
They're taking away the Jace.
Yeah, they're not going to
0-2
give
yesterday
away.
for Sem9. Was played by Chili, was played by RH. No big difference over there. But we will see, at least in this particular game, Sem9, at least the first 2 picks, they want to go for the pro composition. This time they're going to borrow FLA. And there you go, Grandin. I think Omo is smiling at the backside saying that, good one, brother. Okay. All right, Rakan being picked up here for FENNEL University means that they have an engage already available for them, and that is the favorite champion of Rave.
There's so much flexibility with this Rakan. Not only is it that engage, like you mentioned, it's also that supplementary support, right? You get the RN sensor onto the Olaf, you get the additional shielding, and you also have so much independence with the Varus. He's long range, he sits back, he has some utility, he does it all.
Basically, you can impact the map. At level 3, you could leave Varus
from a screen away.
Yeah, exactly, unattended. Save to farm. Rave, again, on this champion, believe he's really the best, at least in our region, in maximizing the kit of Rakan. Not just for engages, but also for peeling.
I'm just waiting who's going to tank everything up,
wow.
but you know what? Is this how fast I'm looking at Jarvan?
Second.
Okay, okay. But the thing is, they can actually opt out for Trash for Sem9 if they want to. Not wrong.
This is okay, because again, they're going back to the okay, they pick Olaf, we pick Jarvan, we basically do
the basics.
Yeah, Cataclysm onto the Olaf, and he cannot really go on a rampage, right? With that Ragnarok. Same goes with the Hexag Ultimatum of Camille, but Camille is definitely going to be banned against FLA, no less.
Banning out Darius next. What will be the response coming out from
That's
FLA?
interesting.
I mean, I don't think there's a big issue here for FLA. They can still go for so many options. You get rid of the Darius, they still set up, Renekton up. I mean, the ultimate goal here, just don't get a terribly losing matchup. You can have a losing matchup on your Baron side because of how strong your jungle bot side are right now. You're still going to have tempo throughout the game.
Exactly.
Just waiting, because right now I'm really scared of this Rakan. We do know how aggressive he can go and he can get with the Grand Entrance right on top. We've seen a 5-man Grand Entrance before. That's kind of possible when he played by FLA.
Sure, absolutely possible, right? And I think that's something that FLA want to try and get done, because when you have that, and an assassin as well. So I really like this ban for the Zed from Sem9, because when you have Wraith running in and pulling so much attention over, you have to be a little concerned about your backline. So potentially here from Sem9, most of the damage coming from the Ziggs. They want to make sure that it's going to be safe to get rid of a really strong assassin that deals with that. There we go.
I think this is going to be a Diana angle for FLA. Again, Arise loves the champion so much. Still is an assassin, but could set up the engage already for FLA. Again, looking at the composition of FLA, you have to be worried as to who goes with the Olaf, right? And that's actually a perfect champion. Now, wherever Olaf goes, he can have that Shen and he can have that Rakan follow him. Meanwhile, Varus stays behind. There we go.
There we go. Diana pick up.
Just
like you
go
mentioned,
in.
it's go in. It's a go in comp. Win the fight the second you go in.
I hate the fact they ban out Trash for the side of Sem9. You know I'm a die-hard fan for Sem9 here, definitely, but this looks a bit dim for Sem9 when it comes. It's doable, but when it comes to poking in the early stage, I definitely feel FLA got the advantage. When it comes to mobility, there's there. And also, United as well come out from Shen. It's so easy, and it'll be answered with the Riven there.
I actually don't mind this. Actually, I kind of don't mind this that much, because think about what Sem9 have right now. the form, if they got drafted as a team fighter, they lose team fights flat out to
Yeah.
FLA, right? So now their only hope is to have Riven split push and try and find value. Like have someone split push, maybe Riven team groups with the team, someone on Sam9 split push, Jace, Riven, or Set, and try to out macro FLA. Like find a window where you just push in, set yourselves up, cheese away a couple of objectives. Like I could see it. I could see what they want to
I see the split push angle here, Grandin. However, there still is that very big constraint that Shen really pressures your team on,
absolutely.
right? Exactly. If you go for a split push, that's a 4v5 effectively. Just one skill away from making it happen.
No, it's called River Shen for a reason. Definitely can control
At
a
least that's
lot
how
of
it's a
it.
Baron Shen, right? Baron Shen.
He can just flew over whenever he's needed. And also, we're looking over FLA. Will they actually try to dive as well if this can get a very aggressive game? But aside of this
Discipline.
draft, you guys, what are your thoughts? Which one is more stable when it comes to the draft from both of
It's
you?
easier, ease of ease of execution will definitely be for FENNEL Adversity side, but Sem9 has a window here. If they will be more, how should I call this, disciplined, and at least pulling the trigger, just front to back, make sure that FENNEL Adversity goes and overcommit, there's a window for them to win.
It's all about the kiting, Grandin.
I think Sam9's kind of saved themselves with their last Riven pick, but it's still a very tough one.
Kaisers, are you ready as we're gonna jump into the rift right now for game number 2?
Thank you, Chu, and we are always ready here. Riku and myself, Omo, we're going to a very exciting game 2 between FLA and Sam9. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm liking this draft because it tells me that FLA and S9, Sem9, they're going to go at it, especially early to mid game. I'm looking at Sem9 having a little bit of that scaling, especially the fact that FLA has 4 melee champions, so the Ziggs is going to have a fun time.
Well, the Ziggs is going to have a great time. Sagi is so good at the champion, too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And especially with the positioning, right? You have a lot of things that is able to, well, not bridge the gap, but multiply the gap with...
Extend the gap?
Extend the gap. Thank you, Olmo. Yes.
Got you.
The Cataclysm to be able to create space for at least the Poke champions.
Ooh. If that hit.
If that hit, it would have been in trouble. A little bit. Because it's a Shen, right? You have poor wave clear. Too sad.
Very, very sad. But once he gets the Sunfire Cape, he'll try to do a little bit different here. Now, this mid lane matchup, I think that's going to be an exciting one. And Grendon talked about the Riven split pushing as well. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think this is looking good here for Sam9? This whole lane's a bit iffy.
I don't think so. I feel like Sem9's going for a big 5v5 because I feel like they need that extra oomph when it comes to CC, layering of CC, right? Almost like I'm imagining Showstopper, Face Breaker, and then boom, our hedge comes in with an AoE stun, and everything else
Becky
follows.
comes in, boom.
Yeah, boom, exactly, right? So I feel like this is going to be not a Hull Breaker match, but a 5v5 match.
We got the wombo combos.
That's true. The big wombo combos, even in FLA side.
Ooh, that's really nice from Sagi, just chunking out Danny. Sadly, no turret shot didn't come in.
This is very, very aggressive coming from the side of Danny. I mean, you have a lot of range. You don't have to worry about the minions getting in your way. You pass through them with your arrows, so I can see why Danny was moving forward.
Man, but look at this. FLA, they really want to try to dive, but I don't think they got the setup.
It's difficult when you want to set up a dive against the Ziggs lane, because all he does is just wave clear, and you don't have the wave there for the dive.
And sad as well, right? He just stands in front.
Yeah, it's super sad. But they still want this. I have a feeling with this rotation coming from Doming, they're just gonna...
They're chilling. Yeah. They're just farming it up. I mean, Doming farms pretty quickly, but he's a bit behind Veki right now. I guess they're about the same, right?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I feel like Ozara Veki was also trying to find some sort of dive at the top portion of the map, but it's also a Shen who's really good against AD champions, so too risky.
Yeah, so we're just chilling in the early game, both junglers just trading sides for now. If we get into a bit of scaling, if we get into a bit of like mid-game team fights, who would you give the edge to?
I'd give the edge to Sem9, just because of the Ziggs deals a humongous ton of damage. You know, and the fact that there's 4 melee champions on the side of FLA, I feel like the Jace and the Ziggs are going to just have an easy time later.
That's true. Well, Sem9 now, they're looking down towards bot lane. Danny, he's well aware of this. Spidey senses are tinkling.
Does have barrier, does still have flash, so it's going to be a-okay for him. It's just really difficult to set up dives. It's humongous wave clear champions like a Varus and a Ziggs.
Yeah. You would think both of these teams would want to impact maybe top lane a bit more, maybe mid lane a bit more, but it seems like bottom lane is the focus here. Dragon lane is at what everyone wants.
If they want to get their AP carry, AD carry is ahead, but it's more like wanting to at least chunk down a bit of that tower to see if they can get Rift Herald. Because if you have a Ziggs on your side, you can get 2 towers easily if you set up the waves and the tower turrets perfectly.
And conversely as well, right? If you're playing against the Ziggs, you want the Herald too. You want to take down his turret. Yeah.
Exactly.
High priority. High priority on that one, approaching 4-minute mark, Riku. We're going to see the Dragon Persis. And what does Gwen call it? First spawn is going to start
First
beginning.
spawn, that's the term that he wants to drive.
It's all right. Could be
all right.
better.
Could you think about a
Definitely
better term?
not. If not, I would have jacked it long ago. I would not be saying first spawn if I could think of a better one.
Okay, we're gonna use first spawn first. Okay, Cloud Drake. I feel like FLA, wherever Sem9's gonna go, they're gonna fight. They want this Olaf to get ahead. They have the Stand United into the taunt. And look at this positioning now. As we can see, FLA is actually moving towards that direction. So, boom, they're gonna try to get that Ragnarok in, deliver calm.
It's a little bit of a tricky setup, right? Rise is gonna be late though, so Sem9, they do have the inside track on this one.
There's a lot of pokes coming from the side of Sem9.
Oh no, Danny face checking here. Ahed's just chunking him out, gonna get away. The Ziggs bomb does a lot as we expect. Look at Windsor though. The E-Flash buffer knows exactly what he's doing.
I screamed because that was a mini jump scare because I thought it was over almost. I thought it was over. They got Danny. They get Danny, and that means Sem9 decided to move their track on towards the Cloud Drake as they've already gotten the Rift Herald. Really nicely done by Sem9 over here.
Good start from Sem9, of course, punishing the mistakes there. Domain using Flash to try to get Soggy. Fight's gonna keep going. I don't know if you want that one, Windsor, feeling a bit too strong there, but Olaf, he's more than happy just cutting through a set. And now that's gonna be FL starting this one off. No, it's not gonna be. The Cataclysm traps them up into the Riven combo. Arhedge and Zoravaki, the dynamic duo, make it work here for Sem9.
Yeah, this is looking really good for the side of Sem9 here. No jungler. For the side of FLA, they're able to secure this for sure, unless Arise does something like this.
Rise tries to go back in. He gets the Stand United in as well. They get a Zoravaki. That's going to be both junglers down, but Domain, he's making a beeline back in. Look at the map, though. Chili doesn't care about this. He's going to keep pushing top lane. He has the Howlbreaker. He got one turret already. That's a 2k gold lead for Sem9, but they lose the Dragon, Riku.
Yeah, that's really nicely done. The fact that FLA, again, is a type of team that really wants to play as 5v5.
Yeah.
For Sem9, yeah, stand corrected. They can do Hullbreaker, but not with Arhedge. I did talk about Arhedge with the Wombo combo, but I didn't talk about the J, so he still can go Hullbreaker. I'm still right.
All right, right on the technicality. That's the best kind of right.
I know, right? There we go. Okay, I don't think they can do anything about Calm here because he's pretty tanky. He's a Shen. He has Sunfire already completed, so it was a nice attempt, but it is just Sem9 wanting to see if they can open up more of these maps, especially that FLA. That's a Rift Herald. No, that's not the Rift Herald. That's Sem9's Rift Herald. I'm so confused.
Well, that's what you talked about, right? The Rift Herald into the satchel.
Oh, no.
Did you notice that Domain popped Ragnarok so he could kill it faster?
Oh my gosh, that's genius.
Yeah, it actually worked out. That's crazy. But Sem9 to get bought.
Yeah, I think that's pretty value because an ult that it's on a relatively low cooldown versus a Rift Herald that only spawns twice in the map. I think that's pretty good.
We take those on the side of FLA here. But the game state for Sem9, much better than it was in game 1.
Oh yeah, they have full control now. They know that they can fight. They know that they have this split push that they can do now with Chili, garnering a lot of gold. He's actually the highest gold earner on the side of Sem9. Exactly, right? So 5,700, he can, because no one can deal with him.
Yeah.
No one can deal with him. Not Calm.
Maybe Domain? Do you think Domain could kill him?
Yeah, Domain definitely can kill him. But usually you want to expect that Calm would do the dealing with Chili part because he has free teleport to Stand United.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult for the Shen to match him. We might need to see some side lane shenanigans go on for FLA. Looks like it will be Arise that's matching him, though. This is going to be a tricky one.
It is tricky because you're an AP champion. Yeah. It's not like you can match him with Hullbreaker. That's not going to be value, right, Olmo?
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, you get so much resistances as well, the HP from the Hullbreaker. It could be very hard to assassinate him with this Diana.
There is the help of Stand United, though, so I can't imagine Arise going in with Moonfall and then Taunt and then boom. Chili's going to have a hard time.
All right, so Chili is going to be a big point for us to look out for. In FLA, they know it as well. Sem9, they know it as well. Both supports going to be shadowing this Dragon lane. They want to make sure he's safe. But Sem9, they're making 2 plays on the map. It looks like Vaki is close to top side.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a... don't gang. Oh,
wait, they're not on the same page here. Zoravaki, he goes in with Cataclysm. Arhedge backs away, and just because of that, Calm will live long enough for the cavalry to arrive. That's Wraith. He gets Arhedge. That's going to be 2 quick kills going over to FLA.
The burn?
Maybe not. Maybe Arhedge does just get away.
Wraith?
A sliver of health, but it's going to be enough, and Wraith will pick that up with the Quill.
Yeah, you're right. It felt like they were going for 2 different things. Arhedge wanted to back away. Zoravaki still flashed into the Cataclysm. So at that point, maybe Zoravaki would have lived if they killed, they killed Calm much quicker.
These teams need someone like me on the shot calling team. I think just go.
Yeah,
That's all you really need to hear, right?
They need that, what do you call this? Help me out
Blocking
here.
off. That's going to be secured by Domain. Nice ultimate from Arise, but Winter gets a better one off. Sam9, they're diving in. They're going to keep the fight going. Domain's trying his best, but it's not enough. Airhead trying to clean up the backlights. No flash to chase this one down. Will he be able to make it onto Danny? Calm is zoning him away. Very good job there. 2 for 1 so far. Sam9 with the wombo combo. Winter and Sagi.
Okay.
Not enough. Close.
Okay. I was a bit worried there because considering there were 2 minions auto-attacking him, but it's a Riven. You can just dash and have a shield. It's gonna just mitigate a bunch of damage. But this is looking like a really, really good game from Sem9
Very
here.
close, yeah.
Very, very close. We got Chili already on the board. 2 kills already, racking up a lot of gold. He got a double kill actually over on that fight. So Infernal Drake now up for grabs. Let's see how FENNEL adversity, because so far Sem9 has been winning all of these fights.
And so far, outs are basically kind of coming up by now. I think most teams, most of the players will have the ultimates available for this. So it's going to be another big 5v5. I think Sem9, they're going to get set up first.
Have to see. Because Sem9 can just be patient, poke with Sagi, and as well as Chili over here.
Yeah, there's something we didn't quite touch on, right? Sem9 took FLA's comp.
Yeah, it's a swapperoo, it's a switcheroo, it's a floopy floop.
It's a flooply floop indeed. I can't even say the word floopy floop. My body just doesn't allow me to.
You're allergic to the uwuski speak?
Yeah. I mean, I can't do it on air, right?
But
It's
you
too
can do it
embarrassing.
off
My
air.
street cred is just gone after this.
It's okay, Omo. You can do it off air.
Right, well, we see Sem9 full control of the river right now. Winter, he's been the guy making the engages happen. Well, him and Azraveki, right? We always talk about this jungle support duo. Now Sem9 pushing in mid-wave as well.
I gotta make sure you set up that waves so the FLA is forced to respond. That means you have more space on the dragon part of that area.
Here we go.
And again, Sem9 can be patient. They can just push the waves. They have more poke than FLA.
Yeah, we need to see Calm exerting some sort of pressure on the map, and you look at how
my
difficult it is to walk
Oh.
in. Domain gets caught, forced to flash away, still does have the Ragnarok, but
Yeah.
Cataclysm was expanded.
Yeah, usually you want to see Ragnarok still used first before the Cataclysm, but that's really nicely done by Doming. Super duper patient. They can still utilize that. But that's a window, you know? That's a window without the Cataclysm, so FLA should go now.
Oh, wait, they used Broken Blades as well, Broken Wings, whatever River
Yeah.
it's called, and they used the Super Mega Infinite Bomb too, so that's Sem9 with like basically no outs left.
Yeah, but we'll see if FLA can go in because Doming went back to respawn, went back to recuperate HP, but it seems they're leaving. Doming went to Wolves instead.
Domain's going for some R&R right now. He drops the Rift Herald top, that's pretty cheeky, I like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a slow push.
Very slow.
Very, very slow.
Shelly's gonna have a stroll here.
Yeah, gonna take a chill, the long route over there at top side, but still a lot of pokes. Cataclysm already on board for Azarveki, so that's the window gone.
Wow, the out cooldown basically back up, and here we go. Wraith once in.
Wow.
They go in, they pop Winter before he can use the shield. The Infernal Bomb is huge, but is it enough? The follow-up's not quite there. Becky, Flash, Smite gets the Inferno Dragon. You lose the fight, but it doesn't matter because you got what you came for.
Hello, Azarveki is able to get that steal. Well, not steal, a secure rather.
They try to get on Sagi, they force his flash. That's gonna be good. Low HP boss for FLA.
Teleport?
TP coming in. I think that was from R-Hatch. They want to chase this
whoa,
one down.
whoa.
No mid lane tier 1. R-Hatch gets the flash. His out still up, but the exhaust is gonna save them. And FLA, they will get away. Exhaust MVP.
That was so beautiful. If ever the exhaust wasn't there, would have been disastrous for FLA.
Yeah.
Would have lost more towers. But look at the Rift Herald wasn't able to do
It
much.
doesn't even
It's
get a
just there,
charge off.
Yeah. Wait, Azarveki wants Doming though.
Boy. Yeah, Doming is Ragnarok, so I think he's gonna be good. He might want to chase down our hedge. It looks like he wants some of this smoke here.
Wait,
he's gonna try to chase down our hedge. 1v2, 1v3, 1v4. He doesn't care. Barrier is expanded from our hedge, but Doming, man, what a maniac.
Guy, I feel like SM9 was a bit torn whether or not to overcommit.
Winter getting caught right now. Wraith knocks him up. Winter has the shield, but it's not gonna be enough against 4 members of FLA. He flashes. You might want to have saved him. Oh, he gets away barely a sliver of health.
I think that was a mini MVP on the satchel to be able to slow down FLA's charge to finish off the kill on Winter. He is so tanky. With the Haymaker, he's able to mitigate so much damage by some time. That's all of FLA jumping on him, and yet he still lives.
That's exactly what I was saying, right? Winter 1v4, he's not going to be tanky enough. The shield's not going to be big enough. Well, that's why I'm play-by-play now. I don't know what I'm talking about.
How you feeling with play-by-play so far?
It's fun, it's fun. How do you feel about this fight?
Yeah, take a look at the replay. It was very messy, right? There was a big window, they took a break, but then so smooth coming from Azarveki to come in with that secure with a flash. And after that
This was huge.
this was really good. If the exhaust didn't kick in, if they didn't have exhaust rather for FLA, they would have been in mad trouble.
Yeah, might have even been an ace, right? But
Yeah.
of course, the game state right now still so close. Sam9, I think they're very happy that Zarveki got this flash smite. Not much of a timer on them this game because they have one dragon themselves.
Really good for their scaling as well with the
Yep.
Infernal Drake. It's gonna add up a lot, especially they already have scaling in their hands with Sagi. Facebreaker. It's calm though, it's a Shen.
Yeah, I don't think Calm really needed to be afraid there, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't very calm of him.
Haha.
I had to do it, right? It's right there.
You do know I rate puns from time to time, and I give that a. I'm sorry, it's a 3 out of 10.
I mean, it was low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it was a low-hanging fruit. It's okay, you can try again next time.
All right, well, I'll do my best here. Doming, he's trying to look for our head. She's on a ward. I think she's going to cancel the recall. Doming, inspired by the last fight, knows he can take this. Has to stand united. Our head, you have the Howlbreaker. It's not going to be enough. 1v2, you can't win that.
Yeah, especially if the Olaf Doming is able to hack and slash first. The trade with the Hullbreaker is not going to let you win that 1v1. So at that point, that's 30 seconds on the clock. That means more pushing power space, rather, for the side of FLA. They can create more for themselves. Bottom tower's going to fall. Top is going to fall as well. That's the setup by the Rift Herald.
That is, and Doming, he can take this fight, but unfortunately he has no spells available. Well, let Chili live to fight another day, and just like that, FLA, they get some tempo back in this one.
Ooh. Okay, I thought that was going to be a
the vision
flanking
has been
Vicky.
great from FLA.
I know they were able to prevent and as well as be confident in taking fights here and there, especially, you know, our hedge earlier. He was sitting on a ward, wanting to port back, and FLA can easily even get 3 towers, but mid lane cannot underestimate the wave clear that Sem9 has.
So annoying, right? The Ziggs and the Chili's both, and then if you want to hit it, you have to walk into the Javan, walk into the
that
set.
too.
Oh, frustration.
Yeah, the fact that you have 4 melee champions, right? Like, you don't have that luxury to walk up to towers, and that's why earlier, Rift Herald was incredibly important. But 10 seconds on the clock, it's going to be Ocean Drake. I feel like FLA is definitely going to be needing this one because of the ton of pokes. You need that physical vamp, you need the sustain versus the poke that Sem9 has.
Yeah, that's going to be great for sure. Now, Calm, he has a Divine Sundra himself. Going to be doing a bit of damage in the side lane, so he's going to try to match our hedge. The rest of the team, though, FLA, they're setting up here. But it looks like a repeat of the last few situations. Can they walk into River, Riku?
That would be the biggest question. It was 2 poke versus 1 poke from FLA. Of course, on paper, Sem9's going to win. The fact that the Hull Breakers come into play as well, I don't think Calm can deal with our hedge.
Yeah, he's gonna lose eventually, but here we go, the engage from Wraith, he doesn't quite land it onto Sagi. TP coming in from our hedge, we have to stand united as well. That's Domain getting the Ocean Dragon, but Danny, he's caught out, he flashes away. It's gonna be FLA, they want to keep the fight going. The Haymaker does nothing, the Showstopper rather, the Facebreaker does nothing. Arise whiffs on his ultimate, but FLA, it looks like they've got this one. Sam9, they want to turn around, Arise dropping so low, exhaust onto Chili's flash. Both teams blinking red health bars, but not a single player drops.
Yeah, no one wants to die in this comp, or rather in this game for now, because Baron is up. They don't want to risk, especially the fact that FLA, rather Sem9, this is a game state that they love, and for FLA, the fact that they won a dominating game #1, this is something that they do not want, and most likely did not expect.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so surprised to see Sem9 make it so competitive after what we saw in game 1. We said they had to make it simple, right? And they go back to what they're good at. The Ziggs and Sagi especially, doing a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very straightforward to the poke with the poke composition that they have. Just poke. Do not allow yourself to get engaged on. Wraith is there for the engage, Arise is there, Doming is there, but if you have that safe distance to poke them out, it's going to be very difficult for FLA to find an avenue to actually go in.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for FLA as well, right? The Wraith engage and the Arise ultimate both missing there.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well. The Moonfall didn't kick. Wraith, when he went in, you saw, right? He got choked. What choked? Chunked. My God!
He got zoned away.
My vocabulary. Yes, he got zoned away by so much poke. And when he went back to his teammates, like, oh my God, I'm injured. I'm so injured, guys.
He needs a Warmox as well. Take a page out of Winter's book. The Warmox is going to help a lot against the poke comps here. I do think Domain's build is really nice, though.
Oh yeah, the Death Stance, Divine Thunder, again, being able to sustain.
Oh no, oh no.
I don't think that build's gonna help him here though.
Yeah, no build's gonna save you from this, but Flash, well, a little bit desync there. They weren't quite on the same page. That's a nice Tom Flash and a nice Ajonias. Super Mega Bomb is massive as well, but it doesn't matter. They take down Chili, they take down Zarveki. They want to go for Daddy, they're diving on to Daddy, but he's safe. 3-on-1, what can our hedge do? The answer is nothing, and FLA, FLA, how did they win that? I couldn't tell you, but they won it.
It was a pole composition.
Oh, Sagi's so good though.
Oh, that's so good. But Calm? Exhaust?
He still dies, right?
Can he run away?
Surely he still dies.
He will die. It's just
Eventually. There we go.
There we go. Yeah. They're able. Oh my God, 29 seconds on the clock. Do they want to
No
end
way.
this?
This could very well be an end angle here, Riku. They have 3 cannon minions. They've got the Olaf alive.
Yeah. Okay, 16 seconds for Azara Veki. I don't think there's a teleport
TPs.
coming in. They're gonna end.
FLA, they win one team fight, and the game was so close, but it doesn't matter because 5-0. That's FLA going up 2-0 in the series.
My God, what do we keep saying, Omo, about pole compositions and what their weakness is at?
Getting engaged on.
Getting engaged on. They didn't have time to poke, so if you got engaged on, you're really gonna lose the 5v5. And we saw the positioning coming from Sagi in that jungle area. He was far away from his team. He couldn't actually create an impact with the bombs that he had, and it was the window that FLA needed to end the game. And now they're match point, Omo.
Just an amazing performance here from FLA. Frankly, I'm impressed at how they managed to stay in the game.
Yeah.
And find an opportunity to get back.
Yeah, exactly right. It was looking like a Sem9 game. They got the Infernal, they had the scaling. They knew that if they stalled out eventually, they're gonna win. But Olaf's gonna fall off. Your 4 melee champion's gonna get poked eventually, like a huge ton of damage by the Jace, by the Ziggs. But FLA found that window. We thought Doming was gonna die. If Doming died there, it was barren for Sem9.
For sure, right? And that's the thing as well. Are you worried right now about Sem9's mental state? They lost the game they should have won. Same as the BRU first game as well. It's gotta be crushing.
Yeah, it's one of those things. How do you pick up from that mental? Especially talked about how your tournament lives are on the line to continue to that journey for participating in icons, representing your region, and I wonder what it's gonna be. It could be their last game.
It's gonna be difficult. Let's see what they're gonna change it up. Let's talk to our panel and see what thoughts they have on that game 2. What Sem9 have to do for game 3.
Oh wow, what a 2-0 winning with I have to say that's a very tight fight still between coming up from FLA and Sem9, but a lot of Domings in the air. But where is Danny? Hello?
Yeah, like FLA still managed to win that game. But a lot of that came down to the strong initiation, the fight starting that happened for the team. Good initiation, good shot calling, and this decisiveness to going together. But Danny, he doesn't seem as on-form model. What's going on?
I mean, dude, that's almost out. Not even worried, dude. Not even worried. I mean, Danny, I know, he's, the built-up star here. And that's where FENNEL University really advanced their playstyle. It's not all about Danny anymore. But yes, Danny, hey, you know what? Wake up. That should,
get the guy some coffee, quick.
That shouldn't happen. Let me just get that straight. That face check. The very early stages of the game, definitely against stronger teams, will be heavily punished. But he redeemed himself. He redeemed himself at least in that last fight. There was an all-in attempt on him. But yeah, good fighting from Danny.
This was a relatively bloodless game, right? Like a lot of the kills happened towards the rear end, towards that full sweep. Like it was 7-6, and they got 5 kills to turn in like 12-6. It was only towards the very end did we actually see action happen. Danny has a lot of damage, and he's still a major part of the team, but it's not to the extent that we were expecting to see. What was surprising though was that Sem9, they got to the late game, and they have the Ziggs.
Why surprised? Why are you surprised by that?
I thought that the problem for them was surviving the early game.
They have a Zig. Definitely is going to go late game.
For sure, no. But the thing is, Ziggs is good in the late game.
Yeah.
But he's so successful to getting dived, to getting engaged on. Sem9 managed to survive through the early game. The Ziggs is online, and then they lose the game.
There were just a lot of disconnects still, though. I mean, yes, you survived the early game and you give yourself a chance, but if you really want to have that chance exponentiated to another level, you have to play clean from the get-go, especially against FENNEL University. FENNEL University is from the region. It's one of the strongest in Southeast Asia. Let's be fair. Right? Or let's be truthful, at least for this, right? Vietnam and the Philippines are really the top 2 regions that we have here in Southeast Asia, which means at least, the Filipinos are actually watching this right now. Because if they secure this win, we have at least one team already going over to the Icons Club.
And you're proud of it. Definitely you have to be proud of it. The one that actually devastated right now is going to be me. Yeah. How about we do a bit of a fun stuff, yeah? Other than just talking about how Sem9 just crushing my dreams as well. You know what? Stop roasting me. I heard you know a couple of fun stuff in
Oh,
trivia.
definitely. Trivia time. Let's go. Let's celebrate the players. Okay, let me go first. Can we have the trivia for the FENNEL Varsity people first?
It's like begging for
Oh, there we go. Did you know FLA edition number 1, Danny's number one support. Number one support is his pillow.
What?
Yeah, he don't play without his pillow.
Is it specific pillow?
I don't know. Maybe he can sell it, right? I mean, Danny's pillow for sale gives you mechanics. And number 2, Rave pairs everything with Japanese mayo. You know Maggie, right? The fried noodles.
Yeah.
He will pair it. He will mix it up when they.
How?
I don't know. He just loves it.
Is Japanese mayo that different?
Some people will do it. Like there's
Like
like
you?
like a sweetness to it, right? It's like the yellow bottle of like the red nozzle, right? Like I love this stuff too, but like to put it with everything, that's a little much.
Dude.
That's a little much.
Maybe that's the reason why they're winning right now. We need a pillow for Sam 9.
And
We need a
Japanese
Japanese.
mayo.
We need a pillow with Japanese mayo.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, your turn.
That's too much information.
Let's get the Sam 9 trivia up here as well. Oh, we actually have to play the game
Okay.
first. We'll go through this one first.
The MVP this time, we're not surprised at all with that Olaf. This definitely with it. There's not that much. It's not a double-digit KDA like we had back then. You know, today we have a lot of double-digit, but Doming did a decent round just now, and there's so many Domings mentioned in the air coming up from our casters as well. So with the damage output, still decent for me, but 83 kill potential. He's just everywhere.
I mean, most of his just damage, like most of his team's damage is going to come from the Olaf. They've drafted for an Olaf composition. He better be part of these fights. And for good reason as well, right? You think about what happens here, most of the risk for Sem 9 is overextending, committing to the fights too heavily, which is what we see happened, which is what we didn't really see happen that much from Sem 9 to begin with. Sem 9 was still quite controlled, quite measured. They didn't throw the game early. That's how they built that early lead. And then once we started going to the late game, I think they started feeling the pressure.
Exactly.
Like, the heat was on.
And a very good reminder why Olaf is almost permanent against so many teams right now. It's because of the items, right? Black Cleaver, Divine Sunder, That's Dance. Match made in heaven, I guess. I believe, for the Olaf in this particular patch.
Yeah, the Death Dance. I have to say, the rework really is kind of work things out when it comes to. But still, we want to know the trivia coming from Sam 9. Okay, I finally got it. I want to know. But you know what? It's going to be the highlight. Just because the highlight, I also want to mention and point it out. You know, we saw Sam 9 got the lead just now, but they sort of desperate with their double hull breaker. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's desperation per se. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think they had a specific read on the game, right? So here's how I kind of see things. They initially tried to draft for a composition that could play together. Once we saw the Shin come out, that changed the dynamic dramatically. And so they needed a really strong Baron laner. In this case, it happened to be Arhedge's Riven. He's done really well in that with the WCS NYSG in his own regional league. The problem here being they kind of didn't correctly identify this, I think. The Shin is going to join into a side lane and make that 2 versus 1. Now you're playing 1-3-1. You're gonna have 3 people against the 3 people left on FLA side. If you're playing 4-1, you have 4 versus 3, and that gives you the edge. You get to pull the trigger and win a fight potentially.
That was actually a very good display of how FLA does things, right? They know that their draft is all about going all in. But at certain points in the game, since Danny is the one shot calling, he will just pull everyone. Hey, you know what? Protect me, protect me. That's his call. And regardless of what composition they do, it's a very straight out. It's a dive-in composition. But when was the last time we saw an Olaf peeling for an AD carry? Just FLA things.
Just FLA stuff. But I have to say, even though Danny is not that flashy just now, but he still actually put out the work that he needs to be done, everything that needs to be done. We saw the damage output coming from Danny and Doming is quite high. And it's just, I love the fact how FLA read out everything so quickly and adapt to it. But this is what Sam 9 has to do as well. This is their last chance.
Do or die, baby.
Do or die.
Yeah.
Sam 9.
Again, as I am a good friend of the Malaysian
Stop saying you're a good friend.
Are you trying to disown me? But yes, please, I'm willing to at least go to
we got this.
game number 4.
We got this. Okay. We have, did you know, Sem 9 edition, right? So the first one, Sagi just graduated.
High school?
College.
College.
He's not that young. I know the guy is like, he's got the young looks, but he's not that young.
Okay, you got the baby face.
That's true.
The guy's an up and comer. You know, stay in school, finish it, right? There's so much ahead of you guys. It's just such a cool thing to see Sagi joining us here now. And the second thing, the Sem9 team cat, Yoda it is called.
Wow, he really did the impression.
Sounds very wise.
Yoda it is called. Let's
Imagine Yoda actually mewing the reverse way, how Yoda talk. How is that? How would it actually sound like?
I don't know how dyslexic meowing would sound like.
I mean, imagine a cat with a Jedi power, right? That would be so cool.
That is That's terrifying. Imagine the chaos in your house. Like you thought that the cat knocks over a cup. Imagine now it's your shelf just brings the whole thing toppling over.
Right, the Force.
They don't even have Jedi powers now. It's already toppling over all over the place for the stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine with Jedi powers.
You know what? Actually, we don't know yet. Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Look, can I tell you guys a story?
Go ahead.
Can I tell you guys a story, right? I have a friend. I go over to his house pretty often, and he has a bunch of pets, like multiple cats, multiple dogs.
Zoo.
Basically, menagerie, right? And so he has this cat. Brings it back from a different country. You know, they've been reunited after a long time. Within the first week of the cat coming back, because it was last year around Christmas time, so they still had the reef up, right?
Yep.
The cat knocked over a candle, somehow tossed the candle close enough to the reef, knocked over the reef, and set the reef on fire.
Oh!
Could you imagine that? The amount of effort necessary for the cat to set the thing on fire and almost set the house on fire.
Without Jedi powers.
Within the first week of bringing the cat back, without Jedi powers.
Wait.
That's just how scary.
You're painting cats so bad right now, Brandon.
I'm more of a dog person anyway.
Are you trying to alienate yourself from, cat lovers right now?
No, it's still super cool. No, I just think this is a side of the ingenuity and the genius of cats. But keep them away from open flames, please. PSA, please keep them away from open flames.
You know what my first question is, last point. You know what my first question is when you said, a long time ago, this cat, meets his master. Does the cat really remember his master?
I don't know.
Right?
Cat actually do. You know
Do
what?
they?
Yeah, and their whiskers are actually guiding them as a GPS, so they know which way to go.
Oh,
and it
wow,
balances out
okay.
their body. But speaking of cats, the cat's
Turn
not
left.
looking good right now. It's going to be Sem9 with their last chance, their last shot. That's why you don't actually vote for Sem9 today, Brandon, because they're cats and you're... the cats are just...
Let's not go there.
One thing though, Sem9 swag kit, everything, dude, so fire. That jogging pants, I don't know what you call it though.
Jogging pants?
Yeah,
the sweatpants.
Yeah, sweatpants. Right?
What, the suit coming from Sem9?
Oh, there you go. Smile for us, baby. Haha.
Right, they look very serious. I'm loving their tracksuit, like the whole thing. I wish all South Asia teams are sort of having their own uniforms that kind of this very, uniform. Sporty uniform, there you go.
Yeah.
It looks very comfortable.
Going back into the game though,
Yep.
we have Karma being banned away and also the Galio. But Yumi still being respected here by S9. Maybe an over-respect, but I will still understand, you take it away from the Filipino teams, period.
I think the question here for Sem9 is, do we ban away the Senna? Do we ban away the Olaf? I think Olaf is a bigger issue. I think Senna has a bit more counterplay. So FLA, I think if they want to go for the Senna here, Sem9 could potentially pull something out, play for a little bit more aggression. That's looked to be the better option for this team.
There's also the Set and the Jace letting loose here. So definitely FLA have so many options. If they want to flex it out for a bit, they can.
I think they're okay with not picking Senna first here. Against the Vietnam teams, you would go for Senna first. Yeah, exactly. Against the other teams that really heavily prioritize the Senna and can really make it work, you go for it. But this time, just go for some... I'm sorry about that.
If they can make it work.
I'm sorry about that. But yes, we have a Jace that can still be flexed on 3 different lanes. Dumbing or Rise Calm. We'll just have, a mini game. Okay? Who's going to play the Jace? Oh, it's you.
And now, Sem9 snatching away the Rakan from FLA. So this is going to be a huge statement. We do know Winter can actually play well with this Rakan. But I'm more of his trash fan,
This is interesting. At the same time, I have to say, I don't like the set. If you're going to go for the Rakan, there's no point to show the set so early on. And on the side of FLA, now they have this option to go for the Thresh, right? It's a good matchup against the Rakan. You have quite a good amount of utility. You have this pick-off potential. And it's not to define your composition early. I think the Sem9 here, they're looking at this in retrospect. They identify what was the major issue we had last game? It was the Rakan. But why is the Rakan such a big problem? Because there was an Olaf paired together with it that isn't this high of a priority. It's artificial. Sem9 are kind of reeling after the last game.
I'm going for a reach here, and I just hope that this Rakan goes to the mid lane and surprise FLA right from the get-go.
If it does, that would actually be a really good pivoting point for Sem9.
Yeah.
If that's going to happen.
You have to
That's a big
surprise-
if there.
You have to surprise FLA. They're weak against surprises, I tell you.
Have
I
you
know
seen
this team.
Chile on
Now that
Rakan
now that we're 2 games out, now that FLA is 2 games up, Otto is confident to give you like some tips against FLA. It's like,
Finally, the auto win condition.
where they're bad, where FLA is bad against surprises. Now that they're 2 games up and like on the cusp of victory.
And believe me, it's strong though. I mean, Rakan in a set. Believe me,
definitely,
Rakan
I
in the mid lane is like, you know,
It's a crazy
very
crowd
good
control.
AP scaling.
Yep, that's kind of true, and also very good setting. But the Lux coming out.
Okay, this is a
time.
Sagi champion. This is Sagi champion. We have noted down that this is a champion that, you know, Sagi really is comfortable in using and can really make, tons of damage from a mile away. Similar to a Varus.
Don't punch me. The way he's just gonna jab me right now, I'm so scared.
Balag-bagan.
Bagat-bagan.
Balag-bagan.
Balag-bagan.
Alright.
Which one is the dirty one? Balag or bagan?
Nah.
None of it?
None of it.
A lot to be seen here from Sem9, right? So what they kind of need now is not they still need a really strong mid laner unless they bring the Rakan in here, and they still need to have the support isn't in place. So the question is if they're gonna try and run something in the jungle, or if the set's gonna try and run in there. It's a little bit confusing now for Sem9. They're trying to get rid of a lot of the pull here.
Yep.
I think Lee Sin's gonna be heavily prioritized next because I think that's the kind of initiation they need. But seeing how Zervek has been playing, Xin Zhao, Javan just seem to be the more default options for Sem9.
Xin Zhao is a good option for SM9, at least in this particular composition, because you have a Varus and you also have a Jace that really goes for the pokes. Rengar being bad away here. Okay, you're right on this one.
They do go for Lee Sin.
Wow, interesting.
I mean, that's what I was hoping for, but I didn't think they were actually going to do it.
Exactly. I mean, it's not really a Veki champion, is it?
No, it's not. Like, he's played a lot of Sin Zhao. He likes to play the Initiator.
No, he actually plays a
Hypercarry.
lot of Lee Sin.
He's definitely played a couple of games of Lee Sin, but against usually opponents that are the Sem9 outclasses, right? Like they punch above the, they're punching below their weight when they play Lee Sin. Now that they're going up against a stronger opponent, it surprises me that they've gone for something that's mechanically intensive.
Now there's still FENNEL University. Could still go for the mid laner here because I believe this Jace will go to the jungle once more for FLA. Still, you know, tempo-wise, it's not the fastest, but it's doable. It's bearable. Game number 1, we've already seen it from FLA. Now we're just waiting to see what their last pick is going to be. Oh, what?
It is the Jace
so
jungle.
Boring.
What do you mean so boring?
I mean, I expected something more interesting coming out from FLA.
FLA just want to win the game auto. They just want to 3-0 them. Time of death Sem9.
It's so boring. Why the Harry?
Not only do you have to win the game, you also have to entertain auto while you're doing it. It's a lot of pressure on FLA. I really like how I like Sem9's composition this time around though. Like they've managed to round off the composition with the Corki. I think that looks pretty good for them. I hope it actually goes on to Sagi. I feel like Chile can do quite a bit with that, but I prefer him on a control mage, on some utility. Unfortunately, at the same time, I don't think the Lux does that well into the Ahri. So I think it has to go to Sagi.
Yeah, it has to be the Corki going into the mid lane, right, Chile? Sagi's champion on that, Sagi selecting this Lux. It's actually a positive point for S9. Again, going back here too. Is it doable? Very, very doable.
Everything is doable on paper.
But ease of, execution definitely on the side of FENNEL. That's why I call it boring, right? Very straightforward.
Because it's gonna be easy for FLA.
It's not that. It's just so easy to execute. There's really nothing complex about this.
That's kind of true, actually. Coming up with the start up, Ahri really good when it comes with the charms, follow up with all the rest of the team. Both teams actually have a quite good control as well if they want to go fight all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, fight they will, for sure.
You become Yoda now?
And Sem9 need to. This is a really difficult spot for them. Like, Sem9 have to be the aggressors in this case.
Fight they will. But Casas, take it away. Into the rift we go.
Thank you very much, Choo Choo. We're on to our match point. FLA. We'll see if Sem9 will be able to survive this BO5 series. We're going to be your casters. I'm Riku. Together with me is Elmo. Peace sign.
We're too big on TikTok,
I know,
think.
right?
Yeah, we're the Zoomers here.
Yeah, I know, right, Elmo? But looking at this SM9 comp, it's a very balagbagan composition, right?
It kind of is, and honestly, I do like it. I think it fits them. I especially like this Sagi Lux, right? I think this is something which he's played a lot in the past to great success. I think it's one of the most effective picks of Sam9 because it makes the game easy to play. I got a lot of shields, I got pick, I got damage. But the problem is, you know, can Chili step up? Can Azoroveki step up on these carry champs?
Yeah, that's true, because you still have to do the execution part, right? You got the showstopper, you've got the kick, you've got the supplemental damage coming from the quirky. Lockdown, Lux, early game champion still provides a lot of damage. So meanwhile for FLA, it feels like we're swapping poke compositions so far.
Yeah, everyone just wants to grab the Jace early on. Everyone just wants to grab the Ziggs, wants to grab the Varus. For good reason. I've been saying these champs are broken since back to like C champs, Horizon Top. It's been broken for so long now, but a lot of teams just don't prioritize it here on the top level. Of course they will.
Especially, there's a lot on the line. We talked about it.
Yeah, a lot on the line, right? Elimination matchup for Sam9, and if FLA, they win this, they lock themselves to move forward one more round in the lower bracket at least, and they lock the Philippines into at least one slot at Icons. I can see you're excited, Riku.
I'm smiling! It's such an exciting thought to think about, and they're so close, right? It's already match point. They're using a composition where, you know, Doming on his Jace in the jungle, which has proven to give a lot of success for the team.
Yeah, here we go again.
That's going to be a die. We talked about it. That's going to be the root, though, on the side of Doming. Flash, they just want to finish off the kill on Sasagi. There's a smite. There's a play. There's no kill just yet with the barrier. They're able to get first blood at least, but an exchange kill off. It's going to be 1-for-1.
It's technically a 2-for-1, but Wraith got executed?
Oh.
How did nothing hit him? I'm just so surprised. Like, how did nothing hit him? Rakan is AoE, Lux has AoE. Surely something would have hit him.
Yeah, maybe Wraith brought his dancing shoes, able to evade some of the skill shots.
I get it. Like, the Japanese mayo makes everything just slip right off.
Oh, yeah. How do you feel about Japanese mayo?
I love it, right? But, like, why would you eat it with noodles and stuff? That
Actually,
seems a bit much.
Yeah, maybe that's how he gets his superpowers, but take a look at this replay.
Yeah, just nothing hit him. Sagi didn't auto him. He autoed the creep, I think.
Oh, that's
Or maybe he
unfortunate.
autoed him, but the shield blocked it. And
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, that cancels the kill participation.
Yeah, it didn't register. So
Yeah, unfortunate.
it's quite unfortunate, but at the end of the day, Sem9 at least was able to get an exchange off of that. See, though, what the plan is here. As Wraith moves towards topside, this is what FLA likes to do, right? First back, we'll move the support towards topside, see if we can set up something. Really nicely done, though, by Winter.
Yeah, good ward as well to spot that one out. Very well aware there on the side of our hatch. Sem9, they have members here. FLA, they have members here. But at the end of the day, I don't think any action's really gonna ensue. Well, I'm wrong because...
Yeah, they actually go in. Face breaker towards Calm. Doming's here. The rest of the cavalry. Showstopper, though, and the final spark's gonna eliminate Calm. He is gone. And that's gonna be no Calm for the next few seconds.
You say you rate puns, but so do I. That one was maybe, I think it was lower than a 3. It was, it was kind of a stretch.
It rhymed a bit.
Maybe
no?
I'm just salty, right?
Okay.
I'll give you a 2 because of that, Riku.
Okay, fine. There's going to be like a BO3 of this, don't worry.
Sure.
We'll see if there's going to be a next game. Okay. Moving towards the objectives, the first spawn, as Grandin likes to call it. I know you hate that word, Omo.
I hate everything that Grandin comes up with, but I'm forced to accept the fact that first spawn is not that bad.
Yeah, it's catchy. It's catchy.
It's all right.
Yeah, Infernal Drake now going to spawn though, so FLA and Sam9 are going to look towards that unless Sam9 decides to do something here. Just Calm, doing a little bit of trade here and there. Haymaker is going to make our hedge win that.
Yeah, pretty good trades coming up from our hedge. It looks like we're just going to see an objective trade yet again. FLA, they'll pick up this Infernal Dragon for their poke comp, for their catch comp.
Yeah.
I think they're very happy with this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Imagine all the damage coming in. Charm, Tainted Corruptions, and then just everything is just going to follow through. You know, for Sem9, they're happy with this, as especially they want to open up topside. They've been really itching to kill Calm.
Yeah, Calm is in danger, but I love that he popped his Dominus early on to clear the wave. I assume that's what happened there because he popped Dominus without any action going down.
Yeah.
So he gets the Fury, he one-shots the wave. It's a good play from him, right? It's shot cooldown, relatively shot cooldown ultimate, and you want to just make sure you can't get dived.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's Sem9 wanting to set up a dive, but just as you mentioned, because of that wave clear, negates that potential. Now we're looking at mid lane with just wave clearing champions now, just seeing who pulls the trigger first. Is it a death sentence? Is it a grand entrance from Winter?
It's very likely we're just going to see them chill for now. This Rift Carol just dropped behind
Wait, as
them.
soon as you say that, again,
Oh,
Omo, that's the kick coming in. Rise is going to be fine, though. He has a Spirit Rush. Very slippery champion.
Yeah, but he used everything, Spirit Rush and his flash.
Well, that's true. Oh, he's coming back in, going with a flash.
Oh,
Grand
no.
entrance
Goodbye.
into the knockup. Nicely done. Arise is dead. But we'll see if that's
The
going to be an exchange.
shields!
Winter still alive, is able to live out of all that.
And honestly, the Lux is the real MVP for me. She does so much damage, her pick potential, her shielding. It's just so effective. And that shield especially, like if you look out for the next few team fights, there will be times where Sam9 will live just based on the merit of that shield.
That's so true. Sam9 has a lot of shields. They got Haymaker, they got Safeguard. Basically everybody else except, you know, Chili on the Corki.
I just wish Renekton had Shieldbreaker in this game.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it does not, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's different, right? It's
Yeah.
not the same League PC. So now we'll see how FLA can maneuver around that. Especially, they're going to keep banking on bursts, and the shields are going to help negate that.
Oh, the shields are great, right? If
Yeah.
anyone gets picked off, you just get the Lux shield, the Rakan shield, you try to counter-engage. Calm, in a bit of trouble again, though.
The grand entrance knock-up, all the damage coming from Chili at the flash. We'll dodge the final spark. It's going to be A-OK, and it seems to me that's over.
Yeah, that's over. The final spark has been so on point from Sagi. Just cross-map outing. Of course, it's going to be global here. So
Yeah.
he's very effective with that one, influencing the side lane skirmishes.
Yeah, that's true. Being able to either force flashes as well, while wave clearing in the mid lane, it's very, very easy.
I gotta say, Riku, this game actually feels good for Sam9. Last game, it looked close, right? But honestly, the fight, it didn't really amount to anything. But this time around, Sam9 looks like they're in control. For the first time this series, they look like they are controlling how the game goes.
Yeah, that's true, because FLA, they want to make use of their space to actually initiate first, use the Ahri and everything else, and the Thresh for the roam. But it seems to me they're just counter-engaging. They're just replying on what Sam9 is doing across the map.
Yeah, S9, they're just controlling the pace of the game very well. They're dictating the pace of the game very well. And I love how they're using their jungle support. That's what I always compliment Sam9 for. The way they use Jug Sub is very good.
Nicely done kick there, but that's the charm kicking
no.
in for the side of Winter.
The
Able to still
shields,
leave, but
man.
the shields are just so good on the side of Sam9.
The shields, the heals, Winter is here. Sagi's not here, but it's okay because Winter is here and he won't be able to trade kill on a Zoravaki. But that's what we talked about, Jug Sub movement.
It's really, really difficult, right? You're forcing a Rise, an assassin player, well, champion.
Yeah.
Is Riff looking for something though? Not that sentence. Chili
Ooh, a bit
is
iffy
chilling.
here.
It's chilling. I had
That's
to
a
look
5,
at you.
5 out of 10.
Thank you very much, Omo. He's coming from behind here though.
Wait, we can play this, yeah,
Knock
what?
up over here. That's Danny still living. Oh, Sonic Wave's gonna connect
No
towards
kick.
Rave. No kick, just as you mentioned. And that's gonna be Sam9 and Athlete dispersing.
Yeah, and Sam9, I would say they got the upper hand in that one, but nothing really happened. It's just that you burned Chili's flash. He goes home, gets the package, gonna be available for the next objective spawn. I think he's gonna be okay with the situation regardless.
Yeah, I feel like FLA just really wanted to get that dive down, really want to get that
Yeah.
tower, but Chili was over there by the brush. I don't think FLA expected that to happen. Now 5 seconds on the clock. It'll be the
Rise
second
gonna be
spawn.
so
I don't think I don't
late.
want to call that second spawn. It's really lame.
Yeah. First spawn's pretty lame too, but you know, it is what it is, right?
It is what it is. That's going to be a trade again. This is very fitting of FLA style.
Yeah, I think this is good for FLA, right? Because they got the Inferno Dragon. I'd say that's a little bit more valuable in this game. They get the Rift Herald now to try to get some tempo back on their side, to try to get some gold back in their pockets, really, because they're starting to slip a little bit behind. That's going to take down the top turret. I think they're going to be happy with how things are going here.
No one's there to guard the bottom lane tower.
Yeah.
Sem9 decides to go all in on that. Instead, they want to set up for a dive here on Danny since he's very, very vulnerable. He's the only one there.
Well, backup is coming.
Backup
so
is coming.
Should be fine here. Right, package is used.
The package is gone. Comes Ozara Veki. They decide to just not push through with it.
Oh,
Chain of Corruption's going to catch Winter, but he's very slippery himself.
Mercury Treads.
Yeah, Merc Tread's going to help them a lot. That's 2, 3. I'm good at math.
I can't even see it actually, because when you build the enchantment, we sit so far from the screens that when you build the enchantment, I can't see what the boots are.
Yeah, same here.
It's okay, we'll assume it's Merc Treads.
Yeah, we're good to assume it's Merc Treads.
This is good. This is really good for FLA.
Yeah, Rift Herald already dropped at the bottom portion of the map. It seems Ozara Veki wants to set up a very cheeky flank here, coming from far away. I can see pings.
They know, they're aware of this.
Yeah, there it is. He goes in. Oh no, but the charm actually gets him and he actually explodes out of all the damage, but they get another exchange. Arise is dead, so 1 for 1.
It's a very nice follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Zoravaki trades his life, but you have the Lux, you have the Rakan, so much catch potential, so much CC and damage coming in that you will just trade Arise back in return.
Oh my
That's
god,
huge, though.
that's a Proto Belt into
Wow.
Phase Breaker. But it seems that the Chain of Corruptions is going to stop Sam9 from their tracks. Oh
Danny's
my
dead.
god, the binding is so good! Sagi!
Lux is such an annoying champion, Riku. It's honestly so frustrating to play against a good Lux sometimes.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So FLA will never pick QSS. They're just going to say Merc Treads. They still would like the Proto Belt. They still like, but have the Shadows enchant and keep that.
Looking at the game state right now, it's honestly still pretty even, but during all that action, Domain managed to pick up the top tier 1, so that's going to be a bit more gold. Gold is even, dragons are even, turrets are, you know, just one off, FLA has one more. This is the closest game we've had so far, and Sem9, this is their best chance they have to pick up a game in this series so far. So hopefully they manage to find something out of this. Like I said, right, I really like this Lux pick. I think it's super underrated, and I think Sem9 are one of the best teams at using it. Look at what the Lux manages to do here, right? You just chain your CC, nothing at all they can do, and the follow-up from our hatch, this was just amazing. Well, not this, right? We missed it, but good binding as well.
Yeah, that was really yummy. You can never let your guard down against
it's
Sagi
so
here on the Lux.
frustrating.
It is, it really is. And we talked about how one of the only things that can cancel that out is that QSS. But of course, FLA is not going to build that. Let's see though. Look at Sem9 splitting off the map. FLA responding with a bottom lane kill.
Hey, you get a bot lane turret here. Sem9, they pressure top, they pressure mid. If they get mid, you call that work.
Yep.
Oh no, he's dead again.
Oh my god, into the knockup, and Danny is still alive, but he's gonna fall immediately. There's the charm, the face breaker, double man face breaker, and that's gonna clean up Sem9 double kill for Chili already. Dumbing running for the hills. Really nice knock up there coming from Winter, and he is long gone. Triple kill for the Corky Chili.
And this is why this Lux pick was banned away by BRU every single game in Phase 2, because it's so effective, and you can tell that Danny doesn't know what to expect. He feels like he doesn't know what hit him.
Yeah.
The Lux pick is such a curveball for so many of these teams. It's a bit of a sleeper pick here, I honestly feel. And Sem9 is so good at using it. FLA, next game, if we're going to the next game, it's looking very likely that we will. I think they should just ban that one away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that Sem9 is able to, again, dictate the pace, it's not the same as FLA. They're in a poke composition. It's not like they want to fight 5v5.
Yeah, look at this. This just starts off with Danny getting caught, right? And then Ahedge comes in, gets a very simple follow-up. There's not really too much to be said about that one. They trade the support, or rather they trade the top laner. The Domain dies as well. So that's a 4-for-1. That's a huge dub there for Sem9. Objectives, though, going to be spawning soon.
And the fact there's a big gold dump on Chili getting that triple kill, so that's absolutely scary for FLA. Dragon has now spawned, and we'll see who gets the
well.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely critical. We'll see how Chili is going to be able to use that one. S9 already starting that dragon.
Man.
They need the shields.
Riku, it's so hard to walk into the Lux in River. Add to that, you have the package, you have the Lee Sin kick.
Exactly.
Arise just getting caught.
Okay, there's a charm. He still lives, actually. Stasis already for Veki. And the Chain of Corruption is going to chain him down. That's no jungler for S9 while the dragon is up.
That's so unfortunate. Veki one hit away from securing the kill onto Rise. Now no jungler. This could be it for FLA. A little bit too ambitious there from Azor. Veki won't get the kill. Won't even need TP from Arise. He's going to walk right back. 20 more seconds on Veki. I think Package is about to time out as well.
Yeah.
FLA, they have a timing window. They can start this soon.
That's really huge. Chain of Corruptions is off cooldown though.
Not
There's
like
the
this.
charm. Stasis now. Another charm hit by Arise just to prevent the Vital Spark now being used. Dominating already for Chili. Arhedge super loud. They're chasing him down. FLA wants to clean up Slate. At least get a trade removed. Wait, he's so alive. The red buff auto attacks him and he falls.
The Ignite was taking as well. He had
Okay.
no choice there. I think he wanted to try lifesteal or something, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That was a really nice stopwatch for Domain, but it doesn't matter because when you come out of stopwatch, you dodge the Rakan combo. Sure. There's Lux waiting for you.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Mountain Dragon is just going to go over to Sem9. They're turning things around so well.
Yeah, the way that this is a seesaw effect, like Orzar and Veki fell first, that was the window FLA wanted to take, but Sem9 unfazed by all that.
Yeah, unfazed indeed. They know they can still take the fight. Very good shot calling in the 3v4 situation. They identify, we can go in for more. And I got to point out as well, Chili, 6-0-3. He's been doing a tremendous job on this Corky. When his job is to be stable, when his job is to just play in the back line, be chill, you know, farm up, get some goal, do a lot in team fights. He does that very well.
And the fact that he has QSS as well, meaning it's really hard to lock him down.
Exactly, right? And you look at FLA's comp, it's a pick comp, right? We talked about that, the hook, the chains of corruption, the charm, everything that just wants to pick you. QSS lets you reset the pick and just Valkyrie away.
There's a lot of range going on for the side of Sem9 as well, so it has been very difficult for FLA to remove one of the biggest problems. I'd say Sagi is the biggest problem, but now Chili is so huge at the moment.
They're both huge problems. I would say that both of them are like massive threats that you need to deal with here. Winter is getting so tanky as well. The Shock Blast did nothing to him.
See?
Where's the Lantern? Oh my goodness. That's so out of sync, right? They should have just Lanterned him. He didn't need to flash there.
Yeah, that's true. I think there was just a lot of respect on the engage
Yeah.
coming from Sem9. So now that the flash is gone for
Oh,
Domain,
that's huge.
the charm hitting in. Wow, with the flake canceling, Ozarveki with the kick cancel. But look at Wraith, he is so low at the moment. Domain gonna go
Renekton.
in, but look at Winter, he's unstoppable at the moment. But
Oh
really nicely
my
done from
God.
Dom. So many low health targets, he's on Dominus. Chili is so low as well, and that's 2 for 2. And I don't know who did it favor for because Ozarveki, the jungler, is gone.
There's no objectives on the map for them to grab, and sadly, they didn't kill Sagi, so that means he can keep wave clearing in mid. They needed to kill Sagi. He's the #1 threat right now in terms of wave clear, in terms of damage output, in terms of shielding, just how annoying he is on this Lux. FLA was a good attempt from Arise. I think he didn't do a QSS check, and he just gets chain CC'd up. Arise, honestly, has not been having the best game with his Ahri. He's been forced into very unenviable situations by Veki, by Winter, and SM9, they've been doing a very good job at punishing him.
Yeah, that's the thing. He didn't have any space. Let's say, take a look at that again. Look at the flame. I think that was really
Flame
good.
was huge, yeah. And honestly, this whole sequence of events comes down to Calm. I feel like he might have gotten more kills here. I think he should have just all in on Sagi.
Yeah.
Maybe not Veki, just go for Sagi, and then maybe you can take mid lane tier 2.
I think it was very torn because there's
Yeah,
two.
he was, he
there was a
was.
fork road, and you see how 2 low health members. Do you go for the jungler at this point of the game, 16 minutes? Do you go for Sagi, who's also a problem? Like, yeah, it's confusing.
Split second decision making, right? If there was an objective up, you 100% go for Veki there.
Yeah.
But because there was no objective, and the objectives were too long, too far away, I think he didn't identify that in the split second. He went for Veki instead of Sagi. And it's not a bad call, but it doesn't pay off as much as it could have.
That's true. We'll
This
see
Corki
now.
is huge, by the way, Riku.
It is! It is! Stormrazor now, Divine Thunder, Black Cleaver, QSS, 604 on Chili. Now FLA, they do have a lot of damage to supplement that, but the biggest question is, can they reach him?
Yeah, can they reach him? It's going to be very difficult because you look at the Pokemon, we keep talking about this, the QSS does such a great job against that. Calm now, starting to apply some split push pressure. I think he gets this turret even.
Yeah, not a lot of members over there, unless Final Spark will clear the wave
yeah,
of that
he should've.
cannon minion. But looks like no, Sagi will be able to keep that for most likely some of the other objectives. Calm,
That's good.
is he still going to be okay? Dominus activated. That's going to be the knock-up. He's still going to be
That's
fine.
good. He played that well.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he
Really
still lives.
good job from Calm. Identifying he can go in, pressure Sagi, pressure Chili away, and he just gets out of dodge. That's a good play from Calm. Not trying to dash away, trying to go forward.
Yeah, most likely trying to bait something out,
Yeah.
maybe even getting a kill. Even if the QSS most likely was could have been the bait, but Chili held on to that. 10 seconds on the clock. One of the most important objectives going to spawn in, that's the Elder Drake. That's the win condition these teams are looking at.
Yeah, but I see a bit of a problem right now for FLA, Riku. They're not in the river yet, and
Yeah.
Sem9 have control. And because of that, the Rakan, the Lux, the Set, these are all champions that are so hard to walk into. You look at where Veki's positioned as well. This could just be a game winner for Sem9 if they don't get caught out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if FLA plays the stall
look at
game
Veki,
here.
look at Veki, look
yeah,
at Veki.
Veki with a really nice setup. Gonna kick Wraith into the loving arms of Sem9. Final Spark's gonna eliminate him.
Wraith is
That's
dead,
gonna be a 4v5. Winter so low as well. Here comes the follow-up damage. Arise just wanted to end Ozara Veki's life, but the stasis is gonna buy some time. That's gonna be the timing. Safeguard out.
Oh.
Danny with the auto attack. Proto Belt not
Oh,
gonna
gets
get
him.
He actually gets the piercing arrow. No jungler now with the important objective up.
Domain is alive. Keep that in mind. Jungler is alive for FLA. And if they get control first, their Calm can also get the picks, can also get the catch, and can also control river. Domain goes home. He doesn't go home. He just likes to use off the wave. It's Calm that dies, goes home.
What?
Okay, that works. That's exactly what you need to do. And just like that, it's looking like a trio, Riku.
I know, FLA has all the cards, has all the win conditions now on the board. No jungler for Ozara Veki. Sagi is being the biggest problem. There's still pokes coming from Sem9.
all Chili now,
But
it's all
now,
Chili.
half HP, Chili, all on the board here. Calm just trying to zone out
Nice
the carries
finish.
away. And that is going to be the dragon. Still very incredibly low. Our hedge so low as well. One more auto
That's
attack,
game.
and that gets
That's
it.
game.
And now FLA secures the Elder Drake.
I gotta tell you, that's basically game now, because with that Elder Dragon, that gives them control of the map. With control of the map, that gives them control of Baron. If S9 try to face check, you saw what Arise can do, you saw what Danny can do. Sem9, yeah, you have catch, but so do we, say FLA. And let me teach you a little proverb here, Riku.
Okay.
Something a very old Chinese philosopher once said.
All right.
He who controls the river always gets the pick first.
That's exactly
That's
what happened.
exactly what we're seeing on your screens right now.
And we'll see if FENNEL Adversity will continue to do that. They have a lot of tools to do so. Baron control already. Arise zoning out Sem9. Again, this is match point. Remember, this is match point. The winner moves forward
It's
to their
elimination
story.
point,
Exactly,
Riku.
it's an elimination series where if FLA wins this, unfortunately, Sem9 has to go home.
Well, we are in Malaysia costing
Oh,
this, so
that's
going
true.
home is not very far for them.
That's a good point, Homo. That's a very good point. Thank you for reminding me.
Of course, anytime. You need someone to say something toxic, you just hit me up. Nice flash
Oh
there!
my god!
Very nice flash from Ray.
Okay, there's a knock-up again towards Rafe here. Box now being dropped, but here comes the cavalry.
Uh-oh.
Nicely done death sentence as well. Dominus, even killing spree for Calm. And look at the damage coming from FLA. Chili's
at
forces
Rise.
Valkyrie away. And that's going to be Proto Belt into Spirit Rush just to lock in our hedge. He has the Haymaker at least for that shield to mitigate some damage. But FLA, they're on the right track.
FLA a little bit hesitant to start Baron here, and who can blame them? You don't want to risk it getting stolen away. Baron is your win condition right now. Elder's not enough because of the wave clear that Sam9 have. You gotta make sure you get the Baron, you gotta make sure Lux and Corki can't just one-shot your waves. They're playing it a bit safe, they're backing off a bit now, but I love that they're putting a 1-3-1 on the map. I love that they're pressuring Sam9. They know Sam9 as a unit, as a death ball, they're so strong. So what do? We split you up. Then what do you do?
Exactly, right? Nothing. You're just forced to go to the waves that are pushing and just clear, and then that's it. Splitting them up is definitely a good call for FLA, but you can see how FLA is taking care of this game.
Yeah, FLA, they're starting to get back into it. Well, I say starting to get back into it, but with the Elder, they're basically leading the game right now. 5,000 gold is not huge at this point in the game, but the Elder is the game changer. That's what will make or break this game. Chili, though, I gotta say, Chili and Sagi, they can still carry this. There is still potential, right?
Yeah.
It's not over just yet.
Nope, nope, nope. The fact that FLA has a lot of squishy members, even Renekton at this point of the game is going to get shredded by Chili so easily. So if they get a pick without QSSs on the side of FLA, then that's boom. That's a 4v5. That's a 3v5.
Yeah, but I love what Calm is doing. I love the way Calm has been playing out this game. I love his timings. He's doing such a good job exerting pressure on the side lane, but still making it into the team fight from a flanking angle, either cleaning up or getting picks. He's been doing a tremendous job at that, and I hope he keeps it up because he will be the one to really break apart Sam9's death ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that he has been reeling, just as you mentioned, them away, far away from the Baron part of the area, and is coming back, and the fact that he goes back at the right timing as well. Proto Belt into the showstopper, locking in a Rise. We'll see. That's going to buy him the That's the 4v5 we're talking about here. And there's the play. Rafe is going to be incredibly low, but they have their eyes on Doming and Danny, the very, very squishy members, the very, very vulnerable members. It seems they're going to be okay for now, but it's 41 seconds without a Rise.
And Rise has just been getting caught. Ari has so much mobility.
Yeah.
You have the Spirit Rush, you have the flash. But the problem is,
I don't know. Oh my god. That's not gonna forget. Calm, gonna go in with the Dominus. There's a lot of damage, zoning away the members of Sam9 here. Stasis to buy some time. Now they're focusing their efforts to eliminate Calm here. But look at how much damage he's dealing. That's the Guardian Angel pop. Lazaro Vecchi is no more. That's a double knockup coming from Winter. And it's a very, very messy fight. It's very, very back and forth. So many low health bars, but look at the waves, Homo.
The waves are in favor of FLA right now. That means Sam9 cannot do anything. But keep in mind, Riku, that was a 4v5. FLA almost won a 4v5. They killed out your jungler in a 4v5. Now you reset, you get back to the Baron, you control the area. I think you started. I think this is FLA.
Yeah, this is the window. Waves are pushing in their favor. 28 seconds for Azora Vecchi. Vecchi's definitely forced to buy teleports to see if he can get a steal. But looking at the FLA's movement, they're just clearing the way for now.
I think they were considering it, and then they heard, ready to fire. And that's it. All right, let's back off. Let's back away from the Baron for a bit.
I give it a 10 out of 10.
Pretty good, huh?
It's pretty good, Almo. I like it. But this is so intense. Sam9 already hovering around the area of the Baron pit. And no one wants to start it. Of course, they don't want to risk it.
You don't have to risk it. I think you still have control of the game. You need to keep repeating what you're doing. Granted, you will get outscaled. I think you kind of already are a bit outscaled on side of FLA, right? But keep in mind, the Elder Dragon, that's the neutralizer. That's the equalizer right here, right? I would say that makes both of these teams basically even in scaling.
Yeah, that's the reason why Sam9, they can get picks, absolutely.
Yeah.
But at the same time, in a 5v5 scenario, they're going to be
Becky,
absolutely scared. There's a Rise, popping the Banshee's Veil already. Still going to be fine, half HP. Grand Entrance will not knock up anybody. Teleport already baited, and Comet's still in the bottom lane.
This is really good, right? Like you said, Teleport was baited. RH had to come in to save his teammate, save his captain, and Calm. He's been doing a number on this turret. He picked up a Howlbreaker fifth item, I think. And it's working. It's doing a lot here.
It's doing wonders, creating pressure.
It got the turret.
It's gone. Imagine Chili was there, Corky was there, or Becky was there as
Cannon
well.
minions are just broken, I tell you.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And now we can see Sem9's damage is still very apparent if everything hits, but FLA full control of this game.
FLA in control with the bot lane waves gradually trickling in as well. Calm now has to make a decision. What do I want to do on the map? Do I want to pressure the end? Do I want to make you guys scared for your base here? He picks up the TP, that's great, that's exactly what he needs to do, and that signals, along with the fact that he's opening a bot lane, and signals that he wants to pressure the Nexus. I don't care about top lane, I don't want to drag you guys to top lane. I want to drag you guys away from Baron to the bot lane, come and answer me. If you come and answer me, you try to kill me, you try to kill my cannon minions, my team's gonna do Baron. So you gotta make up your mind. It's really a tough situation between a rock and a hard place for Sem9.
Yeah, who do you want to send in there? Because Chili is so important to stick with the team because he's the guy that deals the most damage in the team of Sem9, basically. So now Zarveki's right here, the jungler.
And I gotta point out as well, right, Riku, RH cannot match him. He hasn't been farming the whole game. Look at the gold difference. It's 8,000 gold difference between Calm and RH. RH has just been playing together with his team. He's basically like a jungle set at this point. He's not a solo lane set, and because of that, he cannot match. It has to come down to Becky. And it's also gonna be extremely difficult. Your jungler's here, sure he has TP, but
that's gonna be the kick. I don't think anything can happen there.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Because now you do this.
Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, they're going to try and get a pick, still be able to get teleport, going to come in, coming from Calm. The Spirit Rush will not rush. Oh my, why do I keep doing that? Rush.
You're doing the ooh thing, right?
I'm
the
doing
Spirit
the ooh.
Wash.
Yeah, it's very
Spirit
innate.
Wash.
Yeah, Spirit Wash.
I'm not making fun of you. It's
Yeah, I
really
know, you're not mocking me.
I think Calm, though,
Uh-huh.
was not Calm with that TP. He could have held it a bit longer, for sure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, he already had the advantage when it comes to teleport. I mean, Azora Vecchi still has his, so now Sem9 has that teleport advantage.
Yeah, Sem9 has a teleport advantage, and, you know, Calm won't be able to join any TP fights. He has one player now. He has to stay here, buff the creeps, and just hide, right? Exactly what he's doing. He needs to keep that up. He needs to not get caught. But Vecchi did use his flash, so that's going to be big, right? Lee Sin flash, you know, we all know how big that can be with the kick play.
Yeah, that's not going to be available for Vecchi. And it's 27 minutes into the game now, almost.
We're going to get to 30, maybe. I honestly see it happening. But we do just need one big team fight. Package is available for Chili. So that's going to make the next standoff extremely scary. And I feel like, oh my goodness, do they know this is happening right now?
This
do they
is
know
so...
this? They know.
Okay,
now they know.
He knows.
He swept him. They're calling for backup. They're calling for backup.
There it is. Calm, very low at the moment.
Oh my god, there we go.
54 seconds. That's gone. Zaravecki all alone right now. Calm pretty low. Double kill already for Doming. And they pulled the trigger in the mid lane as well. And now they're rushing towards to get Winter. But that's the jungler gone. That's a lot of members gone from Sem9. Forget the Baron. We're ending the game.
Calm says call an ambulance, but not for me. The package was up, but it's not enough. Chili gets dropped, and that's it, Riku.
What a game from FENNEL Adversity. 3-0 continuing, moving forward for their Icons journey.
Brilliant performance from them. I really liked what we saw. I like that they didn't show too many strategies.
Yes.
They showed what? Olaf. We know they play
we know
Olaf.
Olaf.
We know they play Jace. Yeah. Varus. Who doesn't play Varus?
Exactly.
It's very standard stuff. I was a bit underwhelmed by Arise on that Ahri. I think he got caught a bit too much this game. Props to Sem9 for that. But overall, this entire series, FLA looked good. Yeah,
they did. They looked really stable. It felt like even though at the beginning of the match, it was Sem9 having full control. They couldn't get picks. They weren't able to have enough space. But at the end of the day, they played that so patiently. Well, there was Calm with that early teleport, but overall, it was so patient.
Yeah, it was very patient. It was very calculated, and I like that from FLA. You guys always say they're a bit of a slower team, right? You can see, well, it's paid off. They've practiced this.
Yeah, they're known to be, they're dubbed the the team with controlled aggression, and I think that's what we saw.
It. Yeah, I love what Domain did at the end there. It took him a while to figure it out, and it's something I've criticized him for before, not knowing the timings to shadow his side laners. That was it. He did it right there.
Yeah, I mean he was hugging the wall, and then right beside him on the other end was Azora Vecchi. I'm like, okay, we're gonna be patient with this. Calm pulled the trigger, and then after that, mid lane also pulled the trigger. You got a Rise with the Spirit Rush as well.
Got it.
Yeah, I got it correctly.
And I love that the moment the sweeper scanned out Azorvecchi as
that
well,
too.
the whole team started walking down. You saw the map, it was just like boom, everyone's running down to the bot lane. Great game there for FLA, honestly.
Yeah, the way that they played the intel as well. I mean, the entire series, they had really good vision. I think
warding, really good warding.
Right. They either prevented something from happening or had enough intel to pull the trigger, and just exactly what we saw.
Yeah, I love that. I love the form that we're seeing from FLA. Hopefully they keep it up because I believe they're playing the loser of RRQ versus Flash Rose.
Oh my
next. So
god.
that's gonna be a bit of a team killer, possibly, unless it's Flash Rose that goes down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Either they relive their grand finals grand finals run or not.
Try to
we'll
get
have
some
to
revenge.
see. We'll see what's going to happen next. But of course, that's going to be a 3-0 FENNEL Adversity. What a strong showing. But of course, the show ain't over. We still got the panel to break everything down. So Riku here, together with Oman. We'll see you next time.
Want me to do it right away?
Go ahead, but before that, on team Balagbagan, and we have also. Oh, just gonna flex it. It's flexing it. FENNEL Adversity for the win, Yarn. But there you go.
Let's go!
You can take it off if you want.
No,
Like,
no, that's all you gotta see. He takes it off when FENNEL Adversity wins more.
that's true in the icons. Maybe. Maybe. But hey, that was sublime. When it comes to FLA, their performance today on point. I'm sad, but it's okay. No more plays for Sem9, but it's okay.
I mean, it went the 26 minutes. I believe that was our second or third longest game of the whole tournament. Wow, Sem9 really pulling out the guns. Game number 3.
I will shed a tear for that. Like that
Don't
was
laugh.
peak
Such a
Sem9.
liar.
No, I genuinely do feel like, man, I really did hope that we would have a better run than this. But ultimately, I understand that the level of competition is so high. We are competing in one of the best regions in the world, as is Sem9 competing against one of the best sub-regions within that as well. I mean, it's unfortunate for them, but I felt like they've given us a good match. That third game specifically, we got to see truly peak Sem9, and they gave us a really good showing, honestly.
There's a lot of room of improvement, definitely. We hope to see them in the future, but definitely that's going to be the end of their journey to greatness. But hey, FLA, they're moving forward.
At least, okay, so the positive point about all of this is at least we are now secured of one team. If I'm talking as if I'm a Filipino fan, right?
You are.
At least
It's okay.
we are now secured of a slot in the Icons Global, regardless of what happens. If there's going to be a team kill, hopefully not, right, against RRQ, you know, we take it, right? Now the question, at least for our sub-region, is how many teams do we send over? Do we have a 2x2? 2 from Vietnam, 2 from Philippines?
Possibly. There's a possibility.
That's very possible.
That is very possible. And there's still so much to be seen there. And even the position in Icons, if that's going to be in the playing stage, we have 3 going to play-ins and 1 going straight into the main stage in Icons too, right? The overall champion of the WCS gets to hold that mantle and kind of represent us. I think last time around in Horizon, we didn't get to have that same kind of impact, the same splash to begin with. I think Team Secret did an amazing job of kind of keeping us proud and proving that we are that good ultimately. But our start was pretty rocky.
But still there's a shot. I do want to see if it happens to be Vietnam region and as well as the Philippine region moving forward. And it will be our representative for Southeast Asia when it comes to the icons and the world.
Yep.
But definitely they will not disappoint us. And we saw how they just improved throughout the entire tournament today.
Exactly. Again, there is already one team from Vietnam that is secured. I mean, regardless of how the brackets play out. Again, when we did the whole thing.
Calm down. He's too excited.
Let me just get it out for a second, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing, the whole draw thing, it wasn't scripted at all. But you know, it really.
It's just
it really,
fate.
yeah, it really happened,
It's
right?
truly poetic, right? Like you have these individual sub-regions going through, and then you have this potential double team, team kill stacking moments again. It just feels so poetic, like the way it's moving forward, the direction we're moving forward with as well.
This is our play of the game. We did actually witness the Renekton was unkillable. 1,000 over damage. I love how Calm just plays in and out. The kite coming up from that dominance and the slice and dice from the Renekton was way too good for Sem9 to, handle it.
Again, for Calm, I know him best on 2 champions, right? One is Camille, which is often banned, and this champion as well. This is definitely comfort for him. And I'm so glad that he gets to show it in the whole world, to the whole world, that, hey, you know what? If there's a player that you can trust with on that Renekton, that's going to be me. My name is Calm.
Look,
Your name is Calm now?
Calm came into this game like he's a kaiju. Like he's like the the movie monster. He comes out of the water.
Ah,
Like
right?
kaiju, huh?
And the look on Sam9's face is they're running into him. Like he joins into the fight late, but he just destroys the competition. He's in a side lane 2v1, and he makes it work. Like it's so pivotal. Com's impact in this game. Without him, they would have never opened up that bot side turret.
not.
Without him, keep making sure that he got that entrance that put the pressure on Sam9. Sam9 could just turtle the entire game. We could have had a 40-minute Sam9 game, 40-minute Sam9 victory, in fact, if not for the pressure from Com.
I agree, and also that last final spot is just so annoying, but he still managed to. The thing is, the Renata came in a bit late. That was really crucial for Com not to be, decimated quite early on. But look at the final spot; it's just so painful.
Exactly. Again, BFF Sagi still, doing his best trying to carry his team, and I spoke to Contra, Husky, and maybe even you. I would love to ask you a question.
Yes,
do
go
you
ahead.
prefer him on this mages, or do you want him to
I mean,
be
like
on the
Sagi
bottom?
have been known when it comes even in the regional and also in the playoffs back then. He loved to play APC more than ADC.
Yeah.
So when he plays AD, it's just more towards Senna or more complementary towards the team.
And I think this is the Danny highlight play, right? The flash over into the proto belt, into the arrow, a blind arrow at that. No, it was
Okay, I guess that was vision. The
It was
vision
actually
dropped that towards the end.
That
Okay.
commitment to actually just chase down, and that opens up for them to actually get the dragon later and finish off straight away.
I mean, honestly, Sagi has to be SVP here, right? Like he, like on his side for Sam9, he kept the game going for so long. Like the fact that he was able to hold his team together, he was clearing waves, he was finishing kills. We saw a very similar composition happen before, right? Where Lux was the main damage dealer with 4 tanks. And that game was an incredibly difficult one for the Lux because the Lux could never do damage by the time they got to the mid to late game. Sagi was different though. Sagi was still able to consistently put out damage. He was wave clearing. He was getting pickoffs. His binding was more impactful than the death sentence from Wraith, I felt like, in a lot of situations.
Yeah, definitely.
He was doing a lot for his team. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why they got that late into it. But ultimately, I feel like the efforts from FLA, to have that 4-1 split, the coordinated attacks on Sam9 ultimately overwhelmed them.
And you guys did mention about who's scaling way better when it comes to late game, and I think this is very good opportunity for us to explain it out, especially for newbie like me. Hey, yeah, I need to know why.
I mean, it's a given if you have a marksman in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Marksman really scales well into the late game, and you also have a Lux that, once it really reaches far into the late game, at level 3 ultimate, I believe the cooldown will just be around 13 seconds or 20 seconds. So you could actually cast it. Yeah, you could actually cast it twice in a very long team fight. And, when it comes to the late games, the long team fight is really what matters, is really what's happening, right? It just so happened that FENNEL Adversity got a pick on the bot lane. What was their team comp about? It was about, picking off champions. And they were successful in doing it at the last portion of the map, the bottom part. At the bottom part, it was so poetic. FENNEL Adversity really outclassed Sam9 all throughout the series, but I still have to give Sam9 some props there in game number 3 and all throughout the series.
Absolutely, right? Like, we saw Sam9 come into it and this demonstrate like a good level of consistent gameplay. I think they had a tough draw against some really strong opponents, but that's the kind of the nature of the WCS, right? You are playing against very competitive regions. I think this is a good learning opportunity for them. I think they're going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, what can we learn right now is straight from FENNEL Adversity. We're going to have the interview from Com, which is going to joining us right now. And I can't wait. This is the first time we're having an interview with FLA. Hi, Com. Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay. Congratulations again for FLA winning and also advancing towards another, another step, which you guys are one step closer towards the icons. How are you guys feeling right now for the entire team?
We're feeling well now because we survived the first round for the lower bracket, and for now we focused on the next round, so we will practice a lot. Thank you.
Still not resting.
Oh, wanna go next?
Sure, I love to hear from you so far. You guys have been playing the most number of games of any other team. What has been the most memorable experience for you guys, or memorable moment for you guys in the WCS so far?
From now po,
that's okay.
From now, the the most memorable is the one that we won the fight versus One Esports, because that's mean a lot for us, because if we win that fight, we will go to playoffs, and if we'll go to playoffs, we have a chance to win the fourth place and the championship. Thank you.
You're welcome, Brother Calm. Autolus here. How are you?
Okay, pwede ba mag-Tagalog sa'yo?
Sure, of course. I can translate it for you,
We
brother.
got a live translator, so it's okay.
Syempre, masaya po kami ngayon.
Yeah.
Sobrang saya talaga namin kasi, syempre po, galing po kami sa taas, di ba? Parang, na-down po kami kasi na 0-3 po kami ng Team Flash. Pero, ngayon po, ang pinokus po talaga namin is SEM9 na kailangan din namin makabawi. Baka 3-0 din po. Para may lusot yung next round.
With the distance. Let me just translate what you said, okay?
Okay.
Calm said, going from the top. From the top. Okay, so the pressure was on them. They felt sad, going down from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. But now they're happy because they're back on track, and beating SEM9 was actually a tough task. Now, Calm, my question for you is, that was a 3-0, but the third game went the distance. It was 26 minutes, right? So, what was the comms like?
Ano ko lang po, nung time na yun, parang hayaan nila ako mag-side kasi nung time na yun, parang ramdam ko po wala na may kaya sa akin sa side lane. Or pwede nila akong i-2v1, pero at least makaka-trade ako ng isa. Parang ganun po yung comms. So, hinahayaan lang nila ako mag-isa sa side, then pa-pressure nilang 4. Ayun po yung pinaka-comms namin doon. Kaya na-push ko din po yung bot lane.
Right, okay. So I'm going to translate that bit maybe later after the interview. But one last thing, Calm, my question for you is, how are you going to celebrate this win? Or are you even going to celebrate?
Sa ngayon po, hindi pa po. Bale, may practice po kami mamaya tsaka bukas po para mag-ready naman po sa next round kung sino ang mga kalaban namin.
Okay, great. So, for the second question, for the second question, I'm being here asked to translate first. So basically what I asked them about was for the communications. Calm said that he owned it. He wanted to really just go on the side lane. He said that if it goes to a 2v1 setup, he can still take a kill off of that, and that's how they won the game. His confidence was really, really there. My third question was, how are they going to celebrate, right? And he said, no celebration, just as of yet.
Until they actually get into the icons later on. And one last thing, Calm, for all your heart supporters out there, especially the one beside me, the one that actually wearing his shirt, but never mind. I think it's enough for
We've got good energy from Otto. Otto's here repping everyone for us, right? He's got the good energy with us.
Calm, just want to ask one last thing. Because my talents keep on, the other talents keeps on bugging me for your merch, okay?
Yeah.
Can you ask people there to send over some merch to people that really loves FENNEL Adversity?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, I will try.
All right.
All right. We actually will clip this just to make sure we can get it. Okay, you will try. I remember that. But thank you so much, Calm. And also congratulations again for FLA advancing forward one more step closer. I hope you guys do well and all the best. Good luck in the next series. Bye.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're back to being friends now. We're back.
Yeah, and those achievement
Pinky-
unlocked, right? I did
He's
become a
leaving me
translator
hanging.
at one point in my life.
Can I get a pinky sweater? We're friends again? And there you go. We got a pinky sweater. We're friends, okay? We're friends. Not really? Wow! What?
He's like, I check his other hand. Was he crossing his fingers in the back? It's like, no.
We're friends.
But hey, that was most of the team that we actually seen and actually interviewed them today.
Yeah.
All of them are not resting, not celebrating at all.
No.
When it comes to at first we got the first series, Persis Esports versus CERBERUS. You know how they were like not. At least we get a reaction coming up from FLA. They're winning, right? But coming up from CERBERUS is just like, this is just a normal day for us,
Here's the
guys
thing,
chilling.
right?
Yeah.
With teams like CERBERUS, with FLA, RQ, Flash Wolves, Team Flash, all these teams now still in the WCS finals. Every one of them has a chance to win the WCS. That's the thing. Like, I see every single team incredibly competitive, hungry for that title, the desire to get in first. And so when I see them not celebrating, it just makes me feel like reassured that they're looking towards that end goal, that end game, that final prize for them.
Which we're going to talk about the bracket right now. On the upper bracket, which is going to be the semifinals, RRQ versus Flash Wolf. This is going to be really tough to call. And also the next one, we have also BRU, Buriram United Esports versus Team Flash.
And again, tomorrow, this matches will have, whoever wins this matches will go straight to the Icons Global. So the excitement right now that I'm feeling is just going to be double tomorrow. So brace for it. Brace for it.
Definitely, especially when it comes to this series, Grandin, which one do you think is the hardest one to actually read out?
Wow. I can't say like which one is hard to win, but I will say that I'm rooting for the BRU Team Flash match. I feel like that is incredibly competitive, and I love these two teams to death. So I really want to see, honestly, either of them win. I just want to see this matchup go fast.
Fast?
I just wanted it to start fast, is what I mean. I want it now. If I could, I get them to go to the phones right now and just play the match.
All right, that's true, that's true.
But whoever loses later will actually meet up with CES, Cerberus Esports waiting, as well as FLA. Now, if RRQ, we do know if they advance, hey, they're gonna secure the top 4. But chances are, one of these teams gonna have to prepare to fight another round in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There could be a team kill happening here. If Flash Wolves ends up winning against RRQ, they send RRQ to the lower brackets to face FENNEL adversity. And on the other side, if BRU wins against Team Flash will be meeting
but that's not going to happen.
Well, that's true.
But the series tomorrow definitely is going to be RRQ versus Flash. First, all the Flash is going to be here tomorrow with BRU, Buriram United Esports fighting against Team Flash. You guys try to predict. Maybe you guys can actually do the panelists better than us because we sometimes got it wrong. Definitely, I got everything wrong today, but hey. It's me.
So far, Omo has been perfect.
Wow.
You hate to say it, right? It's like, it pains me,
it's
honestly.
He doesn't have a team that he, personally roots for, so he can stay on the logical side.
But man, it has been a day for us. It was really sublime performance coming out from all these teams. And also, we want to thank our sponsors. This is brought to you by Riot Games. And thank you so much, Coca-Cola, Ghosty Gamers, and One Esport. It has been a great day. I feel like it's a very short day. For me, it's a trio all the way. But that officially wraps up day 3 of our playoff, everyone. We'll catch you all again tomorrow for more Wild Rift action at the WCS Finals playoff. Wild Rift, which is going to be Wild Rift Southeast Asia. Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia final playoff, which already done for the third day. We're going to jump over to day number 4. Thank you all from the panelists and casters. We wish to see you guys more tomorrow. Stay tuned and stay safe. Bye.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old, same old. Energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around, I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, world, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers so far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll.